Our story begins with a young man and a rather stark confession. He admits that he has always hated his own father. In fact, he spent his days constantly hoping for the man's death. And today, after all that waiting, his wish was finally granted. A simple heart attack was all it took to end his father's life. It wasn't a tragic loss. The man was a criminal, plain and simple. He was a shameless womanizer who lived a life of pure indulgence and a greedy, conniving scoundrel until his very last breath. To his son, he was nothing but a burden, but his death provided one final, useful act. As the last of his father's things are thrown out like trash, the son feels the cleanup is finally done. He briefly wonders if the old man knew his death was approaching, but he quickly dismisses the thought. Ultimately, who really cares? It's a pointless detail that he refuses to dwell on now. A new day dawns, bright sunlight flooding his apartment. Outside, the office drones march off to their daily grind, and he gets to simply stand here, leisurely sipping coffee. Above it all, a triumphant fist pump cuts through the calm. Bingo, he's absolutely ecstatic, finally free to live the glorious life of a NEET. All thanks to the 500 million yen his father had secretly stashed in the basement. Leaning back, he smirks. Maybe that old man was a great father after all. With this much cash, he could buy a house, a fancy car, even women, anything he could ever want. But he smirks, because he's not interested in any of that typical rich guy nonsense. A buzz at the door sends him leaping to his feet, absolutely giddy with excitement. A delivery man stands waiting with a package, completely unaware of its importance. He practically rips the door open, ready to receive his long-awaited prize. With a triumphant shout, he dives headfirst into his brand-new, high-tech bed. He's already spent a cool 30 million yen just to create his perfect dream bedroom. Lying there in total bliss, he reflects on the 3 sacred vows he's made for his new life. First and foremost, he will never, ever work again. And second, he'll have no friends. The social one, upmanship, is just too annoying to deal with. And the third and final vow revolves around the sacred institution of marriage, an idea completely tainted by his scummy, philandering father, who apparently made those vows 12 separate times. He shatters the very concept, determined not to repeat the same disgusting mistakes. No, his future is right here, playing games from the comfort of his high-tech futon, a life he considers pure paradise. With his new life underway, he sets his sights on conquering his massive backlog of games. 2 entire months flash by in what feels like an instant. He stretches with a satisfied sigh, having finally finished the game Dungeon Attack. But a wider look reveals the cost of his dedication. His paradise is now buried under mountains of trash. Completely unfazed by the mess, he's already browsing his phone for the next game to conquer. Suddenly, an unexpected notification pings on his screen, breaking his focus. A bright red notification window declares he has a new message. He's a bit confused, wondering how a message got through to him. After all, he hasn't accepted a single friend request since he started playing. Ah, so it's just an automated message from the management team. He scoffs, thinking it's just a typical business ploy to get players to spend more. But then the message changes, asking him to participate in a survey. Now he's genuinely puzzled, wondering what on earth they want. The first question appears, asking if he prefers cute girls or mature girls. He stares blankly, completely thrown off by such a ridiculous question. But he quickly decides it doesn't matter and prepares to just pick one. The next question is even stranger, probing into his combat preferences in a deeply unsettling way. He lets out an exasperated sigh, but another ping signals the survey is far from over. His eyes widen as the notifications begin to bombard his screen relentlessly. Question after question flashes by, digging into his core beliefs on difficulty, intelligence, and even friendship. He finally snaps, shouting at the screen in pure frustration, begging for it to stop. But the barrage ends on one final, chilling query. Does he know how this world ends? He's momentarily stunned into silence, the gravity of the question sinking in. Of course he knows, he thinks with a dismissive click of his tongue. He beat the entire game. But the system follows up with an even more pointed question. Could he actually change that ending? A wave of unease washes over him. He realizes this is no ordinary survey. This is creepy as hell. A sudden realization hits him, and he jumps back from his desk in alarm. He convinces himself this is just some new, elaborate scam trying to fish for his details. As he scoffs at the attempt, proud of not falling for it, his victory is cut short by a filthy intruder. A wave of pure disgust washes over his face. Our legendary gamer is sent into a panic by a single, solitary cockroach. But after the brief freakout, he glances back, his expression hardening with resolve. He reaches for the controller he just kicked away in frustration. The question remains on screen, and with a decisive movement, his thumb presses down on the joystick. An immense flash of light erupts from the monitor the very instant he selects yes. He is completely engulfed by the blinding radiance, his world turning white. He tries to shield his eyes, his mind reeling from the sudden, violent transition. The light is overwhelming, and he can't comprehend what's happening to him. And just like that, he's gone, leaving behind an empty, silent room. He awakens in darkness, his hands sinking into coarse, unfamiliar dirt. He stares down at his own hands, realizing with a jolt that they aren't his at all. A sharp pain lances through his head as his vision flashes with a crimson light. Before he can process it, a boot slams into him, and a voice demands to know where the treasure is. Two thugs loom over him, a smug grin on the leader's face as he threatens to get serious. They mock him, calling him the Demon Lord as he struggles to push himself up. Bloodied and cornered, a grim realization dawns on his face as he begins to remember. And with that, his new, awful life had officially begun, tied up at the mercy of his captors. The words treasure and demon lord echo in his mind, completely alien to him. He glances around the desolate cave, wondering if these brutes could possibly be talking about him. The cavern itself is vast and menacing, a tomb of rock and shadow. Taking in the scene, he sees he's not just facing two thugs, but a whole party of them. The sheer absurdity of the situation finally hits him, a surge of helpless anger rising. His mind flashes back to a simpler time, playing a game at home, before everything went black. He knows he has to push those thoughts aside and figure out how to handle this nightmare. But as he tries to move, searing pain shoots through his leg. He realizes he can't even run. He fights through the agony, forcing himself to cool down and think, knowing panic is a death sentence. He desperately needs a plan. Anything to buy himself a few seconds to think. The only way forward is to gather information, so he asks why they keep calling him a demon lord. His question is met not with an answer, but with a hand violently grabbing his horn. The thug yanks his head back, mocking him and asking if the beatings finally broke his mind. With a crazed look, the man points to the horn and names him Demon Lord Dantalion. That name Dantalion triggers something, a memory long buried. He remembers a game he used to play, an RPG called Dungeon Attack. It was an unforgiving fantasy world where heroes fought a losing battle against demon lords, a world where the only certain outcome was despair and destruction. And Dantalion, he was one of the demon lords from that very game. He was the trash of the 72 demon kings, ranked 71st, and the very first boss to be defeated by the heroes. The memory flashes back to his life, to him just playing that game before a mysterious message appeared on his screen. But this is no longer a game, and he is now that very same pathetic demon lord, Dantalion. The impossible truth sinks in, and suddenly, everything about his predicament makes a horrifying kind of sense. And with that understanding comes a wave of pure dread. He knows exactly how this is supposed to end for him. Before he can process it, one of the thugs barks at him, yanking him from his thoughts. A brutal kick slams into his gut, the adventurers showing absolutely no mercy. He's sent flying across the dusty ground, the impact rattling his entire body. Coughing and gasping, he knows that at this rate, he is going to die here. But his attacker just smirks, turning to call out to the rest of his party. The crowd of adventurers roars with bloodlust, loving every second of the show. They form a circle, chanting for the weak demon lord to be killed right then and there. Another brutal punch connects, snapping his head back with a sickening crack. He can barely process the irony. After finally being free from the curse of his father, he truly believed he could at last lead a comfortable life. But instead, here he lies on the verge of death, his consciousness starting to fade. As his mind drifts into darkness, a strange memory surfaces of him sitting before his father. He remembers that condescending smile and the familiar sting of being blamed for another's suffering. This feeling triggers another memory, a time he was kidnapped by someone holding a grudge. He recalls being unnervingly calm, so much so that even his captor noted how strange the boy was. Even as a child, bound and kidnapped, he remained eerily calm. He'd reached his breaking point, deciding to simply let fate take its course. The car pulls up to a secluded warehouse, far from any prying eyes. And once inside, tied to a chair, the boy makes a grim proposition. His kidnapper shoves a gun in his face, screaming threats to stay quiet. But the boy looks up, unfazed, and tells him to just pull the trigger. He explains the twisted bet. If the gun is real, he considers it a win, stunning the man. The kidnapper's finger trembles on the trigger, completely unnerved by this kid. So the boy forces the issue, pressing his own forehead against the cold steel barrel. If the gun is fake, he loses and returns to his father. Then comes the sound of a click. The man collapses, utterly broken by the boy's sheer disregard for his own life. In the end, the kidnapper simply turned himself in, and for the boy, that meant he lost his bet. But from that failure, a cold, hard lesson began to crystallize in his mind. He realized that the one who survives isn't the strongest, but the one with the most unyielding resolve. The memory fades, and he's back in the present, lying broken as the thugs tower over him. One of them steps forward, giving him what he calls a final chance. He grinds his boot into Dantalion's chest, demanding to know where the treasure is hidden. But as the pain lances through him, Dantalion's hand slowly clenches into a fist. He remembers now a single tear tracing a path through the grime on his face. He already died once today. And if that's true, a new power awakens with a flash. He can shape this reality however he wants. The thug leader scoffs, mocking him for wanting to take his treasure to the grave. His patience is clearly wearing thin as his bald companion looms with a massive spiked mace. The brute asks for confirmation, wondering if they should really kill him before finding the treasure. But his leader doesn't care anymore, screaming at him to just kill Dantalion now and they'll find it later. With a grin, the brute swings his weapon down, ready to obliterate him on the spot. But instead of bracing for impact, Dantalion simply raises a hand to meet the blow. The colossal mace slams to a halt, stopped effortlessly by his single, outstretched palm. The leader's cocky expression completely shatters, replaced with stunned disbelief. A bloody, determined smirk spreads across Dantalion's face as he looks up from the ground. He begins to rise, his demonic power now fully awakened and visible for them to see. A single, burning thought drives him forward. No matter what it takes, he will survive. The brute had been so sure of his victory, laughing at what he thought was total surrender. But this was all a calculated risk, as Dantalion had no idea if a treasure even existed. He knew just pointing them somewhere random would be an instant death sentence. He needed a better plan. So he feigned total defeat, collapsing to his knees to sell the performance. With their greed piqued and their guard lowered, he began to tell them what they wanted to hear. The treasure, he confessed, was hidden deep within the Demon Lord's personal chamber. He let that sink in for a moment before adding the crucial twist. It was sealed by powerful magic. And wouldn't you know it, the only person capable of undoing that magic was, of course, him. The perfect lie, turning his life from a liability into their one and only key. But the leader of the thugs isn't finished yet, getting Dantalion's attention with a flash of light. It's the glint from his blade, held inches from Dantalion's face, a silent, final warning. He kicks the boy down, just to make sure he understands who's in charge here. The adventurer makes the terms crystal clear. If this is a trick, Dantalion dies right here. With no other choice, Dantalion agrees, his eyes smoldering with a hidden resolve. That's all the confirmation the leader needs, excitedly telling his men about the treasure. He rallies the greedy adventurers, telling them it's time to head for the Demon Lord's chamber. As they rush off, Dantalion watches them go, the immediate danger finally passing. He breathes a quiet sigh of relief, knowing he's somehow cleared the first hurdle. But he understands this is only a temporary victory. The real battle for survival starts now. He knows he's bought himself a little bit of time, but that safety net will vanish the moment they reach the Demon Lord's chamber. Surrounded by the faceless statues of the damned, he realizes he has to think fast. His eyes narrow with intense focus. A new plan must be formed now. But his plotting is cut short when one of the thugs barks at him to walk faster. The spiky-haired adventurer leans in, mockingly asking if he's trying to stall for time. Stumbling under the pressure, Dantalion understands his fate is sealed if things continue like this. A dark resolve takes root. Before they kill him, he must find a way to kill them first. But the odds are impossible. He's one person against 10 armed men. He frantically scans his surroundings for an advantage. And then it dawns on him. This is his castle. He wonders aloud where all the monsters have gone, feigning concern. But the spiky-haired thug just sneers, telling him to get a move on. The adventurer isn't worried, planning to kill their guide once they get the treasure anyway. As they walk, Dantalion notes the old monster corpses, confirming everything is going as expected. His captors are getting restless, demanding to know how much further it is to the chamber. He lets out a frustrated sigh, thinking how this whole situation feels like a twisted game. And that's when it clicks. His eyes snap open with a sudden, brilliant idea. A dark, confident smile spreads across his face as he prepares to turn the tables. He realizes if this world truly operates on game logic, then he should be able to use that ability. A crimson interface flashes into existence, displaying a perfect map of his domain, Dantalion's castle. A wicked grin spreads across Dantalion's face. The game has just begun. He realizes if he's a boss from the game, he should have access to the game skills. One particular skill comes to mind. The all-seeing eyes of Zeus. It's a high-level ability that reveals everything inside a dungeon, a perfect tool for a demon lord. Normally, it's only available much later in the game, but he remembers a specific exception. The very first tutorial dungeon, designed to teach players the game's mechanics, is his own castle. He finally understands. Being reborn as Dantalion wasn't just a curse, it was an opportunity. With renewed focus, he begins to inspect the current state of his domain. The status screen pops up, confirming his suspicions. 0 troops, 0 residents, an empty slate. But a sudden, urgent warning flashes, telling him this isn't just empty, it's dangerously defenseless. A red alert flashes, confirming his castle is completely empty and extremely vulnerable. Suddenly, a menu appears before him, a contract with Hades to hire monsters. A wicked grin spreads across his face as he realizes this is a demon lord's special skill. But as he inspects the monster list, his confidence begins to waver. His excitement completely shatters when he sees his total funds, a pathetic 100 libra. He facepalms, cursing the original Dantalian for leaving him completely broke. Doing some quick math, he realizes he can't even afford enough goblins to match the invaders. He considers buying a single golem for a surprise attack, but a look at the dungeon map reveals a fatal flaw. The invaders are already deep inside the dungeon, nearly at the demon lord's chamber. He stares at the layout, his mind racing to find a way out of this impossible situation. The system screen is a cruel joke, his 100 libra a testament to his utter powerlessness. But his mind is already churning, desperately trying to twist this hopeless situation to his advantage. He runs the numbers on a risky plan, but a 60% chance of success is still far too low when his life is on the line. Unfortunately, the sound of the invaders' confident footsteps echoes through the halls. He's out of time for better ideas. One of them, a smug-looking adventurer with spiky hair, smirks as if he's on a casual stroll. With no other options, Dantalian's hand clenches into a fist. He has to take the gamble. A dark, menacing aura erupts around him as his resolve solidifies. He's done panicking, but his strategy isn't a frontal assault. For this to work, he first needs to gain their trust. A sly grin forms on his lips. Before any of that, however, there's something he needs to find out. His eyes lock onto the leader, identifying him with a skill. An apostle of Aphrodite. Perfect. He scans the group of F-rank adventurers, their pathetic stats filling his vision. His unique skill, the apostle of Aphrodite, lays all of their weaknesses bare. A cruel laugh escapes him as he realizes he can see their entire plan, from their rock-bottom stats to their greedy, simple-minded desires. The leader, a brute named Leaf, finally turns around, annoyed by his new guide. He barks at Dantalian to hurry up, completely oblivious to the predator he's taunting. Playing the part of a timid servant, Dantalian offers a meek, sincere apology. But behind that facade, a predatory grin reveals the act is officially over. And just as the thugs think they've reached their prize, the counterattack begins. Descending from the shadows above, the true master of this dungeon prepares to strike. And what a skill it is, Apostle of Aphrodite. A top-tier ability that lets him see everything. He now has all the information he needs. The only thing left is to decide which card to play. But his planning is cut short by the thug leader, Leaf, who yells at him to get moving. The brute gets right in his face, demanding he walk faster, completely blind to the danger. Dantalian offers a meek apology, all while his mind is already piecing together the perfect trap. His new skill confirms it. Leaf is an irritable fool who'd kill him for the treasure in a second. Gaining the trust of this simple-minded boss is the key, and he's willing to take any risk to do it. A flash of his true self emerges, a cold, commanding presence ready to give the kill order. He glances down the dark, ancient corridor ahead, the stage for his little play. And so, the Demon Lord leads the oblivious party deeper into his domain. He spots the remains of a less fortunate adventurer, confirming his suspicions about this place. The time to act is now. The first step is to prove his worth beyond being a simple guide. With a sudden, manic grin, he yells for everyone to stop right where they are. The thugs freeze in their tracks, completely baffled by the outburst. Their leader, Leaf, whirls around, demanding to know what this is all about. Dantalian calmly holds up a hand, a gesture to halt their advance. He points down the corridor, explaining that just ahead lies a deadly trap. A trap? The very notion seems absurd to the overconfident adventurers. But Dantalian confidently steps forward, his performance just beginning. He warns them that dozens of invisible arrows would have shredded them all. And so, Dantalian calmly states that he'll proceed on his own first. He's going to be the one to get rid of the trap for them. Leaf immediately explodes, demanding to know what he's talking about. His men are getting nervous, pointing out the path ahead is narrow and too dark to see. They all stare into the pitch-black maw of the corridor ahead. Unfazed, Dantalian turns and walks straight into the darkness, as Leaf shouts for him to stop. The adventurer leader is convinced he's trying to make a run for it. But Dantalian's steps are calm and measured, not those of a man fleeing. He glances back, explaining that it would be impossible to run with his legs. Besides, he says with a sly smirk, this is his way of showing respect for them not killing him on sight. He dares them to follow close behind, but adds that he can't guarantee their safety. Leaf is left sputtering, completely stunned by the sheer nerve of their supposed guide. His anger quickly boils over, and he screams at his men to charge after him. But his underlings try to stop him, urging their boss to think before rushing in. They remember the trap at the entrance, one wrong move, and they would have been crushed. Even Leaf looks back with a grimace, recalling the deadly pillars they barely escaped. Frustrated with their cowardice, he tries to shame them into following his lead. Yet far down the hall, they can see Dantalion waiting with a sinister, glowing grin. Their eyes slowly drift upward, noticing the jagged, unnatural ceiling hanging above. Dantalion finally stops, turning back with a cold gaze, certain he's led them exactly where he wants them. Dantalion clutches a pair of arrows, desperately hoping his impromptu plan will work. He remembers scavenging them from the corpses at the entrance, a small detail he's now betting his life on. These arrows were an afterthought, but now they're the key to turning the tables. With a grim look of determination, he knows this is where the real battle begins. He braces himself, gritting his teeth for the chaos he's about to unleash. Then, with a powerful roar, he fires an arrow not at his pursuers, but straight into the jagged ceiling above. A horrifying shriek echoes from the darkness, stopping the adventurers dead in their tracks. The thugs look around in confusion, wondering if that unholy sound was actually the demon lord. Leaf screams into the darkness, completely panicked and demanding to know what's happening. But another man looks on in sheer terror, realizing the horrifying sound isn't over, it's just getting started. The thugs are losing their nerve, one of them turning to their leader, asking what they should possibly do. But the boss isn't about to show weakness, roaring at them to get ready and threatening to kill anyone who dares to flee. His men can only stare back, their faces slick with sweat, completely paralyzed by the unseen horror. Suddenly, a sound cuts through the tension, footsteps echoing from the darkness ahead. The leader roars into the cavern, demanding Dantalion show himself, his bravado returning. But as he postures, one of his men grabs his arm, pointing frantically at the ground. His eyes follow, and the sight stops him cold. A massive, fresh splash of blood staining the cavern floor. It's not just a splash, it's a trail, leading them deeper into the suffocating darkness. Cautiously, they follow the grim path with their torches, the light eventually falling upon a slumped figure. It's Dantalion, lying motionless on the ground with an arrow buried deep in his back. A weak groan escapes his lips, and the thugs can only stare, stunned that their target is still alive. Dantalion pushes himself up with a wince, realizing he must have been knocked out for a moment. The leader, however, isn't focused on him, instead screaming at his subordinate about a trap that was supposed to be there. But a calm voice cuts through his rage. As Dantalion informs them they can be at ease. All the traps have been handled. His men just look at each other, completely baffled. Their prey just saved them? The leader wheels around, demanding to know why the hell he would help them, his pride clearly wounded. With a serene look, Dantalion brings his hands together, preparing to deliver a convincing performance. He explains that they are different from the other adventurers because they allowed him to live, instead of attacking on sight. This small gesture, he claims, was enough to move him, and that's the only reason he helped. A single, dramatic tear rolls down his cheek as he admits he still got hit by one, selling his story perfectly. He casually reveals the tip of an arrow buried in his arm, claiming it's no big deal. Then, without a moment's hesitation, he rips the bloody arrow clean out of his leg, ready to move on. The adventurer's leader can only stare, sweat beading on his face as he questions if this demon is for real. Dantalion's subtle smirk is met with a satisfying chime from the system. His target's likability is on the rise. The system even shows the adventurer's thoughts, confirming he's starting to buy the act. Dantalion's eyes widen with excitement. The plan is working perfectly. In fact, a flood of notifications reveals the entire party's opinion of him has dramatically improved. This is exactly what he was waiting for, but he knows this is just the opening act of his grand performance. His masterful manipulation is so potent, it even levels up his own charm stat. Though his bravado fades for a second as a wave of pain forces him to his knee, he quickly recovers, urging them forward. The adventurer's leader smirks, seeing a new angle. Maybe this demon prince could be useful after all. But with that nasty wound, he knows Dantalion will only slow the party down. So he makes a call, ordering one of his stunned men to lend his highness a shoulder. The younger thug hesitantly moves in, letting the injured demon lean on him for support. Dantalion plays his part perfectly, offering a weak, breathy word of thanks. The leader just laughs it off, booming that it's the least they can do after being saved. With renewed vigor, he rallies the boys to get fired up and press on through the cave. A wicked little smile plays on Dantalion's lips. Everything is proceeding exactly as planned, but he knows their trust is fragile. They still see him as a tough nut to crack, and for the masterpiece he's creating, this shallow level of control is still not enough. He needs more, a deeper hold over them to truly own their hearts. The second act of his plan is about to begin. Soon, The group arrives before a massive, foreboding gate, the entrance to the Demon Lord's castle. The men stare in awe, the leader admitting it's even more impressive than he imagined as he orders the doors opened. With a mighty heave, the brawny adventurer forces the ancient stone doors apart. A look of pure, greedy triumph spreads across his face. They've finally made it inside. He turns to their prince, his voice dripping with anticipation, demanding to be shown the promised treasure. But instead of a reply, the only sound is a single drop hitting the cold stone floor. They look over to find Dantalion, their guide, with tears streaming down his face in apparent sorrow. The leader is completely thrown, his tough guy facade dropping in utter confusion. The thug supporting him asks what's wrong, but Dantalion only offers a choked apology, leaving them all in suspense. Through his sobs, Dantalion explains that their camaraderie reminded him of his former family. The spiky-haired leader is completely thrown, asking if demon lords even have families. Dantalion turns to the other thug, his voice heavy with feigned grief, confirming that they do. He clarifies that he had one, a long time ago, in the distant past. With a tear rolling down his cheek, he claims that even a monster like him once had a family. He lowers his hand, his act of sorrow reaching its dramatic peak. He gestures toward the ruined hall, revealing this very place was once his home. A flashback shows the grand hall in its prime, filled with orc and goblin guards. But that peace was shattered, his family engulfed in the flames of war. It all ended, he explains, on the day that they suddenly appeared. These were the humans who stormed his home, their eyes locking onto the young demon lord. Without a word, their commander gave the order to shoot, bows drawn and aimed to kill. Dantalion could only stare back, his red eyes wide as the attack was unleashed. A volley of arrows screamed through the air, aimed directly at his heart. But just before impact, a massive form moved to intercept, taking the deadly barrage for him. The young lord looked up in shock at the figure that had just saved his life. It was his loyal orc guard, who, despite being riddled with arrows, worriedly asked if he was all right. A single tear traced a path down Dantalion's cheek as he confirmed he was safe. His protector stood as a living wall, sacrificing everything for his master. With his last breath, the guard urged his young lord to leave him and run as fast as he could. But Dantalion refuses, screaming that he won't leave his protector behind. More attacks rain down, splattering blood across the young lord's face as he watches in horror. The loyal orc just smiles through the agony, telling his master not to worry. With his fading strength, he begs Dantalion one last time to run. The boy can only watch, his face a mask of pure, helpless grief. That entire scene, that final, selfless sacrifice is burned into his memory. A vision of his guardian standing as an unbreakable wall between him and death. A memory that fades as his protector falls, leaving him completely alone. Back in the present, he finishes his story, revealing to his new men that they all died protecting him. The thugs are stunned, offering clumsy condolences for a past far darker than they imagined. One of the thugs quietly reflects that he expected a demon lord to be a far more monstrous existence. But what he saw was a young man openly weeping for his fallen comrades. The raw emotion shatters his preconceptions. To him, Dantalion doesn't seem evil at all. A system notification chimes, confirming his change of heart as his likability soars. All around him, similar pings echo as the other thugs are also won over by the tragic tale. The spiky-haired adventurer, Leaf, is also stunned, muttering that this is different from what he was told. He remembers being warned that demon lords were heartless scum, devoid of blood or tears. And just like the others, his own likability score ticks upward, a sign of Dantalion's influence. But a cynical grin spreads across Leaf's face. He decides he doesn't care about good or evil. All that matters is whether this demon lord is useful, a thought that hangs in the air as Dantalion turns to address them. Dantalion looks at them with earnest eyes, thanking them from the bottom of his heart for bringing him home. He tells the adventurers that he can see they're different from the humans who murdered his family. Because of this, he believes even the dead may find it in their hearts to forgive them. With his eyes glowing a menacing red, he offers them everything, the treasures of the castle, and his very life. The mention of treasure immediately lights a fire of greed in Leaf's eyes as he demands to know where it is. Dantalion turns, explaining that the legendary treasure is currently concealed by powerful magic. He gives them a sly look, announcing he will now undo the spell and that they should all stand back. The thugs immediately start to panic, shouting and scrambling to create some distance. They retreat to the far end of the hall, asking if they're far enough away, and he calmly agrees. With his back now turned to his new, foolish followers, a dark and chillingly confident smirk spreads across his face. He chuckles to himself. The plan is proceeding exactly as he foresaw. It's time for the finishing touches, as he accesses his system interface. The truth is, his castle holds no treasure, only a meager 100 libra. But he knows for these simple-minded thugs, this paltry sum is the perfect bait. He remembers the game's mechanics. 1 libra is worth about 15 silver coins. A system prompt appears, asking if he wants to discard 76 of them. This is all possible thanks to a very convenient system exploit. When a player discards currency, it physically manifests in the world. With a sly grin, he turns back towards his unsuspecting audience. He raises his hand, preparing to give them the show of a lifetime. With a booming voice, he announces himself as Dantalion, the 71st Demon Lord. He then makes an insane declaration. He will bestow his treasure upon them. The Demon Lord stands alone in his throne room, hand outstretched to the stunned adventurers. The thugs are completely speechless, unable to process what they're hearing. They just stare, wide-eyed, as if the world has turned upside down. A confident smirk crosses Dantalion's face, as silver coins begin to materialize out of nothing. A whole stream of them clatters to the ground, piling up right before their eyes. One of the adventurers can only stammer in disbelief, thinking this has to be a dream, but the shock quickly melts away, replaced by pure, unadulterated greed. Their leader erupts in a fit of booming laughter, the trap now perfectly set. The adventurers lose themselves completely, scrambling to grab every last falling coin. One of the thugs, Leaf, falls to the floor, cheering that they've finally succeeded. Their leader, Jack, picks up a single piece of silver, a wicked grin spreading across his face. A low, sinister chuckle escapes his lips, before erupting into a full-blown, maniacal laugh, his mind consumed by avarice. A system notification confirms Dantalion's plan is working perfectly, as Leaf's affection score skyrockets. Jack shouts at his men to hurry and gather the treasure, promising an equal split for all. But he's already plotting, realizing this weak demon lord is a golden goose he can exploit further. Just as the chaos reaches its peak, a calm voice cuts through the greedy celebration. All motion stops as Dantalion steps forward, ready to make his next move. Jack scoffs at him, mockingly asking if he's got even more treasure to hand over. Suddenly, a series of system chimes fills the air as notifications begin to appear. One by one, the affection scores of every adventurer shoot up, their loyalty being manipulated. Dantalion cuts through their confusion, apologizing for having to interrupt their work. He then delivers the news. About 30 new adventurers have just breached the dungeon. Jack's greedy, triumphant smile instantly evaporates into a look of pure shock. The other thugs freeze, the silver coins forgotten as they stare in stunned silence. Dantalion explains he had detection magic active, feigning surprise at the overwhelming numbers. Panic begins to ripple through the group as the reality of the situation sinks in. They realize that 30 new rivals are far too many for them to possibly fight off. One of the adventurers desperately asks if there's another way out of the castle. Dantalion's eyes glow as he coldly informs them there's only one exit, the way they came in. The reality hits them like a truck, and they start to panic, wondering what happens if they get attacked. They know a group of 30 will tear this place apart in minutes, and they have no idea what to do. The fear is overwhelming, with some of the adventurers collapsing in sheer terror. But then, Dantalion steps forward, announcing to his captain that he has an idea. If they cannot avoid the intruders, he declares, then they must confront them head-on. Jack is completely baffled by this suggestion, demanding to know what he means. Dantalion cuts straight to the point, asking if they have a map of the dungeon. He explains that while his powers can't pinpoint the intruder's exact route, he has another plan in mind. With cold resolve, Dantalion announces his plan. He will act as the decoy. The adventurers are shocked, and Jack can barely process the words. A decoy? Dantalion explains that since the intruders are a military division, they will surely sense his magical power and come right for him. A glowing red map of the dungeon appears, showing 3 possible escape routes. He tells them to take a different path while he leads the enemy away, urging them to just run straight for the exit. Jack is momentarily stunned, wondering if Dantalion is truly willing to sacrifice himself again, but then his expression shifts to suspicion. He angrily confronts the young demon, accusing him of bluffing about the intruders just to create a chance to escape alone. Dantalion puts on a flawless performance of sincerity, reaching out and swearing he would never do that. He just wants to help. But then he declares there's no time left to convince them with words, and he kicks off the ground in a blur of motion. Before Jack can even blink, Dantalion is right in his personal space, his quiet threat hanging in the air. Dantalion leans in close, his quiet words a chilling threat meant only for Jack. The adventurer's cocky demeanor vanishes, replaced by the wide-eyed sweat of genuine fear. Completely broken, Jack forces a shaky smile and agrees to follow Dantalion's plan. He tries to save face, telling the demon to keep the decoy part a secret from the others. With his authority crumbling, Jack turns and barks orders at his men to hurry up and assemble. As Jack plays his part, a smug look creeps across Dantalion's face. He knew from the start that sincerity wouldn't work on a man like Jack. The thugs, oblivious to the manipulation, quickly gather the bags of treasure. Jack then announces the new plan to his crew. They will split up and run for the exit. But his men immediately erupt in protest, confused and angry at their leader's sudden nonsensical orders. Losing control, Jack shoves a map in their faces, demanding they shut up and listen. He lays out the situation. There are 3 escape routes, and the invaders can only chase them down one. But one of his men, Leaf, panics, realizing they're just low-level grunts facing a small army. A wicked grin spreads across Jack's face as he asks if they're willing to gamble for their survival. His crew just stares back, struck silent by the sudden, chilling shift in their leader's tone. Jack tries to reassure them with cold comfort, promising that at least one of them is guaranteed to survive. And then, he reveals his true colors, snatching the bags and declaring he'll be holding all the treasure. The men explode with rage, demanding to know what he's playing at. Jack holds up a hand, feigning innocence, and says he's not trying to keep it all for himself. The plan is simple, he explains. One team will act as a decoy, and they'll be running with the Demon Lord. He frames it as a blessing in disguise, a slim chance for the decoy team to survive against all odds. Jack dangles the ultimate prize, the bounty on the Demon Lord's head, and the glory of becoming heroes. One of the men tries to argue back, pointing out that their side of the bargain is a death sentence, but Jack just cackles, his patience wearing thin as he glares down his own men. He roars at them to show some guts, his face contorting with a crazed, bloodthirsty grin. He taunts them, asking if they really want to die like cornered dogs without a fight. Then he twists the knife, bringing up their families back home, to shame them for their cowardice. His words hang in the air, their expressions hardening with a mix of fear and grim resolve. But when words fail, violence prevails. Jack brutally beats his own crew into submission. With the discussion settled, the newly motivated decoy team trudges into the darkness. Jack smirks to himself, basking in the glory of his little act. He thinks about how easily he fooled those idiots with pure bravado. For a second there, he admits, he thought his bluff might actually fail. But his self-congratulation is cut short by Dantalion, who hopes Jack isn't planning to run away himself. The demon leans in close, suggesting Jack assign a few men to watch him, just to be sure he doesn't escape. And while he's at it, Dantalion whispers, Jack should start thinking of excuses to keep all the treasure for himself. His eyes flare red as he explains the genius of the plan. If he's telling the truth, some men will be sacrificed along with him. This means Jack's share of the treasure will naturally increase. And if he's lying, well, there's no escape for him anyway. Jack's greedy eyes widen as the demon's words sink in, a cold sweat breaking out on his brow. The fear and doubt instantly melt away, replaced by a fit of deranged laughter. All that matters is that he comes out on top. Dantalion watches this display with a subtle, knowing smirk. He can read the man like a book. What an absolute fool. With the dungeon map laid out before him, Dantalion decides the time for games is over. His eyes glow with a crimson light. It's time to begin. He brings up a system window, a dark contract with the forces of Hades. The list of available monsters is irrelevant. He has only one goal to kill them all. Suddenly, a violent tremor rips through the entire cavern. The dungeon itself seems to groan as dust and debris shake loose from the pillars. The adventurers cry out in alarm, thinking they're under attack from invaders. Even the thug standing beside Dantalion is frozen in sheer terror. Below them, the rest of the party can only stare as the ground begins to glow with an ominous light. Then, a massive wave of destructive energy erupts from the earth, consuming everything. One of the thugs slams into the ground, knocked off his feet by the violent tremor. Dazed, he looks to Dantalion for answers, confused about what their demon lord has unleashed. But instead of an explanation, a hand viciously clamps down over his mouth, silencing him. Dantalion leans in close, coldly advising him that it would be better not to make a sound. He warns the man not to struggle, unless he truly wants to experience more suffering. The thug can only muffle his panicked screams as Dantalion prepares to make his point. With chilling sincerity, he thanks the adventurer for his help in this little venture, and with a single, brutal motion, he executes the man on the spot. The remaining thugs are frozen, staring at the lone figure standing before them in the eerie light. Their faces contort in absolute horror, finally realizing the true nature of the monster they've been dealing with. Before they can even react, a swirling purple magic circle ignites on the ground beneath them. The very earth begins to groan and heave, pulling rocks and debris into the vortex. The remaining thugs can only stare, their minds completely blank with shock and terror. A colossal figure rises from the ground, a monstrous golem of stone and rage. Its crimson eyes flare with malevolent energy, fixing on its helpless targets. The men are frozen solid, their bodies trembling uncontrollably before this new nightmare. As the golem raises its massive fist, the entire cave begins to shake and crumble around them. Panic finally breaks through the fear, and one of them screams for the others to run for their lives. With devastating force, the stone fist smashes down, shattering the cavern floor. Buried in the dust and debris, one of the thugs struggles to breathe, looking up in disbelief. Another thug reels back, spotting the mangled hand of his friend sticking out from under a rock. Before he can scream, the golem's colossal fist closes around him, yanking him into the air. He begs it to stop, his mind completely broken by the overwhelming pressure. With a final surge of defiance, he swings his sword at the creature's arm, but the blade just shatters on impact, his last hope turning to dust in his hands. The golem's grip tightens, and a sickening crunch echoes as its crimson eyes flare with malice. Jack, the leader, watches from a distance, sweat pouring down his face in sheer horror. All that's left of his subordinate is a spray of blood and broken rock. Now he stands alone, the last man facing down the silent, towering executioner. His eyes drift upward, only to see the bloody aftermath splattered across the cavern ceiling. Jack is completely broken, his mind shattering from the raw terror of the situation. He whirls around to face the demon lord, his only remaining hope. He screams at Dantalion, insisting they have to run. They have to get out of there now. But a sudden, sharp pain cuts through his panic. He looks down to see a blade, slick with blood, protruding from his own chest. The hand holding the dagger belongs to none other than the demon lord he was trying to save. Jack collapses to the ground, his life fading as he chokes out a final, confused question. A wicked, knowing smile spreads across Dantalion's face. He wonders why the man is even asking. He thinks the answer should be obvious. After all, he is a demon lord, and this is simply what his kind does. The remaining two thugs finally confront him, asking where their friends are. Dantalion raises the dagger, still slick with Jack's blood. He coldly informs them that everyone who followed him is already dead. The thug leader grits his teeth, unable to process the horrifying news. Dantalion calmly wipes the blood from his blade, mocking the man's denial. A wicked grin spreads across his face as he confirms their worst fears. He killed them all. Jack stumbles back in shock, demanding he say that again. The demon lord simply calls them idiots for ever trusting him in the first place. He cruelly reminisces about the looks on their faces as they met their end. As pure fury flashes in the adventurer's eyes, Dantalion's system confirms their likability has hit 0. Dantalion smirks, openly grateful they were dumber than monkeys. He erupts into a crazed laugh, taunting them for ever believing a demon lord was on their side. The adventurer leader completely snaps, roaring Dantalion's name with pure, unadulterated hatred. His face twists into a mask of absolute fury, the betrayal finally sinking in. The rest of the thugs follow suit, screaming for his death as they charge forward as one. But their target remains perfectly still, unimpressed by their futile rage. As they swing their crude weapons, Dantalion simply watches, a dark power swirling around him. Suddenly, a hulking silhouette with multiple glowing red eyes emerges from the very ground. A massive stone golem materializes, its arm crashing down with devastating force. One of the thugs can only stare in horror as a severed limb flies past him in a cloud of dust. Another thug is instantly pulverized, smeared against the cavern wall by the golem's overwhelming might. Without a moment's pause, its glowing red eyes fix on a new target, winding up another attack. One of the men can only let out a pathetic, terrified scream, completely frozen in fear. The golem's fist connects with their leader, Jack, sending a spray of blood into the air. In the chaos, all he can feel is disbelief, as his crew is torn apart before his very eyes. But one of them, the bald thug, roars in defiance, swinging a heavy maul with all his strength. He lands a direct, crushing blow right against the creature's head. The stone shatters, the golem's head exploding into a pile of useless rubble. For a single, fleeting moment, he believes he's won, shouting back to his boss in triumph. But Jack isn't celebrating. His face is a mask of pure, dawning horror. Something is very wrong. Before the thug can even process his victory, a shadow moves, and his life is cut short by a single, clean strike. Dantalion calmly wipes his blade, offering a completely insincere thank you to one of the other thugs. Jack can only stare, his mind reeling in confusion and shock, because standing behind the boy, the golem's head has completely reformed, as if the blow never even landed. The last bit of bravado drains from Jack's face, replaced by pure, unadulterated terror. Dantalion then begins to lecture them, explaining that you kill a golem by destroying the core in its chest. He pats the stone creature like a pet, mocking them for their lack of basic knowledge. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he admits they could have won if they hadn't fallen for his provocations. His eye flares with red energy, asking the so-called boss what he plans to do now that the tables have turned. All Jack can think is that this kid is nothing like the weakling he appeared to be. He's something else entirely. This, he realizes with dawning horror, is the true demon lord, Dantalion. Panic sets in, but Jack refuses to believe that things can end here. He desperately tries to convince himself that he can survive this, just like he's survived every other crisis. A twisted, desperate grin forms as he decides to face the so-called demon lord head-on. But his resolve crumbles as he throws his sword to the ground, admitting that he has lost. He drops to his knees, surrendering completely, and telling the boy to just kill him. Dantalion calmly wipes the blood from his blade, acknowledging the request. He then nonchalantly tosses his sword, sending it spinning through the air toward Jack. The adventurer can only watch, his mind blanking as the weapon flies at him. In his final moments, he curses his own stupidity, realizing the trap he walked into. A memory of his earlier arrogance flashes through Jack's mind, certain that a mere boy couldn't possibly kill him. He had been so utterly convinced that the so-called demon lord would be the one to die. But Dantalion had been planning this from the start, calmly accessing his contract system. With glowing red eyes, he calculated the perfect ambush. He had the power to hire monsters directly from Hades, more than enough to set the stage. Now, back in the present, Jack desperately waits for his target to step into range. He believes his feigned surrender will work, ready to strike with a hidden knife. Just a few more steps, he thinks, his anticipation building with every footfall. A cruel smile creeps onto his face, convinced he's about to snatch victory from defeat. But then Dantalion stops, his sword piercing the ground just out of reach, shattering Jack's last hope. Leaf's mind races, sweat pouring down his face as he wonders why his target suddenly stopped. But Dantalion already knows his name, and his plan, standing just out of reach. His system interface reveals Leaf's every thought, a pathetic F-Ranks plot laid completely bare. And the sheer audacity of this little scheme sends Dantalion into a fit of mocking laughter. His expression turns cold as he looks down on the adventurer, declaring that this is checkmate. The word shatters Leaf's last sliver of hope, leaving him stunned and speechless. But pride and rage surge through him, and he refuses to accept this humiliating defeat. With a final, desperate roar, he lunges forward, convinced he can still turn the tables. His empowered fist passes straight through Dantalion's form, meeting nothing but empty air. And from the sidelines, his last remaining comrade can only stare in absolute shock. The force of his missed punch sends the adventurer tumbling to the ground. He looks back in utter confusion, trying to understand where his target went. The illusion shatters, revealing that he only struck a weak, pathetic slime. He stumbles backward, his mind failing to grasp the sheer absurdity of the situation. A quiet presence emerges behind him, and his eyes widen in dawning terror. Before he can even react, a massive hand clamps down hard on his arm. It's not Dantalion, but a hulking rock golem that now has him in its grip. The adventurer's agonizing screams echo as the golem begins to apply pressure. Dantalion, what was, calmly observes a system screen, musing that it all went exactly as he expected. He's glad he had just enough money to hire a slime, amused by how perfectly his cheap trick worked. Dantalion's voice cuts through the air, mocking the adventurer for being crushed by someone he deemed weak. The thug stares up at a demonic silhouette, its glowing red eyes promising a painful end. Pure terror consumes him as his mind scrambles, desperately trying to figure out where he went so wrong. He remembers his group's fatal arrogance, their decision to underestimate the demon lord. Was it when he got the map from that mysterious woman? No, the mistake was made much earlier. The awful truth crashes down on him. They were doomed from the very beginning, from the moment they challenged him. He finally sees it clearly. He wasn't facing some low-level monster, but a true demon lord. The scene flashes back 3 weeks, to the moment an ordinary man died and became Dantalion, reborn as the 71st Demon Lord, only to be immediately confronted by a party of adventurers. And with nothing but his wits, he began to dismantle them all, one by one. Dantalion finally collapses, the adrenaline from the fight wearing off. His golem stands guard as he catches his breath, utterly drained. He lets out a sigh of relief, believing the nightmare is finally over. But a sudden flash of red light in his vision tells him he's wrong. A system window appears over the body of the dead thug. Tutorial completed. He's in disbelief this life-or-death struggle was just a tutorial. As a reward, he gets one S-level skill, but the max-level ones he used are now gone. Looking down at his fallen enemy, he realizes he has to pick just one, and it's only at level 1. This isn't the end. A cold dread creeps in as he understands this is just the beginning. He's forced to confront the terrifying question: is he trapped in this life as Dantalion forever? With no guarantee of returning home, he accepts the grim reality. He must push forward. A list of S-class skills appears, a dizzying array of divine powers to choose from. Completely drained, he sits among the fallen and makes a crucial decision. He selects Apostle of Aphrodite, a skill that lets him see another's status and their opinion of him. It might seem like a simple mind-reading ability, but he knows its true potential is far greater. With his choice made, the adrenaline finally fades, and the weight of the battle crashes down on him. He struggles to move, his body screaming in protest after the life-or-death fight. The sheer exhaustion is overwhelming. He's completely spent. Looking at the body of his fallen enemy, a strange feeling begins to surface. The brutal aftermath of the fight is a stark reminder of the world he's now trapped in. He's been running on fumes for days, and his body has finally hit its limit. Slumping against the golem's stony form, he gives in to his exhaustion. His consciousness slips away, and he falls into a deep, much-needed sleep. When he comes to, the cold stone of the cave is gone, replaced by a soft bed. He finds himself in a rustic, slightly dilapidated room, a part of his new domain. Looking at his hand and the horn on his head, he knows this is no dream. He is still Dantalion, a grim and undeniable reality. With his memories fully intact, he must now accept his life as a demon lord. But before he can even begin to process this, a voice from the doorway shatters the silence. Someone calls for Lord Dantalion, and his new life is already demanding his attention. Before him stands a woman with an icy, unyielding gaze, introducing herself as Lapis Lazuli. Dantalion sits on his throne, already exhausted by this conversation. He insists, for what feels like the 100th time, that he is not the one who borrowed money from her. But Lapis finds his denial a little hard to believe, to say the least. She states plainly that 2 months ago, it was he who took a loan from the Chamber of Commerce. As undeniable proof, she presents a legally binding promissory note. Dantalion sighs, realizing his attempts to reason with her are completely useless. This tedious argument has been going on for a solid week, and he's already sick of this world. He's been forced to clean up the financial mess left behind by the original, idiot Dantalion. Lapis, however, thinks her own people were the real idiots for lending money to such a fool. Dantalion's eyes flash with a sudden realization, a new plan already forming. He asks if he can pose a few questions, and Lapis, looking a bit wary, allows it. He gets straight to the point, asking what would happen if he simply couldn't pay the money back. She calmly explains that in that scenario, he would first have to declare bankruptcy. Leaning back, he continues his line of questioning, wanting to know the consequences of such a declaration. Lapis reveals the devastating truth. The Chamber of Commerce would take ownership of his demon lord's castle. But that's not all. She adds that they would also have a few small requests for him. Her gaze turns cold and commanding, telling him he won't need to think, but simply obey. He takes this in, seemingly defeated, before stating he has one last question. He asks what day it is, a bizarre question that leaves Lapis utterly baffled. Before the imposing demon lord, Lapis is completely thrown by his bizarre question. She is utterly confused, unable to grasp what he could possibly be planning. Composing herself, she provides the date he requested, the 17th of April, 1505. Dantalion processes this information, noting he's already 6 days past his repayment date. His tone suddenly shifts, catching Lapis completely off guard as he announces he has a proposal. With a devilish grin, he asks to borrow another 10,000 libra from her firm. The scene shifts to the headquarters of the Kyunkuska firm, a powerhouse in the demon world. This organization is led by the fearsome Ivar Lodbrok, one of the 3 ancient vampires. Ivar has called an abrupt meeting, demanding Lapis Lazuli explain the developing situation. Back at the firm, Lapis looks up, ready to give her report on this absurd new development. As the meeting begins, whispers immediately fill the chamber, the executives shocked by who they see. They murmur amongst themselves, identifying her as a hybrid, a mix of succubus and human. All eyes fall on Lapis, the council members openly questioning why someone of her cursed bloodline is present. But their scorn is cut short by a terrifying roar from Ivar, whose eyes glow with power as he demands they quiet themselves. The room falls silent, one goblin-like executive in particular, frozen in a cold sweat. With order restored, Ivar calmly gestures for Lapis to continue with her report. She begins, stating that the 71st ranked demon lord, Dantalion, has requested another loan. The goblin executive nearly jumps out of his skin, baffled that they were all gathered for something so insignificant. He erupts in anger, slamming the table and accusing Lapis of wasting their time with this nonsense. Ivar, however, simply holds up a hand, telling the executive, Torkel, to calm himself, his expression unreadable. Unfazed, Ivar simply tells her to state the exact amount Dantalion requested. Lapis looks up, her voice steady as she drops the bombshell. 10,000 libra. The other members of the council are stunned into silence by the ridiculous figure. Torkel in particular can't believe his ears, realizing that sum is a fortune, enough to be a small country's national budget. He's completely aghast, sputtering at the absolute insanity of such a low-ranking demon lord asking for so much. Lapis confirms with cold certainty that yes, Dantalion did indeed make that request. Her mind flashes back to that very moment, kneeling before Dantalion's throne, utterly speechless. He had looked down at her with a smug, almost teasing grin, calmly repeating his demand for an additional 10,000. She remembers her own confusion, pointing out that he already has a tiny debt of 196 libra, making this request all the more absurd. Dantalion leans forward with a grin, explaining that this tiny debt is precisely why he wants to borrow even more. Lapis is completely lost, admitting to His Highness that she has no idea what he's talking about. He then changes his tone, inviting her to an honest conversation and asking a single pointed question. Why would she lend money to him? A demon lord universally regarded as a complete incompetent. She starts to deny it, but her hesitation gives her away completely. He waves off her flimsy protest, laughing because he already knows the truth. She never expected him to pay her back. She wanted him to go bankrupt and become the firm's little lapdog. He stands over her, his shadow falling across her as he lays her entire scheme bare. Her eyes widen in shock as she realizes, far too late, that he saw through her from the very beginning. He leans in, his crimson eyes glowing as he asks her one simple question. Is he wrong? A single bead of sweat rolls down her cheek as she weakly tries to deny his accusation. But he's not buying it for a second, deciding to simply rephrase his line of attack. He asks if she was sent by her company with direct orders to get close to him with a loan. She looks him dead in the eye, insisting that everything she did was her own decision. A sly, amused grin spreads across his face. He finds her ability to lie so boldly interesting. Bringing the conversation back to the main topic, he revisits the reason for the loan. He flips her entire scheme on its head, suggesting that in return, he'd become her dog for life. And for that prize, he offers her a new deal, 10,000 libra for his complete servitude. He presses his point, asking if she truly understands what a good deal this is for her. After all, he muses, securing a demon lord for her company would guarantee a huge promotion. He moves closer, his gloved hand gently tilting her chin upwards. Leaning in, he whispers the final question, asking if she will go along with his audacious plan. But before he can get any closer, her hand shoots up, grabbing his wrist and stopping him cold. With a newfound resolve, she firmly pushes his hand away. The scene then cuts to her reporting this very incident to a council of demons. The ancient vampire, Ivar Lodbrok, finds her story fascinating and encourages her to continue. Lapis, all business now, agrees to tell them everything. She begins by recounting Dantalion's sinister instructions on how to handle any inquiries. The official story is that the demon lord has completely lost his mind. He's obsessed with a coming plague and is trying to create a cure for a loved one. Torkel freezes, the phrase "a loved one" echoing in his mind with disbelief. Then, Lapis drops the bombshell, declaring that she is Demon Lord Dantalion's mistress. The lizard-like members of the council erupt, unable to process what they just heard. Other demons shout in disgust, calling her a horrible woman for such a scandalous affair. Lapis stares back coldly, claiming she was the one who approached him for this very purpose. Enraged, the council members demand this low-ranking trash be thrown out immediately. But instead of rage, the ancient vampire Ivar Lodbrok sees it all as a play to make Dantalion a dog of his company. And the old demon finds this absolutely, wonderfully hilarious. His eyes flare with manic glee as he asks the council what they think of this audacious hybrid. Torkel breaks into a cold sweat, the sheer genius of the plan dawning on him. She not only saved Dantalion but defied her own lowly status, using her own body as a bargaining chip to become a demon lord's mistress. Ivar howls with laughter, declaring her scheme nothing short of a masterpiece. He admits his company is a meritocracy, and he wouldn't normally lend a single coin to an incompetent lord like Dantalion. But for her, he'll make an exception, calling her out by name. She is to return at once and tell her master that the special loan has been approved. The blood he needs is his for the taking. And so, back at Dantalion's ominous castle, the next phase begins. Lapis Lazuli returns to her master, having completed her impossible task. She finds him lounging with a book, and she stands at attention to deliver her report. Just as he ordered, the special herbs have been acquired and are now under heavy guard. He closes his book, offering a simple acknowledgement of a job well done. But her success doesn't ease her mind. She needs to know what he's truly plotting. A wicked glint appears in his eyes as he reveals his next move. He wants to borrow 10,000 libra from her. Lapis is floored, recalling his dubious prophecy and the fortune already spent on seemingly worthless herbs. Dantalion simply chuckles, playfully challenging his brilliant but confused subordinate to guess his intentions. Her expression says it all. She is utterly clueless about his grand design. Dantalion simply smirks at her confusion, completely unfazed. Instead of answering, he offers her a drink, proposing a toast for a job well done. Lapis freezes, her instincts screaming that this is more than just a simple drink. A dangerous red glow emanates from his eyes as he questions why she would refuse his special gesture. The implied threat works perfectly, and she immediately apologizes for her hesitation. He laughs it off, claiming it was just a joke as she cautiously accepts the cup. Dantalion then offers a genuine toast to her hard work and to their shared future. With no way out, she reluctantly brings the cup to her lips. She takes a small, hesitant sip, trusting her master against her better judgment. A moment later, she chokes, recoiling in shock and demanding to know what she just drank. Dantalion simply laughs from his throne, thoroughly enjoying her absolute horror. With a sinister grin, he reveals the drink was made from the very herb he sent her to gather. Lapis's eyes narrow with fury. She demands to know if this is some kind of sick joke, but he assures her he's deadly serious. Explaining this was all to secure the 10,000 libra, he reasons that she must have told the firm he was insane for trying to cure a plague. So, to complete the act, didn't it make perfect sense to do something equally insane? She is left utterly speechless, unable to process his manipulative and twisted logic. Having made his point, he casually leans back and asks for the current date. Still reeling, she reports it's June 20th, year 1506, questioning his sudden inquiry. The answer seems to land heavily on Dantalion, who quietly absorbs the information. With the date confirmed, Dantalion thinks it's finally time, beginning to pen a letter for his dear Lala. He writes that starting tomorrow, she will be temporarily relieved of her duties at the castle. Instead, he hands her the note with a smirk, giving her a new mission: go to a place and observe. Lapis holds the letter, utterly baffled by the sudden and nonsensical command. He just chuckles, assuring her that all she needs to do is go, and she'll understand everything. He even frames it as a vacation, telling her to relax after all her hard work. 4 days later, Lapis finds herself following his orders at a bathhouse in the kingdom of Sardinia. But even soaking in the hot water, she can't make sense of his bizarre plan or what he's thinking. Stepping out of the steam, she's still lost in thought, wondering why he sent her here. And that's when she sees the bathhouse is filled with other elves, and a piece of the puzzle clicks into place. She remembers his unusual instructions and wonders what he expected her to discover here. The note echoes in her thoughts, a location paired with a troubling list of symptoms. She tells herself it must be coincidence. No one could predict such a disaster. But the calm atmosphere is broken when a sudden cry rings out nearby. She quickly turns and sees another visitor collapse unexpectedly. The young elf lies weak on the ground, struggling to speak as fever overtakes her. Lapis rushes over at once, trying to figure out what caused the sudden illness. The girl groans softly, saying that every part of her body aches. As Lapis supports her, she notices the intense warmth coming from the girl's skin. At that moment, her eyes widen as the meaning behind the note suddenly becomes clear, and on the sick girl's skin, dark patches begin to spread like a creeping shadow. Lapis recalls the note, the final symptom listed being black bruises. The horrible truth crashes down on her. This was never a warning, it was a script. Before she can even react, another person suddenly collapses nearby. Then another, and another, until the entire bathhouse is filled with screams of panic. The scene shifts to a clinic, where the victims of the sudden plague have been taken. A grim announcement is made for any survivors to get as much rest as possible. Lapis sits alone, hollowed out by the sheer scale of the disaster as the death toll climbs. But a terrifying thought cuts through her despair. There's no way he could have orchestrated all this. A staff member approaches, asking if she's okay before telling her the final, gut-wrenching truth. She's the only one left. With the bodies of her kin lying cold, he urges her to hurry and leave. The staff member warns her that for her own safety, she must abandon this town. But Lapis's mind is already racing, a single clue clicking into place. She remembers the soap, the strange gift he had given her, and the odd sensation it left on her skin, a mystery she couldn't solve until now. A wicked grin flashes in her memory as his voice taunts her with the truth. It was made from the very herb she gathered. The revelation is impossible, and yet, it's the only thing that makes sense. She has to face the horrible reality that he truly orchestrated everything. Far away, Dantalion calmly observes the chaos he has unleashed, a plague now upon them. On July 16th of the imperial calendar, the city of Kyunguska descends into a nightmare. A sudden knock at the door interrupts a private meeting, with an apology offered to a Mr. Torkel. The goblin flies into a rage, furious at being disturbed while meeting with the esteemed Lady Paimon. But a calm, sultry voice dismisses his anger, intrigued by what could be so urgent. She is Paimon, the 9th-ranked demon lord of beauty and charm, and she is not one to be kept waiting. Torkel immediately changes his tune, stammering an apology as they both turn to the door. A tiny fairy messenger bursts in, struggling under the weight of an enormous scroll from headquarters. Annoyed, Torkel snatches the message, threatening the poor fairy if the news is trivial. But as his eyes scan the words, his arrogant sneer melts into pure, unadulterated shock. Paimon notices his sudden terror, her sharp gaze questioning what could possibly break his composure. The report details a deadly plague, Dantalion's miracle cure, and a complete market takeover, a checkmate he never saw coming. Intrigued by Torkel's panic, Paimon calmly extends a hand to see the report for herself. She takes the scroll, a soft, amused sound escaping her as she begins to read. The message details Dantalion's masterpiece, a miracle cure, a girl named Lapis Lazuli, and a market monopoly worth millions. Torkel can only watch in horror, the sweat beading on his brow as his superior takes it all in. But where he saw ruin, Paimon sees opportunity, her eyes glowing as she finds this development very interesting indeed. Miles away, under a stormy, crackling sky, the mastermind of this chaos watches the night. Dantalion stands by the window, sensing the approaching turmoil he himself has orchestrated. He has been waiting for the ripples of his plan to reach the capital. Turning with a confident smirk, he notes his little pawn has returned quicker than expected. Lying in bed is Lapis Lazuli, her wide blue eyes staring blankly into the room. He mockingly asks why she looks so pale, wondering if she didn't enjoy the hot springs. But Lapis isn't here for pleasantries. She asks if he knew everything from the start. Dantalion feigns ignorance, a playful but sinister smile on his face. She refuses to let him play dumb, revealing an epidemic has broken out in Syracuse. And worse, she's realized the herbs he sent her to collect are the miraculous cure. As the storm rages outside, his voice echoes with a final, hollow denial. A quiet laugh escapes his lips, breaking the tension. His face contorts into a wide, terrifying grin, the facade completely gone. He boasts that this was his plan, exactly as he'd been saying all along. The horrific truth finally sinks in, and Lapis can only stare in stunned silence. His eyes glow with malice as he confirms her worst fears. He knew everything from the very beginning. He explains it all started with a game, Dungeon Attack, set in a world ravaged by a terrible plague. In the game's lore, the disease first appeared in the hot spring town of Syracuse, 10 years prior. The cure, a simple black herb, was dismissed as a useless weed for an entire year before its properties were discovered. And so, Dantalion entered this world at the perfect time, armed with knowledge that could reshape history. The final piece of his plan clicked into place the moment he saw the loan documents she brought him. He mockingly thanks his dear Lapis, for without her, none of this would have been possible. With a cruel smirk, he twists the knife, asking how her precious firm is handling the situation. Her voice is strained as she reveals they're in utter chaos, already scrambling for an emergency meeting. He takes a slow step forward, his voice low and dangerous, wondering why, then, she is still standing here. He leans in closer, his words dripping with venom, demanding to know why she ran to him. A cruel smile plays on his lips as he decides to guess what's running through her mind. He begins to lay out the scenario for her. Her firm, desperate, and confused, will conclude that predicting a plague is impossible. Therefore, they'll need a culprit who intentionally spread it, and all signs will point directly to Lapis. She would be seen as the one who used inside information to turn a demon lord into her personal lapdog. Then, by some unbelievable coincidence, she just happened to be at the plague's origin point, buying up all the cure. Lapis's face drains of color as the horrifying logic sinks in. Every move she made has framed her perfectly. His glowing red eye seems to look right through her, stating that she already knows this, which is why she's standing before him now. She's rendered utterly speechless, paralyzed by the perfect trap she willingly walked into. Her mind recoils, flashing back to a lifetime of being called a hybrid, a crossbreed, a mongrel by a world that always scorned her. She remembers a lifetime of working to get back at a world that constantly looked down on her. But now, in an instant, everything she's built is threatening to crumble to dust. Her eyes widen in horror as she looks up at the man before her, a chilling realization setting in. This isn't the weak, controllable demon lord she thought she had cornered. He calmly explains that for her, my dear Lala, there's only one path forward from this checkmate. The offer is as simple as it is terrifying. Kneel before him and become his servant. He extends a hand, promising her a taste of real, undeniable power in return for her servitude. Lapis is stunned into silence as he reveals her new role. She will control all transactions for the cure. He paints a grim picture of the future, a world ravaged by a plague where death comes for everyone. He twists the knife, reminding her that soon, even those who despised her for being a crossbreed will be begging at her feet. She listens, the idea taking root, desperate souls, all wanting to do business with her. Dantalion's grin is pure villainy, savoring the irony of her new role as a savior. He puts the final question to her, pointing directly at her heart. Does she want this power? Lapis is torn. Every rational thought tells her to refuse, but her heart hammers with excitement. The room falls silent, the weight of her decision hanging heavy in the air. After a long pause, she finally lowers her head. A small, knowing smile forms on her lips. She has made her choice. Lapis drops to her knees, accepting his offer without a single word. She looks up, her eyes blazing with newfound purpose, and pledges her life to him. Sealing the vow, she kisses his hand, forever binding herself to the demon lord Dantalion. Dantalion smirks, accepting her vow and promising to show her the greatest view in return for her loyalty. The scene rewinds 6 months, back to when Lapis first approached him with her own agenda. Her formal introduction was immediately cut short by the demon lord on his throne. He looked down on her with utter contempt, demanding to know what a filthy mongrel wanted from him. In her eyes, he was just a scummy, greedy fool who practically drooled over the gold she offered. Her plan was to use him, even spreading rumors about treasure in his castle through local thugs. She found the perfect, greedy adventurers who believed she held a map to his riches. Lapis had engineered this hardship, fully expecting him to come crying to her for help. But now, in the present, she realizes the man she tried to manipulate has surpassed her wildest imagination. This demon lord now holds the fate of half the continent, and she has just sworn her life to him. She watches Dantalion, wondering how he can sleep so peacefully through all this. Letters are already pouring in from other nations, all asking about his new medicine. Everything is going according to plan, except for one thing. The Kyunkuska firm is completely silent. Elsewhere, Torkel approaches a massive, heavily reinforced door, seeking an audience with Sir Ivar. A voice from within bids him to enter. He steps into the Kyunkuska firm's headquarters, calling out for its master. A disembodied voice tells him to come closer. With a flick, a candle is lit, and he's invited to take a seat. In the darkness sits a powerful, ancient figure, waiting patiently at the table. The imposing man finally speaks, demanding a full report on the current situation. Torkel delivers the grim news. The plague is spreading far faster than anticipated. Sir Ivar listens with unnerving calm, stating their analysis projects a 30% mortality rate. The number is impossible for Torkel to comprehend. He thinks his master must be jesting, but a piercing red glare from Sir Ivar asks if he has ever been known to tell a joke. The chilling question hangs in the air, and Torkel can only stutter a quiet no. The master then drops another bombshell. As of today, all lords have suspended trade. Torkel is left utterly speechless, the foundations of their power crumbling before his eyes. Sir Ivar's composure finally shatters, and he slams his fist down, blaming that mongrel. Flustered, Torkel scrambles to ask what happened to the operative they sent after him. His master confirms his suspicions they still have no contact with her, just as he thought. Sir Ivar's voice cuts through the tension, concluding that it's safe to say she planned on betraying them from the start. The report lays it all out. Lapis was at the plague's epicenter and has been monopolizing the cure's herbs for weeks. The idea of her simply predicting a plague is so absurd that Sir Ivar can only laugh. No, he realizes, this was no coincidence. Not even the gods could do that. This plague was created. The two sit in the dimly lit room, the gravity of that accusation hanging in the air. Torkel sweats, barely able to comprehend the scale of such a malicious, intentional act. He wonders who could be the mastermind, and Sir Ivar posits it was Lapis, but quickly dismisses her as too weak for such a grand scheme. The horrifying implication dawns on Torkel, if not her, then it must be Dantalion. But his master scoffs at the notion, pointing out that if Dantalion had that kind of power, he wouldn't be in his current pitiful state. They're both just small fry, he concludes with a sneer. Both he and Lapis are nothing more than pawns. Torkel trembles, barely able to voice the question. Who in the world is capable of such an atrocity? But Sir Ivar's eyes glint with cold certainty. He can think of one person with that kind of power. The name drops like a guillotine. The continent's most brilliant necromancer, the immortal monarch. He is the god of black magic and diseases, the 8th-ranking demon lord, Barbatos. A cold sweat breaks on Torkel's brow as he realizes its true Barbatos is more than capable. The demon lord's history is written in blood, a legacy of despising humans and raising their kingdoms. Torkel spirals, imagining a plague so vast it could wipe humanity from existence. Sir Ivar simply scoffs, unimpressed. To him, this is just the nature of a demon lord. Desperate, Torkel asks what they're supposed to do if they're truly up against Barbatos. He reminds his master their entire firm was built on good relations with these very demon lords. Torkel, ever the cautious subordinate, argues that taking on a demon lord requires meticulous preparation and solid evidence. But Sir Ivar just scoffs, claiming their evidence is Lapis and Dantalion themselves, and he'll make them tell everything. He leans back with chilling confidence, assuring Torkel that he has no need to worry, as he has already taken action. A wicked grin spreads across his face as he vows to make them regret ever daring to stand against him. The sheer malice in his master's voice sends a cold sweat dripping down Torkel's face. His thoughts are interrupted as an assistant enters the room, catching him completely off guard. She presents a scroll to Sir Ivar, who laughs, pleased with her timely arrival. The moment his fingers grace the parchment, it ignites with a burst of magical flame. He roars with triumphant laughter as the message turns to ash, the evidence now consumed. With his eyes glowing a menacing red, he orders Torkel to report everything they know to Her Highness Paimon. Torkel agrees, knowing Paimon is the only one with a chance of stopping Barbados. But he realizes the flaw in this plan. Paimon and Barbados are bitter rivals who would never cooperate. Elsewhere, a dark power erupts in laughter, absolutely thrilled that these rats dared to stand against him. Torkel spins around in alarm, finding Sir Ivar has vanished from his chair in a puff of black magic. An oppressive, bloodthirsty aura fills the room, making the poor goblin sweat with pure terror. The stitches on Ivar's mouth begin to bleed as he relishes his plan to take his enemies down one by one. He'll start with Lapis Lazuli, fantasizing about turning his own assistant into a living doll for his collection. But just as Ivar plots his revenge, Lapis is frantically trying to wake a sleeping Dantalion. He groggily opens his eyes, casually picking his nose as he asks what the big deal is. With a grim expression, she holds up a letter, informing him they've just received a summons. Dantalion's eyes snap open, the word summons finally cutting through his groggy state. Lapis is just as stunned. She says she has never seen a meeting called this suddenly. Elsewhere, Ivar Lodbrok lets out a wicked laugh, sensing his grand scheme is about to begin. She explains that all the demon lords who rule the world are gathering for a Walpurgis night, as the old vampire's true, monstrous form is revealed. An ominous, jagged gateway begins to form, waiting to transport its master. Lapis desperately urges Her Highness to hurry, trying to pull the still-slouching demon lord to his feet. But Dantalion just sighs, getting dressed in his formal attire while complaining about even having to go. He rubs his temples in annoyance, completely lost on the situation. He asks what a Walpurgis night even is, a question that leaves Lapis utterly speechless. Her expression hardens with suspicion as she asks him if he has ever even attended one before. Dantalion casually shrugs, giving a simple nope that leaves his attendant utterly speechless. Lapis sighs, forced to explain the basics of being a demon lord to her own master. She describes Walpurgis Night as a grand summit where rulers gather to decide the world's fate, but this only makes him less interested, complaining that it sounds like a massive headache. Her patience finally snaps, her blue eyes narrowing with cold intensity. She reveals the main topic of this meeting isn't just any issue, it's the plague, and by extension, him. The location, she adds, is set for Niflheim. This is crucial, as it's the headquarters of the Kyunkuska firm, meaning they initiated the summit. Lapis lays out the political trap. He has the only cure, and they want it. If he doesn't show up, his eyes sharpen with sudden understanding. They will use his absence as a pretext to crush them. Dantalion curses his luck, annoyed that it's just one problem after another. He has to admit, though, that a direct confrontation with the other factions would be disastrous. With a sigh of resignation, he turns to Lapis and agrees to attend Walpurgis Night. But then, a sly, confident smirk spreads across his face as he considers his options. He calls out to his aide, Lapis Lazuli, who looks back, sensing a shift in his demeanor. A wide, almost manic grin appears as he reveals his secret weapon. This, he declares, is exactly why he spent so much money on her. His mood then snaps back to business as he starts walking, posing a simple question. Just how, exactly, are they supposed to get all the way to Niflheim? He knows their enemies would prefer he didn't show up at all, so they must be planning an ambush. Dantalion smirks, pulling out a pocket watch and declaring he's already made arrangements. He explains to a skeptical Lapis that their ride should be arriving any second now. Suddenly, the air fills with a whimsical song, as magical notes swirl around them. Both Dantalion and his aide look up, completely bewildered by the strange phenomenon. His confident expression shatters, replaced by pure, unadulterated shock. A cheerful blonde witch on a broomstick swoops down from the sky with a brilliant smile. She lands gracefully, her boots touching down as another pair follows right behind her. One by one, an entire entourage of witches makes their grand entrance. The leader places a hand over her chest, formally announcing their arrival to escort the demon lord. The group of 5 bows in unison, introducing themselves as the Berber sisters, at his service. Dantalion is utterly speechless, unable to process the strange group before him. He leans over to Lapis, quietly questioning if they can really trust a bunch of kids. But Lapis calmly explains that he shouldn't judge a witch by her appearance. Their youth is a sign of immense talent, as a witch stops aging the moment she contracts a demon lord. The realization dawns on him, these kids are probably centuries older than he is. He quickly collects himself, feeling a little embarrassed by his rude assumption. Standing tall, he formally addresses the Berber sisters, asking them to raise their heads. He places a hand over his heart, sincerely thanking them for accepting his request. The witches are completely caught off guard by his charm, blushing and stammering their reply. And through it all, Lapis watches silently, her piercing blue eyes taking in every detail. Dantalian catches Lapis staring, but when he asks, she simply says it's nothing. Breaking the silence, one of the witches announces it's time to leave, her hands glowing with magic. She summons their transport, a grand, goat-headed throne attached to a massive broomstick. Dantalian seems a little unsure about this strange ride, but the witch reassures him. Soaring through the sky, the sisters provide a surprisingly formal in-flight service for their demon lord. After a long journey, a serene, angelic statue appears through the clouds, marking their destination. They descend into the moonlit, bustling city square of Niflheim. The lead witch checks on him, noting that a 6-hour flight must have been tough. Playing the part of the perfect gentleman, Dantalian thanks them and invites them all to dinner. The witches are absolutely starstruck, their professional composure instantly vanishing at his offer. Overjoyed, the lead witch announces they know the perfect spot and asks him to follow. But Lapis immediately voices her concern, questioning His Highness's decision to go along. Dantalian cuts her off, complaining about his long journey and insisting he'll die without a drink. His flimsy excuse is met with a sharp, piercing glare from his ever-vigilant aide. He smirks, asking if she's worried about an ambush, and confidently declares no one would be foolish enough to attack a demon lord here. Lapis falls silent, her worried expression showing she's not entirely convinced. With a reluctant understood, the scene shifts to a lively tavern where demons of all kinds are cheering. Humans, orcs, and even tiny fairies are seen raising their mugs, a true melting pot of races. The witch explains this city is a neutral ground where anyone, regardless of their background, can unwind. She then points ahead, cheerfully announcing that their destination is just around the corner. But as they approach, a commotion makes Dantalian pause and turn his head. The sound of someone getting kicked to the ground echoes through the street, the poor victim shrieking an apology. His attacker rages, complaining that the alcohol is bad, the chairs are hard, and the service is terrible. With another stomp, he tells the old man to disappear, unaware that a demon lord is watching his little tantrum. Dantalian calmly turns to his aide, Lapis, who already knows what he's about to ask. His expression darkens slightly as he wonders aloud who this piece of trash could possibly be. Lapis identifies the violent demon as Andromalius, the 72nd ranked demon lord. A quick reminder of the hierarchy. There are 72 demon lords, and Dantalian himself is ranked just one above, at 71st. Finally settled with a glass of wine, Dantalian lets the information sink in, realizing he's looking at his direct subordinate in the rankings. A sly, knowing smile creeps across his face as he takes a sip, clearly amused by the situation. Dantalian raises his glass with a confident smirk, as if toasting the chaos that's about to unfold. Lapis watches her master, a flicker of concern in her eyes as she wonders what he's planning. He lets the wineglass tilt, deciding that this little trip is going to be far more entertaining than he could have possibly hoped. With a soft clatter, the glass shatters on the cobblestone street, a deliberate act of provocation. The sound snaps Andromalius out of his rage, and he turns to find the source of the disturbance. Dantalian simply holds his gaze, a predatory glint in his glowing red eyes. From his spot on the ground, Andromalius finally notices the group staring at him from across the way. Still gripping the terrified tavern owner, he roars out, demanding to know who dares to look at him. Dantalian's smile never wavers, completely unfazed by the challenge. Teeth grinding, pure rage contorts Andromalius's face. He explodes, demanding to know why this stranger is smiling at him. But Dantalian completely ignores the outburst, simply calling out to Lapis Lazuli. He calmly asks if their target, Andromalius, has any forces protecting him. Lapis reports that, as far as she knows, he has none, spending all his time at a casino. In fact, she adds, he's known for tormenting others and is considered a disgrace among demon lords. A slow, satisfied smirk spreads across Dantalian's face. Meanwhile, the lesser demon lord is still just fuming, completely oblivious to the danger. He squints, confused by their strange outfits, his mind too slow to process the situation. But then his eyes lock onto Dantalian's horns, and a horrifying realization begins to dawn on him. Andromalius' mind finally catches up, realizing this is the pair he's been hearing rumors about. Lapis quickly interjects, addressing Dantalion and pleading with him to avoid any rash actions. She reminds him of the serious complications that arise from conflicts between demon lords. But Dantalion just scoffs, completely unimpressed by the mention of some common law. Lapis earnestly explains that demon lords are beings above nobles, with the power to destroy worlds. With only 72 of them in existence, they rely on these unwritten laws to maintain order amongst themselves. The most critical of these laws, she warns, strictly forbids demon lords from fighting one another. Starting a childish brawl out of pure emotion would surely result in severe punishment. Dantalion's only response is a quiet laugh as he takes a slow, deliberate step forward. The 72nd demon lord's face twists in pure rage, demanding to know just who the hell he is. Dantalion's face twists into a manic grin, declaring that it doesn't matter who he is. He seethes with contempt for those who act high and mighty in front of the weak. The 72nd demon lord is stunned silent for a second before his rage boils over, asking if he wants to die. With a small horn now visible, Dantalion smirks and calmly dares him to try. And that's all it takes for Andromalius to completely lose his cool, throwing a furious punch. Lapis realizes the situation has gone too far and sprints forward to stop the fight. She lunges between them, but the attack is already in motion, far too fast to intercept. A cruel smile spreads across Andromalius's face as his fist closes in. Dantalion, however, stands perfectly still, almost welcoming the blow with an arrogant grin. A solid crack echoes through the air, but the fist never connects with Dantalion, leaving Andromalius utterly stunned. His fist stops dead in its tracks, rage turning to recognition as he snarls the name Dantalion. But our boy just smirks, realizing the brute isn't a complete idiot after all, and coolly asks what he's going to do about it. Andromalius quickly pulls back, breaking into a nervous laugh, admitting that was a close call. He almost broke the law. There's one absolute rule in their world. Demon lords are strictly forbidden from attacking each other. He points a trembling finger, finally understanding that the entire exchange was a deliberate provocation. He tries to save face with a manic cackle, insisting he never would have fallen for such an obvious trap. Dantalion says nothing, his expression hidden in shadow as he lets the lesser demon lord throw his tantrum. Turning to leave, his business concluded, his eyes suddenly land on Lapis standing nearby. Andromalius's attention snaps to her as well, and he cruelly grabs her chin, accusing her of enticing the demon lord. Lapis glares back with cold defiance, unfazed by his insults, even as he notes that she is at least easy on the eyes. He leans in close, his voice dripping with contempt as he calls her filthy and low class. Andromalius pokes her chest, demanding to know how she managed to seduce his master. His hand drifts lower as he muses aloud, a sickening grin spreading across his face. Lapis stares back, her voice cold and steady, telling him to stop this instant. For a moment, he actually seems to consider it, a thoughtful and dangerous expression crossing his face. But then, a truly wicked idea dawns on him as he recalls the law they just discussed. A salivating, monstrous grin reveals his true nature as he points out a very important loophole. That law, he explains with glee, only protects the demon lords themselves. Lapis' eyes fly open in horror, realizing far too late what he's about to do. With a vicious crack, Andromalius smashes his fist straight into her face. The onlookers, from the Berbere sisters to Torkel, can only stare in utter shock. Andromalius cackles, gloating that his attack is perfectly legal since she isn't a demon lord. His eyes gleam with a sickening depravity as he promises to break her completely before returning her. But his vile rant is cut short as he whips around, shouting Dantalion's name. There he is, standing in the rain, his expression colder than ice. And in the next instant, Andromalius is on the ground, his face a bloody mess as he tells Dantalion to listen. Through a haze of pain and blood, he questions the very idea of judgment. He scrambles to his knees, pathetically arguing that they're only one rank apart. But Dantalion simply raises his hand, calmly pointing out that Andromalius violated the law by attacking him. The horrible realization dawns on Andromalius. He's the one who is about to be judged. Andromalius desperately screams for help, trying to rally the onlookers against Dantalion. The crowd watches in stunned silence as he accuses Dantalion of violating the common law. He even threatens to kill them all if they don't do something, his panic reaching a fever pitch. But the patrons, including the tavern owner, are frozen, caught between two powerful demons. Andromalius turns his fury back on his attacker, insisting Dantalion has no right to judge him. A soft chuckle is the only reply as Dantalion stands over the pathetic, groveling demon. He calmly asks how Andromalius can still be so arrogant, even when he's completely in the wrong. The question hangs in the air, and Andromalius' face twists in utter disbelief. Without waiting for an answer, Dantalion raises his hand, ready to address all of Niflheim. His voice booms across the square, invoking the sacred name of the demon lords themselves. Even battered and bloodied, Andromalius howls that he will be the one to pass judgment. The onlookers can only stare, stunned by the sheer audacity of the cornered demon. But Dantalion just smiles, declaring he will leave the verdict to the will of the people. He gestures to the entire crowd gathered in the square, putting the power in their hands. His speech begins, reminding them that the demon lords only survive because of their citizens. He then points to the beaten tavern owner, a clear victim of Andromalius's tyranny. The crowd listens as Dantalion paints Andromalius as a man who was simply born a lord, a man who has no concept of what true power, earned through respect, really is. He accuses Andromalius of wasting his days drinking and gambling, only to attack the weak. Finally, he asks the crowd directly what kind of demon lord behaves in such a pathetic way. Dantalion's words resonate with the crowd. The world exists for them, not for tyrants. He invokes their love for their land and their hope for the future, all while Andromalius bleeds. He then poses the ultimate question: does a man like this even deserve to live? His call to the heroes of Niflheim leaves the entire square in stunned silence. But Andromalius can't stand the humiliation, finally snapping and screaming at Dantalion. He desperately orders his men to seize him, but his words fall on deaf ears. Dantalion just smirks, amused by the demon lord's pathetic, desperate panic. He coolly explains that Andromalius is only afraid because he's been blinded. All the cornered lord can do is stammer denials, his bravado completely gone. Dantalion then turns to the crowd with a chilling smile, offering a simple thought: a blind man can't identify his killer. Andromalius can only scream in blind, impotent rage. But his rant is cut short by the cold steel of a blade piercing his back. Shock turns to confusion as he stumbles, unable to see who dared strike him. It was the tavern owner, the very man he'd just brutalized, now driving the sword home. The demon lord gasps, the searing pain nothing compared to the sheer disbelief. In that moment of weakness, Dantalion grabs him by the collar, his expression chillingly calm. He leans in close, whispering that this was all part of the plan, and thanks him for his role. Andromalius can't even process the betrayal as a strange, rhythmic sound begins to fill the air. Blind and bleeding, he strains to listen, trying to place the unsettling noise. Then a wave of pure terror washes over him as he finally recognizes the approaching footsteps. The stomping intensifies, joined by a single, chilling chant echoing in his mind: "Kill him." He looks up to see the silhouettes of the tavern patrons, their resentment twisted into pure murderous intent. His arrogance shatters into pure terror, and he begins to plead, unable to believe these insects would dare to defy him. From a safe distance, Dantalion and his party observe the grim spectacle they've orchestrated. He smirks, turning to his companions and coldly stating that one always reaps what they sow. This, he declares, is nothing more than a classic case of well-deserved karma. With the deed all but done, he turns his back, announcing that it's over and time to leave. Lapis, however, spares one last glance at the unfolding brutality, her expression unreadable. One of the Berber sisters also looks on, a silent witness to the demon lord's pathetic end. Andromalius's final screams for mercy are lost in a frenzy of violence as the mob delivers its bloody verdict. With the mob's brutal justice still raging behind them, Dantalion coolly walks away from the scene he created. The night settles over the city, a quiet contrast to the violence left behind at the tavern. He sighs, admitting he's a bit tired and that their celebratory dinner will have to be postponed. The Berber sisters, though a little disappointed, agree that he should get some rest. Dantalion then offers to guide the witches to their lodgings for the night. But he suddenly stops mid-stride, a thought striking him: isn't their group one person short? The lead sister freezes, a jolt of panic flashing across her face as she realizes he's right. The others erupt in a fluster, apologizing profusely as they explain that Beatrice has wandered off again. Dantalion's crimson eyes narrow slightly, but his expression remains impassive. He simply brushes off their frantic apologies, telling them it's fine. With a sly grin, Dantalion raises a finger, letting the witches know he has one last thing to ask them. The blonde sister turns back, completely puzzled by his sudden change in tone. Meanwhile, the missing sister, Beatrice, chuckles to herself, having found the whole affair quite a show. She soars across the full moon on her broom, musing that the next performance will be even bigger. Her flight ends as she lands gracefully in a dark, secluded chamber. With a soft swirl of magic, she steps through an ornate, heavily guarded gate. A goblin-like demon, Torkel, immediately confronts her, asking where on earth she has been, but she ignores his question, her eyes wide with shock as she spots the unexpected presence of Sir Ivar. With a smug smile, she explains that she went to observe Dantalion and Lapis for herself. A quick flashback reveals her perspective, secretly watching her sisters walk with the demon lord from the rooftops. She erupts in a maniacal laugh, claiming she observed them very well. A stunned Torkel presses her for details, desperate to know what she found out. Beatrice admits they didn't discuss the plague at all, but with a wicked grin, she teases that she saw something far more useful at Hermes Square. Torkel is visibly sweating now, confused and unnerved by her cryptic report. The witch just smirks, savoring the moment and the power it gives her. She finally reveals her assessment. She had underestimated Dantalion, but only slightly. In her eyes, he's a man completely lost in love, a fatal flaw she can exploit. She declares that his one great weakness is Lapis. With her analysis complete, she turns away, demanding an immediate update on Lady Paimon. Torkel relays the good news, confirming that Lady Paimon will support them without reservation. Meanwhile, a sinister laugh rings out as one of the Berber sisters opens a large, imposing coffin. She peers inside with a devious smile, clearly pleased with the report she's just given. Her eyes gleam with malice, having shared Dantalion's supposed weakness with the one inside. The heavy lid clicks shut, sealing the darkness once more. But then, a terrifying purple aura begins to leak from the coffin's seams. The dark energy explodes into a maelstrom of shadow and ethereal blue fire. The lid is forced open from within, a pale, ancient hand emerging from the abyss. Ivar Lodbrok reveals himself, commanding Torkel to deliver his message to Paimon personally. His scarred face breaks into a crazed grin, thrilled that after hundreds of years, his tomorrow has finally come. And so, 24 hours after the Andromalius incident, the highly anticipated Walpurgis night finally begins. The path to the Grand Palace is lined with silent, imposing royal guards. A voice rings out across the estate: the first of the demon lords has arrived. The crowd of gathered nobles buzzes with excitement, their faces lighting up in anticipation. An opulent carriage, drawn by two pale, powerful steeds, makes its grand approach. Its wheels come to a smooth stop right at the edge of the red carpet. A line of masked attendants immediately snaps into a deep, synchronized bow. They hold their pose with perfect reverence, awaiting their esteemed guest. A hand emerges, and the demon lord Paimon gracefully accepts their welcome. She steps into the light with a confident smirk, acknowledging that they've all been waiting for her. The attendants greet her with the reverence she expects. Addressing the great Lady Paimon, she confirms with her aide that the arrangements with the vampire Ivar went off without a hitch. A pleased, calculating smirk plays on her lips. Her plans are proceeding perfectly. Glancing at the other guests, she notes the lack of any real competition, thinking she must be the first to arrive. But her moment is cut short as a herald shouts for everyone to clear a path for the next demon lord. Paimon's smug demeanor falters as a thunderous sound rumbles through the estate. The ground trembles with the chaotic approach of something far more aggressive. A menacing black carriage, pulled by 4 powerful steeds, barrels toward them at a reckless speed. The nobles cry out in alarm, scrambling to get out of the path of the oncoming carriage. Its horses rear up violently, announcing an arrival meant not to impress, but to intimidate. The carriage doesn't just stop, it comes to a splintering, chaotic halt. A shadowy figure is thrown from the wreckage, its glowing yellow eyes filled with annoyance. The figure emerges, grumbling about how uncomfortable the long journey was. Then the shadows fade, revealing a small, white-haired girl who immediately sniffs the air in disgust. This is Barbatos, the 8th-ranked demon lord, and she is clearly not impressed. Her venomous gaze sweeps across the crowd and locks onto Paimon. Paimon glares back, her earlier confidence replaced by cold, familiar fury. With a wicked, fanged grin, Barbatos wastes no time launching a vulgar insult at her rival. Paimon's eye twitches, the insult clearly landing, but she refuses to be rattled. Instead, she coolly retorts that Barbatos' taste remains as questionable as it's always been. Barbatos leans in, her grin widening as she drops a particularly nasty and personal rumor about Paimon's private life. Paimon coolly snaps her fan shut, chiding the little demon lord for her incredibly indecent behavior. But then she strikes back, a sly smirk on her lips, mocking Barbatos for her childlike body. The insult hits its mark, and Barbatos snarls, accusing Paimon of projecting her own insecurities onto others. That's it. The facade shatters and Barbatos explodes with a dark aura, threatening to tear her rival apart. The two demon lords face off on the red carpet, a storm of killing intent brewing between them as the nobles watch. But just as things are about to escalate, the clatter of hooves announces a new arrival. A frantic attendant rushes forward, shouting that another demon lord has arrived and demanding everyone make way. Barbatos' rage is momentarily forgotten, replaced by confusion as she turns to see who dares interrupt her. The carriage door opens to reveal none other than Dantalion himself, with Lapis on his arm, calmly stepping into the chaos. A wave of shock washes over the nobles as they recognize the infamous newcomer. Paimon's gaze narrows, her conflict with Barbatos instantly forgotten. Barbatos herself can only grit her teeth in frustration, her rage now directed at this interruption. Lapis leans in, cautiously pointing out the two powerful demon lords waiting for them, but Dantalion is unfazed, confirming he's well aware of the situation. A sly grin spreads across his face. He can feel every eye in the palace fixed on him. He tells Lapis not to be afraid, his calm demeanor a stark contrast to the tension in the air. Barbatos glares from a distance, her plans for a dramatic showdown completely derailed. Paimon watches coolly, assessing this unexpected new player on the board. With a confident smirk, Dantalion decides it's time to walk right into the lion's den. He casually dismisses the offered carriage, leaving Lapis to silently wonder what he's planning. A cold, calculating smirk plays on his lips. He's enjoying this far too much. With a glint in his eye, he decides it's time to stir the pot. Lapis tries to warn him, her voice trembling as she points out the powerful figures nearby. Paimon narrows her eyes, her gaze sharp and full of contempt. Barbatos can't hide her rage, baring her fangs at this unwelcome guest. The two demon lords stand united, a terrifying wall of pure animosity. But Dantalion already knows, and with a confident stride, he steps onto the red carpet. He walks directly toward them, Lapis trailing nervously in his wake. With a slight bow, he offers a flawlessly polite greeting, feigning surprise to see them. And with a sly grin, he introduces himself. Dantalion, the 71st Demon Lord. Barbatos explodes with purple aura, warning the low-ranking trash to watch his tone. But instead of escalating, Dantalion gives a deep, dramatic bow, apologizing for his youth. He claims he was simply too starstruck to pass by without greeting such greatness. Yet his eyes betray his words, holding a sharp, calculating glint. The bizarrely formal apology completely derails her fury, leaving her stunned. All she can do is grit her teeth, her rage deflating into confused annoyance. Waving her bottle, she dismisses him, telling him to just drop it. Lapis can only watch from the sidelines, completely bewildered by this strange exchange. As Barbatos stomps off, Dantalion watches her leave, his little gambit a clear success. But from a distance, Barbatos reflects on the encounter, realizing he wasn't scared at all. In fact, a wicked smile spreads across her face. This new demon lord, Dantalion, is interesting. She cackles, leaning against the 9th demon lord, Paimon, who is clearly not amused by the spectacle. Paimon's gaze hardens, her silence speaking volumes about her irritation. And that irritation is directed squarely at Dantalion, who she now confronts directly. She takes a deliberate step forward, her formal demeanor barely masking her annoyance. She acknowledges him, noting that she has indeed heard much about Lord Dantalion. Dantalion himself remains perfectly still, his single eye revealing absolutely nothing. Paimon's attention then drifts past him, her gaze landing on the figure in his shadow. Lapis immediately kneels, formally introducing herself as the loyal servant of her master. Paimon lets out a soft, amused sound, clearly unimpressed by the display. She waves a dismissive hand, telling Lapis there's no need for such formality. Lapis slowly raises her head, her gaze cautious and uncertain. But the 9th demon lord's amusement quickly turns into open mockery as she breaks into a laugh. She uses her staff to force Lapis's chin up, commenting on her young and beautiful face. And that's the line. A flash of crimson reveals Dantalion is watching this display very closely. He smoothly steps in, placing a hand on his chest and flattering Paimon, saying no one could ever compete with her beauty. The flattery works like a charm, and a pleased smile graces her lips. Her attention now shifts entirely to him, and she admits he's quite handsome himself. She leans in close, her voice a low purr, promising a more intimate conversation later. With a final, smug laugh, Paimon bids him farewell for now. Dantalion and Lapis watch her leave, the air thick with unspoken tension. The moment she's gone, a cruel, amused grin spreads across Dantalion's face. He turns to Lapis, announcing it's time for them to make their move. But he stops, noticing her face is pale and she's frozen with fear. Their destination looms ahead, a grand, moonlit palace where the stakes are lethally high. Inside, the demon world's elite are gathered for a lavish party. Dantalion takes in the scene with a satisfied look, impressed by the venue. His sharp eyes, however, suddenly lock onto something across the room. Leaning towards Lapis, he quietly asks if she's noticed it too. Lapis confirms grimly that she sees it too. A sly smirk plays on Dantalion's lips. He understands the game has begun. He realizes there's no running away now. From this point forward, every single eye in the room is on them. They've become the unwilling center of attention for the demon elite. Unfazed, Dantalion asks if all the guests here are connected to the firm. Lapis admits she doesn't know, as customer information is restricted. However, she pulls out the list of participants, having some crucial intel. She reveals that a staggering 40% of the attendees belong to Lady Paimon's faction, and just as troubling, another 40% are loyal to the fierce Lady Barbados. The remaining 20%, she explains, are either neutral or aligned with the third power player, Lord Malbus. Dantalion processes this, realizing he's standing in a viper's nest of political allegiances. He then asks the most important question: how many of these high-ranking demons are secretly the firm's puppets? Before she can answer, he begins to strategize, thinking from the enemy's perspective. But his thoughts are cut short as a strange sound echoes, and every light in the grand hall begins to fail. The candles are snuffed out in an instant, one after the other. The entire venue is plunged into an unnatural, absolute darkness. Chaos erupts as the guests cry out in confusion. But amidst the panic, Barbados seems entirely unfazed. Then, a single, spectral blue flame bursts to life from a golden sconce. It's followed by another, and another, bathing the room in a ghostly light as the real event begins. Dantalion and Lapis Lazuli stand together, watching as the hall is bathed in this strange, ethereal glow. The eerie silence is broken as a voice echoes out, finally beginning the true event. A figure emerges from the shadows, welcoming all those present to Walpurgis Night. Stepping into the light, he announces that he holds the honor of presiding over the meeting. It's Ivar Lodbrok, an ancient vampire from the infamous Kionkuska firm. And as the name drops, a dark, predatory smile creeps across Dantalion's face. He turns to Lapis, wanting to confirm if this is truly the man he suspects. She confirms it. He's the richest man in the demon world, an ancient vampire, and the owner of Kionkuska. But then Ivar reveals a shocking truth, admitting he betrayed his former employer for his new lord. A slow, dark chuckle escapes Dantalion's lips. He can barely contain his glee. This is exactly the kind of stage he loves. Ivar, however, is thinking of his new master. The real boss has finally arrived. A wicked grin stretches across the ancient vampire's face. He announces that he has been waiting for this moment, his eyes scanning the crowd. His gaze finally locks onto his true target, Lapis Lazuli. He seethes, remembering how a mere mongrel outsmarted him and became a demon lord's lover. But tonight, he declares, he will be the one to witness her downfall. With that, he prepares to open Walpurgis Night, but a voice cuts him off, tired of the old man's rambling. The voice belongs to Barbados, the 8th demon lord, who is casually chugging a bottle of wine. From the shadows, Dantalion watches the disruption with a cold, calculating satisfaction. Ivar's face twists in annoyance, his grand moment completely hijacked. Barbados sighs, complaining that it's no fun when the host is a stinky old man. In fact, she declares his hosting is so weak and boring it's making her physically ill. A smirk plays on Dantalion's lips. He silently urges his powerful pawn to continue the show. Ivar attempts to calm her down, but Barbados explodes, demanding to know if he's challenging her. He quickly denies it, trying to de-escalate the situation he no longer controls. But a sideways glance reveals his true feelings, a flash of pure, unadulterated hatred. But another voice cuts through the tension, telling Barbados to know her place. It's the 9th-ranked demon lord, Paimon, declaring she's ashamed to be of the same race. Barbados, chugging a bottle, just glares back with drunken contempt. In a flash of rage, she hurls the bottle directly at Paimon. It smashes against the checkered floor, shattering into 1,000 pieces. Paimon's crimson eye narrows, her expression turning ice-cold. Unfazed, Barbados yells at her to go home and play with her centaurs. Paimon simply sighs, mocking her vulgarity and childish mind. She lectures her on the etiquette of adults, a lesson Barbados will never learn. That does it. Barbados absolutely explodes, roaring at Paimon for calling her a child, but Paimon just smirks back, thoroughly enjoying the chaos she's created. Barbados seethes, her eyes glowing with raw, unrestrained power. The two demon lords face off, their auras erupting as they prepare to tear each other apart. Suddenly, a powerful voice cuts through the tension, forcing even Paimon to pause. Barbados's rage is instantly broken as she looks up, startled by the interruption. From a balcony above, a figure calmly addresses the two of them. It's the 5th-ranking demon lord, Marbus, the demon lord of nobility, and he looks utterly unamused. Both Paimon and Barbatos fall silent, their squabble immediately shut down by a higher authority. Marbus respectfully apologizes to the ancient vampire, Ivar, for the unruly display. Ivar seems pleased, remarking that with the childishness over, all the necessary people are finally here. But before he can continue, Dantalion clenches his fists, drawing a worried glance from Lapis. With a demonic gleam in his eye, he decides to hijack the proceedings entirely. He declares the Walpurgis Night, the great assembly of demons, has officially begun. As Marbus and Ivar walk down, they realize the attention of the entire hall has just shifted. Paimon's taunting smirk is gone, replaced by a sharp, focused glare. Even the enraged Barbatos is now silent, her eyes locked onto the bold newcomer, and Dantalion simply smirks, having effortlessly stolen the stage from the oldest and strongest demons present. But beneath that impossibly wide, predatory grin, a single bead of sweat betrays the pressure. Lapis instinctively grabs his arm, her own anxiety spiking from the suffocating tension in the hall. She looks at him, her eyes wide with worry for the gamble he's just taken. Dantalion, however, stands his ground, fully aware he's just walked into the lion's den. He's surrounded by the true powerhouses of the demon world, the real demon lords. As a low-ranking lord himself, he knows his position is beyond precarious. One wrong move, just one misstep, and they will rip him to shreds without a second thought. He coolly analyzes the situation, thinking what a master manipulator like Ivar would do. The ancient vampire would gather all the high-ranking demons and attendees to his side. Then, like a spider in its web, he'd watch from a safe distance as his allies devoured the prey. But just as Dantalion feels his plan is falling into place, a sudden, chilling unease grips him. Across the hall, the ancient vampire Ivar Lodbrok seems to notice the shift in the air. The tension is palpable as Paimon stands watching the two other major players, Ivar and Marbas. Her eyes narrow with focus. She's not about to let them control the narrative. She raises her voice, capturing the attention of every demon lord in the room. Before they can begin, she announces, there is something crucial they all must know. A slow, knowing smile spreads across Ivar's stitched-up mouth. He plays his part perfectly, graciously inviting her to enlighten them. Marbas chimes in, his expression unreadable, urging her to speak. With all eyes on her, Paimon prepares to make her move. She starts by addressing the entire assembly, alluding to a rumor they've all probably heard. She reveals that just this morning, the 72nd ranked demon lord, Andromalius, was found dead, his body horribly mutilated, sending a shockwave through the crowd. Paimon's eyes narrow as she declares she has valuable information regarding this incident. Then, she drops the bomb. It wasn't a simple death. Andromalius was murdered. The demon nobles are stunned into silence, their faces pale with shock. Even Ivar Lodbrok puts on a show, questioning if what she's saying could possibly be true. From the side, Lapis Lazuli watches the scene unfold, her expression tense. Dantalion, however, remains completely silent, his calculating gaze fixed on the players. Marbas finally turns to her, his voice grim as he demands to know if she's telling the truth. Paimon looks Marbas in the eye, assuring him that she has solid evidence. The old demon leans forward, cutting straight to the point. Who is the murderer? With everyone's attention, she throws her arms wide and makes a stunning declaration. The people of Niflheim are responsible. Marbas is left sputtering, completely shocked that she would blame the common folk. But Paimon clarifies that the people were not acting alone. Someone behind the scenes incited them, orchestrating the entire assassination on purpose. Then comes the final twist. The mastermind is here with them, right now. Lapis Lazuli flinches, her eyes wide with shock at the sudden accusation. Dantalion calmly tells her there is no need to panic, his expression unreadable. He immediately understands this is a trap. Paimon is clearly working with his rivals to crush him. The puzzle pieces of the past begin clicking into place for Dantalion. But as he stands before Paimon, a new, more dangerous question arises. She wants to know just how he has been watching everything unfold. Her eyes are sharp, probing for any hint of weakness in his composure. And for a split second, Dantalion is caught completely off guard by her directness. Paimon sees his brief hesitation, and a faint smile plays on her lips. But the shock quickly melts into a cold, knowing smirk as he grasps her true intent. Before he can counter, Ivar Lodbrok impatiently demands she reveal the mastermind's name. Paimon savors the moment, building the tension for her grand finale. Then, with a vicious grin, she points directly at him, accusing the 71st Demon Lord, Dantalion. Her voice rings out, the name Dantalion echoing through the silent hall. The accusation sends a shockwave through the room, even stunning the powerful Ivar and Marbas. High above, Barbatos looks on with a wicked grin, thoroughly enjoying the chaos. All eyes fall upon Dantalion, whose face is an unreadable mask of shadow. The assembled nobles erupt into panicked whispers, unable to believe what they've just heard. A demon lord killing another of their own kind is an unthinkable, order-shattering crime. Ivar Lodbrok's voice cuts through the noise, demanding everyone be silent. Marbas confronts Paimon, needing to confirm if she truly understands the gravity of her claim. She meets his gaze without flinching, swearing that every word she has spoken is the absolute truth. With cold conviction, she formally accuses Dantalion and demands a hearing be held immediately. Ivar Lodbrok sneers, confident he's prepared witnesses and that Dantalion has no way out of this. Gripping his staff, he formally begins the proceedings. With the entire assembly watching, he puts the question directly to Dantalion. Does he have any objections? Ivar's eyes blaze with intensity, fully expecting a denial he can tear apart. Even Lapis Lazuli watches with bated breath, her expression filled with deep concern. But a chilling, unnerving smile spreads across Dantalion's face as he says he has absolutely no objections. Paimon's confident smirk vanishes, replaced by pure, slack-jawed shock. Ivar is completely floored, stammering as he tries to process what he just heard. Dantalion calmly confirms it all, admitting he was the one who incited the people to kill Andromalius. With that one confession, all the pieces of the puzzle seem to violently crash into place. Dantalion's mind races, the puzzle of their plot snapping perfectly into place. He realizes Ivar and Paimon have formed an alliance, using the incident as a pretext. Their real goal is simple: eliminate him and steal the black herb, the cure for the plague. But the chilling part is how much they know, as if they witnessed everything firsthand. He thinks back. His meeting with Andromalius was a complete coincidence. So how could they possibly have proof of what transpired between them? The only explanation is the one he dreads. He's been watched from the very beginning, and he knows exactly who the spy was, Beatrice of the Berber sisters, who vanished yesterday. But this raises another question: why all the elaborate political maneuvering? With Paimon's power, a direct attack on a low-ranker like him should have been easy. Then a new thought crystallizes. What if they didn't attack him because they simply couldn't? The reason for this grand theatrical meeting on Walpurgis Night suddenly becomes clear. He looks at Paimon, and her smug confidence gives him the final piece of the puzzle. He recalls the constant, unsettling stares he's felt since the moment he arrived. But the gazes from Paimon and her ancient ally felt hollow, as if he wasn't their true target. A chilling question forms in his mind. Who were they really looking at? His thoughts turn to the plague. A natural outbreak is impossible to predict with such certainty. The only explanation is that someone intentionally created it, a horrifying act of terror. And the person Paimon would suspect, the one she's been watching all along, is the god of black magic and disease herself, Demon Lord Barbatos. And with that, the entire scheme clicks into place. He realizes Paimon and Ivar must think Barbatos is the true mastermind. They see him not as a threat, but as a mere puppet, with the 8th Demon Lord pulling his strings. Attacking him directly would be foolish, as it could easily provoke a full-scale war with Barbatos and her undead legions. So, they lured him here, to a grand assembly filled with the demon world's most powerful figures. Their plan is simple: attack him in public, forcing a confession about his ties to the god of disease. With so many witnesses, Barbatos would have no choice but to deny any connection, leaving him completely isolated. Then, they could execute him for creating the plague, steal the cure for themselves, and emerge as heroes. Dantalion looks over at Ivar, a flicker of grudging respect in his eyes for the vampire's cunning plan. He has to admit, the old demon is on a completely different level from the fools he's dealt with before. However, as his own eyes begin to glow with crimson energy, he smirks. He couldn't care less. His mind races, analyzing their true motives. If they're really after Barbatos, then that means Paimon isn't part of their conspiracy. So, what about Marbas? He glances at the 5th-ranked lord, standing right beside the ancient vampire. But the idea is quickly dismissed. Marbas is a noble of the highest rank. If he knew anything, he wouldn't bother with this scheme. He'd confront Barbatos directly. The old vampire's eyes narrow, sensing a shift as the truth dawns on Dantalion. In other words, it's just the two of them, Ivar and Paimon. A low, dangerous smirk creeps across his lips. They really think that's enough to take him down? He decides it's time to show them that things won't be going according to their little plan. But Ivar, oblivious, presses on, asking if he agrees with what Paimon has said. With a chilling smirk, Dantalion confirms that's exactly what he's saying, daring Ivar to challenge him. The old vampire is stunned into silence, stammering that he has no objections. He internally seethes, unable to comprehend what game the young demon lord is playing. Dantalion casually turns away, stating he has his reasons, and that they should proceed with the hearing. Believing he's won, Ivar gestures in agreement, ready to move forward. But Dantalion stops him, raising a single finger as he adds one final point. His face contorts into a vicious grin as he calls out the vampire's scheme, telling him to get down from his special seat. The sight of Ivar lurking in the background is an eyesore, so he turns to address Lord Marbas instead. He argues that in a formal dispute between demon lords, it's only natural for another to act as judge. With a deep, formal bow, he asks Marbas, the highest-ranking demon present, to take on that very role. Marbas' eyes narrow, seriously weighing the young demon lord's audacious proposal. He turns to Ivar, who looks like he's just seen a ghost, and addresses him directly. Marbas calmly states that this matter is clearly too much for Ivar to handle, and that he'll be taking over. The old vampire stammers out a pathetic agreement. Completely outplayed and humiliated, he bows his head in defeat, his entire scheme crumbling under the weight of Marbas's rank. With Ivar put in his place, Marbas turns to the other accuser, Paimon, asking for her consent. She looks annoyed but can only agree, knowing she can't object to a higher authority. With both parties officially silenced, he takes a commanding step forward. He declares that this matter is now entrusted to him, the fifth-ranking demon lord. The stage is now set, and with his authority established, he turns his full attention to Dantalion. Marbas grandly gestures, telling the accused to step forward and prove his innocence. But Dantalion just smirks, exuding a confidence that makes it clear this is all going according to his plan. He casually turns to Lapis, asking if she has that little matter taken care of. She nervously confirms that everything is ready on her end. He tells her to watch him closely and wait for the signal he's about to give. Lapis is stunned, wondering how he can possibly be laughing in a situation like this. Dantalion then turns his gaze directly to Paimon, his playful demeanor gone. He asks her why they even bothered with this drawn-out game of wits. He scoffs at their method, a majority vote, calling it exactly the kind of pathetic scheme he'd expect. A look of pure disdain crosses his face. He's had enough of their political theater. He glances around, seeing the smug, confident faces of Paimon's allies. They all look so sure of themselves, certain that this vote is already in the bag. His intel confirms the grim reality. Nearly 40% of the entire room is with Paimon, but Dantalion is completely unfazed, his mind already calculating the perfect opening move. He looks Paimon dead in the eye and admits it freely. He's weak, with no chance against her in a straight fight. His true power, he reveals, isn't strength, but the forbidden knowledge he has from the game Dungeon Attack, a power that comes from a unique class he possesses, the Apostle of Aphrodite. He recalls unlocking it by reading someone's mind during the tutorial, which he cleared at the impossible level 1. Now, he can see the cold, hard data floating over everyone's heads, a sea of zeros showing their disdain for him. A wicked grin spreads across his face. To him, knowing his enemy's true feelings is more than enough to win. Marbas, presiding over the assembly, formally opens the floor for questioning. Paimon's eyes flash with vicious intent as she eagerly steps up to make her accusation. She looks directly at Dantalion, recounting the events of the previous day at Hermes Square. She accuses him of skillfully manipulating the public into murdering a fellow demon lord, Andromalius. With a condescending look, she asks if she's wrong, but Dantalion simply meets her gaze with a calm, knowing smirk. He throws his arms open in a grand, theatrical gesture, admitting that she is entirely correct. But then he raises a single finger, a sly look on his face, as if to add a minor, but crucial, correction. Paimon's smug confidence falters, her expression turning to one of slight confusion. He reveals that before the people killed Andromalius, he personally took action first. Dantalion confesses he blinded the demon lord himself, a revelation that even shocks Marbas. The listening nobles are aghast, one of them mentally branding Dantalion an idiot. They can't believe what they're hearing. Has he forgotten the sacred common law? But Dantalion casually continues, explaining that the mob's actions were almost irrelevant. With a chilling, manic grin, he declares he would have killed that trash himself anyway. Paimon's face contorts with pure, unadulterated rage at his sheer disrespect. A wave of shock silences the entire hall, the nobles frozen in disbelief. Unsurprisingly, system notifications begin to ping as his favorability with the nobles plummets. From the crowd, a sinister laugh rings out as an ancient figure emerges, calling him a fool. The vampire Ivar Lodbrok looks on, questioning if Dantalion has completely lost his mind. Even Paimon's favorability takes a nosedive as she warns him to watch his mouth. But Dantalion casually informs her that he can't do that. Hell call Andromalius trash. A wicked, almost insane grin spreads across his face as he vows to say it over and over. He throws his arm out, declaring to the entire stunned audience that trash like him deserve to die. The surrounding nobles are completely floored, struggling to even comprehend his words. They can only stare in disbelief, wondering if the 71st Demon Lord has gone completely mad. As his reputation with every noble plummets, Paimon furiously reminds him Andromalius was one of them. With a smug smile, Dantalion simply says he's sorry, but he doesn't agree with her opinion. And from the crowd, a new voice cuts through the tension, agreeing that Andromalius was not one of them. The elder demon Malbus looks on coldly, calling the deceased lord a complete and utter disgrace. Dantalion then unleashes a vile curse, hoping the demons of hell violate that man's soul for eternity. He then turns his venomous gaze directly to Paimon, admitting he's sick of her protecting such trash. His eyes glow with malice as he calls her out by name, dropping all pretense of respect. She can only stare in disbelief, her rage palpable as a notification confirms her favorability has just cratered by 40 points. Paimon absolutely explodes, demanding he fix his tone immediately before the entire assembly. All around them, the noble guests are frozen, completely horrified by this unprecedented disrespect. Their shock is visible on every face as they witness a low-ranking lord defy one of the most powerful. System notifications begin to flood in, confirming that his reputation with nearly everyone present is plummeting. Even Malbus, the elder who just supported him, steps forward to intervene. He sternly reminds Dantalion that this is a noble place and warns him to watch his mouth. But the warning does nothing. Dantalion simply offers a chilling, knowing smile, enjoying every second of the chaos. Dantalion bows his head, putting on a show of remorse for his supposed lack of emotional control. But in the shadows, a wicked grin reveals his true thoughts. This is just the beginning. His eyes flare with crimson light. Provoking Paimon was never his true goal. It was simply a calculated move to land a solid blow against a higher power. And right on cue, a notification confirms his success. Demon Lord Barbatos's favorability has just shot up by 50 points. With his real objective achieved, he turns back to Paimon with a grand, formal apology. The Demon Lord of Art is left speechless, her rage completely short-circuited by confusion. Dantalion then performs a deep, perfect bow, asking forgiveness from everyone present for his rudeness. All the other nobles in the hall can only stare, completely baffled by this sudden reversal. After such a brazen act of defiance, they can't possibly comprehend why he's backing down now. He continues the act, painting himself as an immature man who simply can't control his own temper. He's merely the 71st ranked Demon Lord, he claims, a nobody with no titles or achievements to his name. The old demon Malbus watches this display silently, his expression laced with suspicion. But then, Dantalion's apology takes a sharp turn, declaring that even he has lines he would never cross. He would never, for instance, kill a child just because they failed to greet him properly. The entire hall is now completely bewildered, unable to follow this bizarre train of thought. Malbus' suspicion hardens. He can sense there's a venomous point hidden in this speech, and beneath his hand, the facade of remorse finally cracks, revealing a cruel, triumphant grin. His glowing red eye fixes on the crowd as he brings up the 54 people Andromalius killed in Niflheim. A wave of shock and dawning horror ripples through the assembled nobles. The nobles can only listen in stunned silence as the horrifying accusations begin. Dantalion continues, explaining that among the victims were 12 children. He recounts how Andromalius brutally whipped a 10-year-old to death, and how another victim's daughter was found dead in the sewers. In total, he reveals a staggering 327 victims, and that's only what they know of. The entire hall falls into a dead, heavy silence, the weight of his words sinking in. Even Paimon is speechless, her expression hardening as she processes the information. Malbus, ever the skeptic, leans forward and demands to know if any of this is actually true. Dantalion calmly confirms it, stating that his own vassal conducted the investigation. All eyes turn to Lapis Lazuli, who stands frozen, suddenly the center of unwanted attention. Dantalion inwardly smirks, glad his morning research confirmed Andromalius was a genuine scumbag. He admits to himself that he's exaggerating the details, but it doesn't matter. Dead men tell no tales. And so his performance begins, claiming he heard a man screaming in pain just the day before. The nobles listen, utterly engrossed, as he spins a tale of Andromalius starting a fight for no reason. He paints a picture of a random, unprovoked confrontation on the street. Then came the turning point. Andromalius discovered he was a demon lord and immediately attacked. But he didn't strike Dantalion, he went for the person he claims to love, Lapis. With a grave expression, he describes how Andromalius stomped on her stomach and punched her repeatedly. The gruesome story sinks in, horrifying the assembled nobles as he repeats the phrase, over and over. Even the skeptical Malbus seems to be buying it, his expression turning dark and serious. And with his story told, he turns his full attention to the furious Lady Paimon. Her eyes burn with rage, clearly believing every word he said. With a pained expression, he asks what she thinks he should have done in that situation. Was he supposed to just stand there and watch his loved ones suffer such unreasonable violence? The question strikes a chord, and she lets out a choked gasp, clutching her torch. But inside, a cruel smile spreads across his face. He knows exactly how to play her. He recalls from the game that she, unlike other demon lords, was always kind to humans. She acted not out of greed like Ivar, but from pure concern for those suffering. That's why she believed he and Barbatos were the culprits, unable to forgive such an injustice. He tells her this sense of justice is commendable, but it's also her greatest weakness. With his eyes glowing a sinister red, he tells her that her sense of justice is a double-edged sword. Suddenly, Ethereal red chains erupt around Paimon as he declares this a public execution. But the chains of his argument aren't literal. They shatter as he shifts his focus. Turning to the entire silent assembly, he decides to address everyone at once. He roars that Marbas is the real scum, a man who has no right to be called a demon lord. If things had been left as they were, he claims, the number of victims would have only increased. The crowd of nobles can only stare, wide-eyed and stunned by this explosive accusation. He hammers his point home, speaking of the innocent people who were killed for nothing. His hand flares with power as he reveals he asked the people if that man deserved to live. The entire audience is left utterly speechless, unable to process the turn of events. The nobles can only stare, their minds reeling from the audacity of his speech. Dantalion turns his chilling gaze directly toward Lady Paimon. He asks her if, even now, she'd dare to defend the man who orchestrated all this. He demands an answer from her, right here, in front of every last witness. Paimon is completely blindsided, stammering that this isn't how things were supposed to go. She tries to deny it, claiming she would never associate with such a man. But the pressure is too much, and she completely fumbles, unable to form a coherent thought. Dantalion's eyes narrow, watching her public humiliation with satisfaction. Even the other high-ranking nobles, like Malbus, are just silent observers to this spectacle. And then, a child's gleeful laughter cuts through the tension as Barbatos cackles in delight. Barbatos praises Dantalion with a wicked grin, thanking him on behalf of everyone for getting rid of that pest. Her manic laughter echoes as she challenges the silent crowd, asking if they don't all feel the same way. The other nobles can only stare in stunned silence, their own schemes and alliances suddenly feeling very fragile. Fear begins to creep into their expressions. This high-ranking demon's interference was something no one had counted on. And then, a suffocating demonic pressure floods the entire hall, emanating directly from the smiling girl. Even the composed Malbus breaks into a cold sweat, utterly terrified by this raw display of power. Elsewhere, Lapis Lazuli flinches, sensing the immense and sinister aura from afar. Everyone in the vicinity is crushed by the weight of it, struggling to understand what is happening. But Barbatos is perfectly serene, clapping slowly as she addresses Dantalion by his full rank and title. With a predatory gleam in her eyes, she confesses that she, too, wanted that bastard Andromalius dead. She casually remarks that the now-dead demon did a good job hiding from her. With another slow clap, she expresses her genuine delight that the piece of trash is finally gone. The other nobles can only watch, their faces frozen in a mixture of confusion and dread. Their bravado from moments ago is completely gone, replaced by the silent terror of prey. Barbatos turns her attention to the entire assembly, a mocking laugh escaping her lips. She leans in with a piercing gaze, daring anyone to defend the actions of the deceased. The nobles flinch, a wave of panic washing over them as they understand the implicit threat. Every clap echoes the finality of her judgment in the silent, tense hall. They're all caught in her game, unable to speak or even think of defying her. With a wicked, fanged grin, she declares that for her, today is a truly blessed day. She wonders aloud what would happen if the other demon lords discovered this, if they learned that these nobles defended such a piece of trash on Walpurgis night. With a wicked grin, she declares they'd all become a laughingstock. The other nobles can only stand there, frozen in utter silence and fear. Even the elders among them can do nothing but sweat and endure the humiliation. Her slow, rhythmic clapping is the only sound that fills the tense hall. Some of the nobles even force themselves to smile, trying to get on her good side. Then, her attention snaps directly to Dantalion, her tone shifting dramatically. She declares that he broke the law for someone he loved, and by getting rid of a filthy bastard, he is, in her eyes, a true hero. Barbatos cackles with delight, finding the idea of a demon hero absolutely hysterical. She then turns her vicious gaze directly onto Paimon, demanding she join the applause. One by one, the other nobles start clapping, their faces twisted into sycophantic smiles. They follow Barbatos' lead, adding to Paimon's complete and utter humiliation. Paimon's composure shatters, her mind screaming for them all to just stop. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. Dantalion was the one who broke the law. The four demon lords stand at the center of the hall, surrounded by the mocking sound. But from the side, a figure of true authority steps out from the shadows, his face grim. Marbus's elder advisor, Malbus, glares at the scene with cold disapproval. With a furious roar, he bellows for silence, his voice instantly halting the chaos. Dantalion watches the unfolding drama, his own expression unreadable. But Barbatos sneers, completely unfazed by the sudden order. Malbus lays down the law, declaring the applause an intentional disruption to the hearing. The other nobles are frozen in fear, not daring to make a sound. With a strained expression, Barbatos agrees to his terms, but she's not finished. She clarifies that her applause was genuine, a sign of her sincere admiration. She praises Dantalion, noting how rare it is to find a useful low-ranking lord. With a smug grin, she insists she never meant to disrupt the hearing at all. Malbus falls silent, considering the clever excuse she just provided. He turns back to the center of the hall, ready to continue the proceedings. Just as the hearing seems about to conclude, with Paimon told to wrap things up, the fifth-ranked demon lord, Marbus, suddenly speaks, telling everyone to wait. Paimon's eyes snap open in surprise, caught completely off guard by his intervention. He turns to her directly, asking if she truly has something more to discuss. Seizing the moment, she rips off her blindfold, declaring she is not yet done with Dantalion. But Marbus isn't giving her the floor. Instead, he reminds her they've known each other for 5 centuries. With a heavy gaze, he admits he cannot understand why she's defending the failed lord, Andromalius. He knows her character, and normally she would be the first to despise such weakness. Paimon freezes, his words cutting right through her facade as her mind scrambles in denial. The truth of his accusation hits her like a physical blow, and raw panic takes over. But just as the tension peaks, a sharp, wicked grin spreads across Barbados's face. The other lords are baffled by her sudden amusement, wondering what could possibly be funny. Dantalion, however, seems to be in on the joke, a subtle, knowing smirk touching his lips. Paimon misreads the room completely, believing their smirks are aimed at her. She explodes in a desperate rage, accusing them of being the true villains. But her defiance shatters in an instant, and she collapses to her knees before Marbus. The sudden shift from fury to desperate submission catches the old demon lord off guard. With all her pride stripped away, Paimon begs him for just one last chance. Her eyes are wide with terror, the once mighty lord now reduced to a pleading wreck. Marbus simply looks down, his expression unreadable, as he silently considers her plea. With a cold huff, Marbus washes his hands of the matter, leaving Dantalion to do as he pleases. A wicked grin spreads across Dantalion's face. He knew it would always come to this. He glances over at Lapis Lazuli in the crowd, deciding the time for subtlety is finally over. A flicker of red energy erupts from his eye, as he prepares to unleash his true plan. Lapis's eyes go wide, the sudden shift in atmosphere catching her completely off guard. As he watches her turn and bolt, a triumphant smirk plays on his lips. The entire assembly of demon nobles turns, their gazes following the panicked woman. Their shocked faces reveal just how unprecedented this disruption is. With everything in place, Dantalion utters a single, chilling trigger word, and in an instant, a terrifying, shadowy figure emerges from the darkness before him. But it's not Dantalion who speaks. Instead, Paimon's voice rings out, addressing the entire assembly. The nobles freeze, their panicked whispers dying down as they turn to face her. She reminds them all of the terrible plague currently ravaging the demon world. An uneasy murmur spreads through the crowd, none of them understanding where this is going. The tension is palpable, their faces a mixture of fear and confusion. She recounts its mysterious origins and the devastating death toll that continues to rise. Then, with eyes burning with rage, Paimon drops the bombshell. The plague was spread intentionally. The nobles reel back in shock, unable to process the accusation. But from the crowd, Marbus cracks a wicked, knowing grin. And nearby, Malbus confirms it with a cold stare, revealing the true culprits are about to be exposed. Barbatos, her eyes burning with conviction, prepares to name the true culprit. With a furious roar, Paimon's arm snaps forward, pointing directly at her target. The accusation lands squarely on the 71st Demon Lord, Dantalion. But instead of panic, he seems completely unfazed, almost amused that their plan has come to this. He coolly assesses the situation. The takedown of Andromalius was just the appetizer. Watching from the shadows, the ancient vampire Ivar Lodbrok stands perfectly still. He knew this was coming, and for him, the main dish is finally being served. The 5th-ranked demon lord, Marbus, steps forward to address Paimon directly. He feigns concern, challenging her to provide concrete evidence for such a wild claim. Paimon doesn't even flinch, her gaze sharp as steel, confirming she has everything she needs. Meanwhile, Malbus commends Paimon's excellent performance, noting she's regained her composure. Ivar Lodbrok's face contorts into a terrifying grin. With things going this smoothly, he's sure they cannot lose. Paimon addresses the entire assembly, her voice ringing with authority as she begins to lay out the truth. She speaks of a devastating plague that has been ravaging both the human and demon realms. But, she announces to the gathered nobles, there is some good news. A cure has been found. The cure, she explains, is a simple medicinal plant known as the black herb, and Dantalion listens on. It's a humble, unassuming plant, yet it holds the power to save countless lives. Paimon then poses a question to the silent crowd. Who was the one to first discover this miracle cure? The answer, she declares, pointing the finger directly at the man standing before them, was Dantalion. She takes a deliberate step forward, adding that the strangest part of this whole affair is Dantalion himself. Because, she reveals, he bought every single bit of black herb available right before the plague hit. The crowd of nobles is stunned, unable to process the damning implication. Even the 8th-ranked Barbatos watches on, her expression turning into a grim, knowing snarl. Paimon claims it's a contradiction she just cannot understand, as whispers of his name fill the hall. She lays out the accusation. He didn't just know the cure, he knew exactly when the plague would arrive. He was already aware of how to stop a disaster that hadn't even happened yet. How could anyone possibly know the cure for a disease that had never appeared before in history? Paimon turns to face him directly, announcing to the silent assembly that the answer is simple. With every eye in the demon realm upon him, she declares that Dantalion is the one who spread the plague. A wave of shock and horror ripples through the nobles, who can scarcely believe what they're hearing. The surrounding nobles are completely stunned by the gravity of her claim. Paimon continues, revealing that Dantalion had a full-time consultant at the Kiyunkuska trading firm. She alleges it was through this consultant that he managed to buy up all the black herbs before the plague hit. Her eyes glow with fury as she promises they can prove every single detail of his transaction. In the center of the vast hall, Dantalion stands silently before Paimon and the consultant, Malbus. Malbus then turns his head slowly, fixing his gaze upon Dantalion. His expression is grim, carrying the weight of the entire demon realm's judgment. But instead of speaking to Dantalion, he calls out to another noble in the assembly, Sir Ivar Lodbrok. Malbus asks the ancient vampire directly if everything Paimon has just said is true. Ivar simply turns, a slight smirk on his face as he addresses the 5th-ranked demon lord, Marbus. Ivar begins with a show of humility, claiming he's afraid to distinguish truth from lies. But his demeanor hardens, promising he can provide the necessary evidence if commanded. Marbus leans in, intrigued, asking if this proof can be presented right here and now. The ancient vampire's eyes glow as he confirms it can be done, if His Highness wishes. All this time, a faint, knowing smile has been playing on Dantalion's lips. He turns his head with an air of absolute confidence, completely unfazed by the threat. Ivar catches the look and scoffs, amused by what he sees as pure arrogance. His power erupts as he roars that there is no escape for Dantalion until a voice cuts him off. Marbus turns, his expression hardening in surprise at the sudden interruption. Paimon is equally stunned, wondering who would dare to speak out of turn. A knight in full armor bursts through the crowd, urgently apologizing as he shoves past the stunned nobles. Marbus explodes in anger, demanding to know who dares interrupt the sacred Walpurgis night. The knight collapses to his knees, ready to deliver his dire report to the assembled demon lords. Barbatos watches the unfolding chaos, her sharp eyes glinting with cunning interest. The messenger stammers out the news. The Kiyunkuska firm headquarters has been attacked. As the words hang in the air, a slow, triumphant grin spreads across Dantalion's face. Ivar Lodbrok is stunned into silence, his accusation forgotten as he points a trembling finger. The knight continues, explaining that smoke is pouring from the top floor after a massive explosion. A wave of pure horror washes over the old vampire. He realizes his entire collection is on that floor. Forgetting everything, he turns to Marbus, desperately begging for permission to leave immediately. Marbus looks down with a stern expression, telling the old vampire he understands the situation. However, he gives Ivar a strict 15-minute time limit, reminding him of the meeting's importance. Overjoyed, Ivar profusely thanks the demon lord for his consideration. Without a second to waste, he grabs his cane and scrambles to his feet. He frantically shoves his way past the other nobles, his dignity completely forgotten. Barbatos breaks into a wicked laugh, thoroughly entertained by the pathetic display. But Paimon isn't laughing. Her eyes narrow in sudden burning fury. She sees Dantalion also making a move to leave, and immediately orders him to halt. Paimon's voice rings out, demanding to know just where he thinks he's going. Dantalion simply turns with a chilling smirk, telling her to be patient. Her turn will come. He glances back with a condescending smile, claiming he just wants a little air. His face then twists into a demonic sneer, telling her not to worry as his eyes glow with malice. With a dismissive farewell, he calmly walks away, brushing past a startled noblewoman. Paimon is left utterly frozen, her face contorted in a silent, furious snarl. Elsewhere, a frantic shout cuts through the chaos as someone desperately calls for Torkel. It's Ivar Lodbrok, who finally spots his subordinate rushing towards him through the hall. He grabs the goblin, demanding to know what in the hell is going on, but Torkel is just as lost. Realizing they're out of time, Ivar orders him to send all remaining forces to headquarters at once. Torkel asks what his master will do, and Ivar announces he's going to the observation deck. He curses under his breath, wondering who could possibly be responsible for this disaster. He realizes the attackers targeted a poorly secured location, and on Walpurgis night, no less. His mind races with panic, worrying about the state of his precious collection. The climb is a struggle in this old body, and he curses his current condition. He vows to find the ones responsible for this mess and make them pay dearly. Arriving on the balcony, he sees the smoke, and a calm voice tells him it knew he'd come. Ivar freezes, his eyes widening in disbelief as he sees who's waiting for him. It's Dantalion, gesturing towards the chaos, calmly stating he can see his room from here. A dark, heavy pressure begins to emanate from the young demon lord. Dantalion turns with a confident, unnerving smirk, savoring the old vampire's confusion. Ivar's face twists in rage, demanding to know why Dantalion is here. But how did this all start? We jump back just 10 minutes, to a witch waiting for her signal. High above the Kyunkuska firm headquarters, one of the younger sisters questions their plan. The entire coven circles the moonlit sky, poised and ready to strike at a moment's notice. But the leader is resolute, reminding her that this is a direct request from His Highness Dantalion. The memory shifts to that very meeting, where Dantalion stood before the Berber sisters with Lapis. He told them he had just one more request to make of them, a request that would shake the entire district to its core. The sisters are utterly stunned, unable to believe he wants them to attack the Kyunkuska firm. Dantalion just watches their shock with a faint, confident smirk, enjoying the chaos he's orchestrating. His crimson eyes narrow with deadly intent, as he confirms he is absolutely serious. Dantalion reveals they are already entangled in this mess, leaving the witch leader demanding to know what he means. A horrifying thought suddenly strikes her, a potential reason for his confidence. She pictures their missing sister, Beatrice, already captured and bloodied by the monstrous Ivar Lodbrok. Her expression hardens into pure rage. If what Dantalion says is true, she will never forgive that man. But another sister is hesitant, questioning if they can truly trust the words of a demon lord. The leader steels her resolve as they approach the city, deciding they'll find out the truth soon enough. After all, this is an official request, and it may be their only way to learn what happened to Beatrice. Suddenly, one of the witches cries out, pointing to a brilliant signal erupting over the city skyline. From a high balcony, Lapis fires a beacon of pure energy straight into the night sky. Her eyes glow with cold, unwavering purpose. The assault has officially begun. Responding to the signal, the leader of the Berber sisters takes to the sky, gathering immense power. With her coven, she weaves a colossal magic circle that blankets the city below. Her eyes gleam with golden light. It is time to begin. Moments later, smoke billows from a distant castle. The witch's attack has found its mark. On a balcony, Dantalion watches the chaos unfold as a confused Ivar Lodbrok appears before him. A cruel smirk plays on Dantalion's lips as he turns to leave, his plan proceeding perfectly. Ivar breaks out in a cold sweat, realizing with dawning horror that he was lured here. He frantically wonders if this is the combined work of Dantalion and the dreaded Barbados. He tries to calm his racing heart, convinced they wouldn't dare attack him during a meeting. But Dantalion's footsteps echo behind him as he's told not to panic because now, they are all alone. It's not a negotiation or an ambush, he clarifies. It's just him, standing face to face with the ancient vampire he has so thoroughly trapped. And you, he says, a wicked grin spreading across his face. He wants to have an open and honest conversation, much to Ivar's confusion. The old vampire's hands tremble on his cane, unable to comprehend this sheer audacity. He demands to know if Dantalion was the one who attacked his company. With a chillingly casual smile, Dantalion confirms that, yes, it was all his doing. The admission hits Ivar like a physical blow, his mind reeling in shock. But Dantalion tells him not to worry, as this was all just to get his attention. After all, he has no intention of destroying the company for now. If he hadn't caused such a scene, Dantalion explains, he never would have gotten this private meeting. With a wicked grin, he offers a fake apology for the damage, asking the old vampire to understand. Ivar trembles with barely contained rage, his fangs bared in a silent snarl. The sheer disrespect boils over. He sees this upstart as a filthy rat, a fool taking him lightly. He scoffs, wondering what they could possibly talk about, convinced Dantalion is already finished. A silent vow is made in the depths of his fury. He will completely ruin this little demon. Breaking the tense silence, Ivar declares that there is absolutely nothing to discuss between them. He turns his back, revealing he will simply report this incident, as instructed by his superior, Lord Marbas. Dantalion feigns a sigh of disappointment, lamenting that their very first meeting had to be so hostile. But Ivar turns back, a chillingly calm expression on his face, agreeing that the situation is very regrettable. A twisted, knowing grin spreads across Dantalion's face as he takes the vampire's words in a new direction. He suggests that if Ivar also finds it regrettable, then surely he must understand Dantalion's feelings. The ancient vampire recoils in fury, completely baffled by what this insolent brat is implying. He scoffs, sarcastically claiming a simple old man like himself couldn't possibly fathom a demon lord's thoughts. But Dantalion's glowing red eye narrows, honing in on that specific phrase, an old man. Ivar is left genuinely confused, having no idea where this conversation is suddenly heading. Under the full moon, Dantalion calmly calls out the vampire's name, setting the stage. Then he drops the most audacious proposal imaginable. An offer for Ivar to become his subordinate. The vampire is absolutely stunned, his mind short-circuiting at the sheer, unbelievable nerve. But his shock quickly melts into scornful amusement. The idea of him serving the 70 first-ranked lord is simply pathetic. The ancient vampire can't process the audacity, asking if the young demon lord is joking. Dantalion flashes a feral grin, confirming he is deadly serious about his offer. He even repeats the question slowly, making sure the old vampire understands every word. Ivar finally snaps, covering his face as he erupts into a fit of manic laughter. Dantalion watches the display with a cold, knowing smirk, completely unfazed. The vampire is practically bent in half, roaring with laughter at the sheer absurdity of the proposal. But the amusement quickly sours, his eye glowing with a murderous red energy. A dark power crackles in Dantalion's own gaze, meeting the vampire's fury head-on. All traces of laughter vanish as Ivar explodes in a wave of pure, unrestrained rage. Dantalion just smiles, pleased that the vampire's true, monstrous face has finally been revealed. Dantalion's smirk widens, asking if the old vampire has forgotten the rules of the game. He mockingly asks what Ivar thinks of their little reunion after all this time. But Ivar is consumed by pure fury, roaring about the unbreakable laws of their firm. He bellows that in his domain, all traitors are destined to pay with their blood. The vampire's threat echoes across the bridge, but Dantalion is no longer alone. A third figure, Lapis Lazuli, calmly turns to face her old master. She reminds Ivar of his own philosophy, to use whatever means necessary to achieve one's goals. And as it turns out, Dantalion has promised her something far greater. He promised her the best possible view of the events to come. With unwavering confidence, she walks forward, ready to watch Ivar's world burn. Standing beside Dantalion, Lapis confidently states she doesn't regret betraying the company in the slightest. A smug grin spreads across Dantalion's face as he processes the vampire's rage. Ivar Lodbrok grits his teeth, seething at the sheer audacity of their treason. He scoffs at the idea of a great view, crushing a small device as he vows they are finished. With dark energy swirling, he declares that all he needs is the evidence of the black herb to ruin them completely. Yet Dantalion remains unfazed, a silent, knowing smile on his face, as he watches the old man's desperate gambit. His glowing red eye snaps open, filled not with fear, but with an unnerving sense of pity. Ivar is completely thrown off, demanding to know why he's laughing and if he has gone mad. But Dantalion's expression shifts. He's not mad. He says he's just worried about Ivar. The vampire can only stare back in utter disbelief, completely baffled by this condescending reply. With a condescending chuckle, Dantalion asks the old vampire to take a look at something. He holds up a single, shimmering golden thread, questioning if Ivar knows what it is. The ancient vampire can only glare back, utterly confused by the strange object. But as Lapis stares, a horrifying realization begins to dawn on her. Dantalion lets out a cold laugh, his eyes obscured by shadow. He explains his concern isn't for the old body Ivar is currently using but for something hidden in the frigid north. The scene shifts to a desolate, ice-covered mountain range, deep within a frozen cave. There, sealed in a crystal prison, lies the slumbering form of a young vampire girl. With a vicious, predatory grin, Dantalion reveals this is Ivar's true body and the target of his concern. Lapis is left utterly speechless, the terrifying scope of his plan finally hitting her. The ancient vampire collapses, his mind utterly broken by the revelation. He roars in fury, demanding to know how Dantalion could have possibly exposed his greatest secret. Dantalion simply stands over him, a picture of absolute, untouchable control. A wicked grin spreads across his face as he prepares to deliver the final, crushing blow. He explains there was no great mystery, since Ivar Lodbrok is a character from the game he played. Not just any character. Either she's the tragic vampire heroine who falls in love with the protagonist. In the game's story, she was betrayed, sealing her true body in ice to live on through puppets. He admits he was surprised to find her as this bitter old man, so different from the heroine he knew. And yes, he confirms with a cold glint in his eyes, he is very concerned. He wonders aloud what might happen if vicious monsters tore that lovely, helpless body limb from limb. The old man's face contorts with rage as Dantalion continues his chilling hypothetical. With a truly demonic grin, he asks what kind of disaster might befall that helpless girl. Ivar's mind races in pure panic. It's impossible. No one else knows about his real body. Then Dantalion reveals what he's holding. A single, gleaming strand of golden hair. He mockingly compliments its beauty, savoring the vampire's utter despair. Had borrowed it from Ivar's true form earlier, just as a little insurance policy. The bluff lands perfectly. Ivar is completely broken, never imagining this kind of checkmate. Dantalion sees the victory in his opponent's eyes, and knows it's time for one final push. Lapis Lazuli, standing beside him, is completely lost, unable to follow the cryptic threat. But one look at Ivar's shattered expression tells her everything. It's all horrifyingly true. With the cold moon as his witness, Dantalion gives the vampire one last chance to answer. Ivar's voice cracks, sweat pouring down his face as he manages a weak, terrified yes. And with a predatory grin, Dantalion lays out the final, humiliating terms. Serve him. The old vampire turns away, his cane clattering to the stone path, his defeat absolute. But his mind fractures, unable to process the sheer humiliation of his situation. A deep, primal hatred boils inside him. He would never, ever serve a man like this. His pride screams in denial, refusing to accept this impossible reality. Suddenly, a violent pillar of purple energy erupts from Ivar's very being. He's consumed by his own uncontrolled power, his body and soul tearing apart. Even Dantalion is stunned, never expecting his target to self-destruct rather than submit. The raw, destructive energy of the old vampire lashes out in every direction. It catches both Dantalion and a stunned Lapis completely off guard. But this isn't a final explosion. It's a desperate gambit. The dark tendrils wrap around Dantalion's head, disorienting him for just a moment. In that split second, Ivar seizes his chance, grabbing Lapis from behind. He holds her tight, a pathetic human shield against the young demon lord. Lapis is frozen, a pawn in a game she thought was already over. The desperate old man snarls his threat. One wrong move, and she dies. Dantalion simply stands there, utterly unimpressed, and asks, what? Ivar's mind reels in disbelief, unable to process the sheer audacity. A cruel, condescending smile spreads across Dantalion's face as he begins to laugh. He reminds the old fool of a simple truth, represented by a set of perfectly balanced scales. A deal, he explains, can only be struck between equals or when one side is overwhelmingly powerful. And for someone like Ivar, the great head of Kionkuska, he finds it pitiful that this needs explaining. Ivar completely loses it, screaming for him to shut up and threatening again to kill his hostage. But Dantalion's response is utterly chilling as he roars back that he doesn't care telling him to do it. He then looks down at his captive servant, calmly asking Lapis if she's all right with that. His gaze is sharp and unyielding. It's not a question but a command. Lapis meets his stare, her initial shock hardening into pure, unwavering resolve. With a hand still crushing her throat, she confirms that she understands her master's will. She calmly declares that she will give her life for her highness without a second thought. Ivar is completely stunned, unable to comprehend this level of fanatical devotion. As Dantalion takes a slow, deliberate step forward, he begins to lecture the broken man. He explains that Ivar's entire theory about the plague was wrong from the very beginning. The old man believed Barbatos was the mastermind, Lapis the executor, and that Dantalion himself was nothing more than a simple, disposable pawn in their game. The horrifying realization finally dawns on Ivar, and he can only stammer in absolute terror. A sinister aura erupts as Dantalion reveals his true demonic form, confirming he was the mastermind. Lapis, now free, looks down with pity, remarking how his judgment was clouded by a petty lust for revenge. And just like that, the once mighty Ivar Lodbrok collapses to his knees, utterly broken. Ivar Lodbrok is gasping for air, his mind reeling as he tries to process the monster before him. The fight drains out of him instantly. He knows, with chilling certainty, that he cannot win. His eyes widen in pure terror as the pieces finally click into place. This wasn't some pawn, this was a demon lord. This was Dantalion. With a condescending chuckle, Dantalion tells the broken old man there's no need to be so scared. After all, he just wants Ivar to work for him, to continue just as he has been. He kneels down, getting face to face with the vampire, explaining that he'll just have to listen to a few requests from now on. And of course, refusal is not an option. A dark, predatory glint in his eyes says it all. With a flick of his finger, he makes his very first request, pointing directly at Ivar's neck. Before the old man can react, Dantalion lunges forward, sinking his teeth into him in a brutal display of dominance. A wave of pure, unadulterated terror washes over Ivar as he processes the violation. Beneath the pale moonlight, Dantalian decides their little business here is concluded. He turns back, a smug, knowing smirk playing on his lips for one last parting shot. Oh, and by the way, he never actually spread the plague at all, leaving the mess for his new puppet to handle. Meanwhile, in a grand hall, the air is thick with anticipation. The demon noble Malbus checks his pocket watch, his patience clearly wearing thin. With a stern look, he decides the waiting is over. It's time to begin. But before he can act, a heavy footstep makes both him and Paimon look up in surprise. Ivar Lodbrok has returned, presenting the same old imposing front for the council. And watching from the side, the 8th demon lord, Barbatos, seems less than pleased with this interruption. Paimon, for her part, is silently seething at the vampire lord's return. Malbus ignores the tension, demanding a report from Ivar so they can proceed. But the once proud lord can only stammer, meekly agreeing to begin the meeting. Barbatos lets out a wild laugh, openly mocking his sudden loss of courage. Malbus roars for silence, having absolutely no patience for her theatrics. He declares they are now only waiting for one final, crucial guest to arrive. And right on cue, a voice cuts through the hall as Dantalian makes his grand entrance. Paimon's eyes go wide, with a mix of shock and pure, unadulterated fury. He meets her gaze with a wicked grin, clearly enjoying the chaos he's causing. With the final member present, the 5th Demon Lord Marbas officially begins Walpurgis Night. Paimon scoffs, remarking that she's glad Dantalian didn't just run away. But he simply meets her gaze with a sly grin, claiming he only went out for some air. She seethes with rage, knowing full well that he's spouting complete nonsense. Done with the games, she turns to her star witness, demanding Ivar present the evidence now. A heavy silence falls over the hall as Ivar stands motionless, not saying a word. Paimon's patience finally snaps, and she screams at him, asking what he's waiting for. Then, with a defeated look in his eyes, Ivar finally speaks, admitting there is no evidence to show. The world seems to stop for Paimon, her mind unable to process his sudden betrayal. A wave of stunned confusion ripples through the crowd of assembled demon nobles. No one can believe what they're hearing, as Paimon's entire case collapses in an instant. Barely holding back her fury, she demands he repeat what he just said. But Ivar, sweating bullets, declares there was never any evidence to begin with. A shockwave of disbelief tears through the assembly of demon nobles. From the sidelines, Barbatos flashes a wicked, triumphant grin. Malbus too watches on with a cold, knowing satisfaction. And behind them all, Dantalian's plan comes together with a wide, malicious smile. The full weight of the betrayal hits, and Paimon absolutely explodes with rage. She moves in a flash, slamming her key witness into the stone floor with devastating force. The other nobles can only watch in horror at the sudden, brutal outburst. Her power erupts around her as she stands over Ivar's broken form, the trial utterly shattered. The entire assembly recoils in shock at her sudden brutality. Malbus roars at her to stand down, reminding her that this is a sacred Walpurgis night. But Paimon barely hears him, gritting her teeth as pure, unadulterated fury consumes her. She screams for her personal consultant, Torkel, to be summoned immediately. And as if on cue, a voice responds, but it's the smirking face of Barbatos that appears. Dantalian watches coolly from the shadows, his plan unfolding perfectly. Paimon's face freezes, the realization dawning that she's walked right into another trap. Across the hall, a small, unassuming goblin stands alone, completely out of his depth. The other nobles stare in disbelief, their gazes fixed on the little consultant. Dantalian scoffs, wondering what difference a lowly servant could possibly make now. He declares with a wicked grin that this is the end, for both Paimon and for Ivar. The entire assembly turns its attention to the two accused parties, Ivar and the tiny consultant. Ivar Lodbrok stands in grim silence, his expression one of pure resignation. But it's Torkel who is truly feeling the heat, sweating under the weight of every gaze. Paimon whirls on him, her voice dripping with venom as she confronts her consultant. She reminds him that he was the one who swore Dantalian was the true culprit behind the plague. And before the entire court, the little goblin confirms her accusation. A wave of murmurs and confusion ripples through the crowd of demon nobles. They can't believe what they're hearing. Their faces a mixture of shock and intrigue. Torkel admits he pointed the finger at Dantalian, but his next words hang heavy in the air. He confesses that the entire accusation against Dantalian was a lie he fabricated. Ivar Lodbrok reels back in utter disbelief, completely blindsided by the confession. Dantalian watches from the shadows, his crimson eyes gleaming with cold satisfaction. Paimon demands to know what her consultant is talking about, immediately suspecting Ivar put him up to it. But Torkel denies it, claiming he received no orders and orchestrated the entire scheme on his own. Paymon's fury erupts in a blast of red energy. She knows he's not capable of such a plot. She reminds him of their long history together, insisting she knows his true character. Appealing to him as a friend, not just an employer, she screams, demanding to know who is really pulling the strings. Yet the goblin stands his ground, repeating that everything was his doing and his alone. He finally reveals his supposed motive. He wanted the black herb that Dantalion possessed. Torkel then admits he couldn't have done it alone, claiming there were two people he could use. And with a twisted grin, he names his supposed pawns, Lady Paimon and Lord Ivar. Paimon's mind goes blank, completely unable to comprehend what she's hearing. He boldly states that he took advantage of Paimon's benevolence and Ivar's immense power. The goblin sweats profusely, putting on the performance of a lifetime as a scheming mastermind. Dantalion's crimson eyes widen in disbelief. He realizes this is no ordinary confession. Another demon noble, Malbus, interrupts, questioning the goblin's sudden audacity. He leans in, demanding to know if Torkel understands the sheer gravity of his supposed sin. Torkel lowers his head, accepting that his plans have failed and his fate is sealed. Yet he makes one final declaration, stating Paimon's only fault was trusting an old fool like him. With his final words, Torkel puts his trust in Lord Ivar, knowing this is the last thing he can do. He pulls a dagger, declaring that he will pay for his supposed crimes with his very life. Dantalion is stunned, realizing the situation has spiraled completely out of his control. Lapis Lazuli looks on, equally shocked by the goblin's extreme and sudden decision. Even the ancient Ivar Lodbrok is caught completely off guard by this unbelievable turn of events. Paimon screams his name, her eyes wide with horror as blood suddenly erupts into the air. The grisly spectacle unfolds before her, a rain of crimson covering the grand hall. The other nobles are splattered with blood, watching in silent disbelief as Torkel's body falls. Paimon stares blankly, her mind utterly unable to process the gruesome scene before her. Paimon collapses, her mind reeling in utter denial of what just happened. She lets out a gut-wrenching scream, wailing that this was never what she wanted. Her attendants rush to her side as Lord Marbus, another powerful noble, takes notice. With a cold, dismissive glare, Marbus simply orders them to take her away. He watches impassively as the hysterical Paimon is escorted out of the blood-soaked hall. But a new voice cuts through the chaos, the demon Lord Barbados, gleefully enjoying the spectacle. Dantalion calmly tells her to be silent, and the 8th-ranked lord surprisingly listens. He turns his attention back to the body, realizing the goblin actually went through with it. By sacrificing himself, Torkel has masterfully turned Paimon and Ivar into blameless victims. Even the stoic Ivar Lodbrok is shattered, covering his face in utter disbelief and sorrow. Dantalion, however, kneels by the body, offering a silent salute to the goblin's incredible resolve. Lord Marbus approaches, trying to appease him with a promise that Paimon will be punished for this. But as Dantalion looks up, a calm and calculated gaze meets the powerful lord. He simply states there's no need for that, leaving Marbus completely stunned. This unexpected mercy even catches Barbados off guard, her amusement turning to curiosity. Lapis, too, can hardly believe what her master is suggesting. Dantalion rises, calmly explaining to the entire hall that Lady Paimon was simply used. And now that Torkel is dead, there is no one left to hold responsible for this tragedy. Marbus looks on, a flicker of admiration in his eyes for the young demon's masterful play. He approaches Dantalion, offering his genuine respect and promising this act of grace will be remembered. Deciding enough has happened for one night, Marbus declares there will be no need for a vote. With a slam of his fist, the flames are extinguished, and he officially concludes this Walpurgis night. In a surprising turn, he then offers to treat everyone to drinks, trying to salvage the evening. Barbados, ever the agent of chaos, grins with predatory delight at the mention of free alcohol. She immediately hones in on Dantalion, demanding he join her for a drink. But our protagonist just looks tired, thinking to himself what a pain she is. The tense meeting dissolves into a lavish party, as the demon lords celebrate the night's bloody conclusion. But while some celebrate, others are left to carry the weight of their loss. Ivar Lodbrok stares into nothingness, the name of his fallen comrade echoing in his mind as he admits their utter defeat. He walks away into the darkness, vowing that one day, he will repay this crushing debt. As the moon hangs high in the sky, the night is far from over. Dantalion stands alone on a balcony, trying to get a moment of peace after the chaos. But peace is the last thing on Barbados's mind as she crashes the party, demanding he drink with her. He can barely handle it, wondering with disgust how she can drink so much. Annoyed with himself, he admits he's gotten a little drunk from her antics. But even so, his expression hardens, his eyes glowing as he focuses on the future. The system flashes, recapping the whirlwind of events he's orchestrated so far, and a wicked grin spreads across Dantalion's face. He's having the time of his life. But his solitude is broken by the arrival of his fiancée, Lapis Lazuli. He turns with a knowing smirk, unsurprised that she would seek him out. She, however, is all business, immediately questioning his reckless decision to spare Paimon. Her piercing gaze hardens as she insists he's let a dangerous problem fester. Unimpressed, he turns his back, in no mood for what feels like a lecture. But her expression remains firm, her glowing eyes silently demanding he take this seriously. He glances back with an exasperated sigh, completely dismissing Paimon as a non-threat. He tells her to listen, explaining that his thoughts are on a different level and he has big plans. With a sly grin, he promises to show her a world that no one has ever seen before. Lapis is taken aback for a moment, her bright blue eyes widening at his grand declaration. She looks at him from a distance and, to his surprise, simply says she understands. Dantalion smirks, amused by her sudden obedience and wondering where the usual scolding went. But his musings are cut short as she suddenly grabs him by the collar. She pulls him forward without a word, silencing him with an unexpected kiss. The bold move completely catches the master manipulator off guard, and in an instant, all his composure shatters, leaving him utterly flustered and confused. After the kiss, Lapis pulls back slightly, coolly informing him that she is aware of his true nature. Dantalion is completely thrown, blurting out that she's just a pawn he made his fiancée for a plan. He tries to hurt her, confessing he would have let her die just like he almost did with Ivar. But his brutal honesty doesn't even faze her. She simply states that she already knew. The master manipulator is left utterly speechless, his cruel words rendered powerless. Her expression softens into a gentle smile as she declares her unwavering belief in him. He realizes this is the first time he's ever seen her truly smile like this. She then pulls the stunned demon lord into a second, more meaningful embrace. And under the brilliant moon, the two stand together, his carefully constructed walls finally crumbling. 2 hours later, back at his residence, Dantalion mulls over his recent separation. His solitude is interrupted, and he sits up, demanding to know who has entered his chambers. The uninvited guest is the 8th Demon Lord, Barbatos, grinning with mischievous intent. She casually explains that she's here for the gossip. The demon world's hottest couple just broke up, after all. Dantalion sighs in annoyance, amazed at how quickly the news has spread. He glares, making it painfully clear he doesn't want to talk to anyone. But his cold shoulder only amuses Barbatos, who playfully calls him her cute junior. He scoffs at the condescending title, his irritation growing. Barbatos then gets to the real point, asking what trick he used to allow a mongrel to touch a demon lord and live. Dantalion's patience finally shatters, and he angrily tells her to get out of his love life. Unfazed by his anger, Barbatos purrs that she's actually grown to like him, acting as a caring senior. She tells him not to worry, assuring him that everyone will soon forget he ever dated a mongrel. Dantalion stays silent, his expression cold and calculating, as he listens to her condescending words. She then boasts of her 500 years of experience, promising that if he listens to her, even high elves will be his for the taking. Hearing this, Dantalion's demeanor shifts, a flicker of interest finally showing on his face. Barbatos grins, sensing she has him hooked, and presses him to tell her exactly what happened. With a weary sigh, Dantalion finally relents, deciding it's easier to just tell her the story. His tale begins about half a month ago, when an old woman came to see him, claiming to be Balala's mother. He recalls the quiet evening by the fireplace where this unexpected conversation took place. Dantalion remembers his confusion, as he had always believed Lala was an orphan, and he asked the woman why she had abandoned her child. The old woman claims she was exiled from her village right after giving birth to Lapis. After hearing she's been searching for ages, Dantalion cuts her off, agreeing to let her meet Lala. Overjoyed, she thanks him profusely, calling him a merciful demon lord. Just then, Lapis enters the room, holding a letter that has just arrived for His Highness. Dantalion greets her, gesturing to the old woman kneeling on the floor. He casually asks if she recognizes this person, admitting even he was surprised by her arrival. The old woman reaches out, her voice trembling as she calls out her daughter's name. But Lapis doesn't move. Her eyes widen in shock before hardening into an icy glare. The mother smiles through her tears, completely oblivious to the cold fury directed at her. Lapis clenches her fist, her knuckles turning white as she suppresses a wave of pure rage. Dantalion observes the unfolding drama, a flicker of curiosity in his crimson eyes. He turns his attention to the old woman, confirming with a cold tone that she is indeed Lapis's mother. His presence fills the room as he reminds her that lying to a demon lord is a fatal mistake. With a menacing glare, he cuts to the chase, demanding to know why she decided to search for her daughter now. The mother stammers out a pathetic excuse, claiming her own struggle for survival was just too difficult. She tries to dismiss her abandonment as a simple misunderstanding, promising she'll make things right from now on. But Dantalion's face contorts with utter disgust. He has heard more than enough. A brutal kick smashes into the old woman's face, the impact echoing through the chamber. Blood sprays across the room as she's sent flying, her pleas turning into a choked scream. His voice is ice as he declares that she doesn't get to decide when the past is forgiven. He furiously asks if she ever once cared about what her daughter went through all this time. With his foot on her back, he mocks her for only appearing now that Lapis has become someone important. He turns away, declaring that he loves Lapis and will never allow anyone to hurt her again. But before his rage can escalate further, Lapis herself appears, pleading for her master to stop. Dantalion refuses, grabbing the old woman by the hair, convinced she only came back to leech off her daughter's new life. The mother can only let out a terrified shriek as he prepares to deliver another brutal strike. Suddenly, a hand catches his wrist, stopping his attack just inches from its target. He looks up in shock to see Lapis standing between him and the cowering old woman. He can't understand why she's protecting the very person who abandoned her without a second thought. Lapis simply states that there is no need for him to dirty his own hands on someone so worthless. She coldly suggests that if he wants someone dealt with, he should just hire mercenaries to do the job. Turning away, she says he knows nothing about her, and a system window confirms it. Her affection plummets. Dantalion is completely baffled, asking why she's so angry when he did all of this for her sake. But Lapis doesn't answer, simply walking out the door as he calls for her to wait. A new voice chimes in Barbatos, the 8th Demon Lord, looking utterly bored as she asks what on earth he did wrong. She sits across from him, questioning if he genuinely doesn't realize the gravity of his mistake. But Dantalion is still lost, believing his actions were perfectly reasonable since he was punishing the person who ruined Lapis's life. Barbatos lets out a sigh, disappointed. She'd hoped for a capable ally, but it seems she got a psycho instead. He stares back, silently recalling how he thought Barbatos, of all people, could handle anything related to love. She leans forward, finally spelling it out for him. He tried to kill Lapis's biological mother right in front of her. Dantalion remains defiant, arguing that if someone deserves to die, they should simply be killed. But Barbatos scoffs, saying she feels sorry for Lapis and would have castrated him herself. Completely lost, he asks whose side she's even on, but she just dismisses his question. He glares back, still not understanding what the big deal is. Barbatos leans back with a smirk, reminding him that incident was a month ago, and asks what happened next. Dantalion's gaze drifts downward for a moment, his focus clearly slipping. She immediately catches his wandering eyes. With a teasing grin, she calls him out, telling him that looking isn't free and hell have to pay up. He tries to brush her off, claiming he's too tired and just broke up with his lover 2 hours ago. Barbatos sighs, mockingly telling him he can look if he wants, but he needs to keep talking. Picking up his story, Dantalion recalls that back then, Lapis Lazuli had delivered a letter to him. He slumps back into his seat, the memory clearly weighing on him. Barbatos's golden eyes snap into focus, her curiosity suddenly piqued. The letter contained a stark message. He was being targeted. In just 10 days, an army of 2,000 soldiers would be at his castle gates. Dantalion stares grimly, remembering how the system itself confirmed the threat. The sheer scale of the force marching towards him was overwhelming. But as he recounts this dire situation, Barbatos simply grins with wicked delight. She casually takes a sip from her glass, finding his past predicament highly amusing. Dantalion clarifies with a steely gaze. He knew it wasn't a threat, but a warning. Barbatos scoffs, asking him what the difference is between a threat and a simple warning. With a heavy sigh, Dantalion tells her to take a much closer look. He explains that despite its brevity, the letter is packed with hidden clues. She looks utterly unconvinced, pouring another drink while questioning his claim of hints. He begins his analysis with the first line, "You are being targeted." Dantalion interprets this as a subtle way of saying the sender is not his enemy. The wording is far too polite to be a simple threat, and he knows there must be more to it. A laugh escapes her lips. His little interpretation is certainly amusing, but she wants to hear more. He continues, deducing from the writing style that the sender is an educated, upper-class individual. A sharp, wicked grin spreads across her face. This is starting to get very interesting. He explains that one's writing is a reflection of their life, meaning the sender holds a high-ranking position. Barbatos scoffs, intrigued but still skeptical, and demands to see the letter again. With a simple gesture, she levitates the parchment back for another inspection. She rereads the simple warning. 2,000 soldiers will attack the castle in 10 days, but she remains unconvinced, asking how he could possibly know so much from so little. Dantalion lets out a sigh, almost pitying her lack of observation, and tells her to look at the numbers. He directs her attention to the tiniest detail. The comma in the number 2000. She's clearly confused, but he's already preparing to drop his next bombshell of a deduction. Most people wouldn't bother with a comma, he explains. But for this person, it was pure, ingrained habit. The kind of habit someone develops from constantly handling large sums of money. He paints a picture of the writer. Someone used to ledgers and large sums, possibly a chamberlain. Barbados leans forward with a genuine smirk, admitting he's far smarter than she first thought. But Dantalian smugly tells her not to be impressed just yet. There are 5 more secrets hidden in that letter. He playfully cuts himself off, deciding it's no fun to reveal everything all at once. She narrows her eyes, calling him a pervert for teasing her like this. Getting back on track, she confirms his theory. The writer is most likely a merchant. Dantalian calmly agrees that this seems to be the most logical conclusion. A wicked grin spreads across her face as she decides it's time to check if he's right. He simply watches her, a silent question hanging in the air. With newfound determination, Barbados declares she is going to find the person who wrote that note. Dantalian looks on with skepticism, wondering if tracking someone down like this is even possible. But Barbados just scoffs at his doubt, reminding him exactly who he's dealing with. With a sharp grin, she bites her thumb, drawing a single drop of crimson blood. Dark purple energy begins to swirl around her as she prepares to unleash her magic. He can only watch, completely caught off guard by her sudden, intense display of power. She flicks the blood onto the note, her grin widening with manic, unrestrained glee. Her eyes burn with a golden light. Her full power now focused on the simple piece of parchment. The letter erupts in an inferno of brilliant blue and crimson flames. An ethereal portal of fire begins to tear open right in front of them, and Dantalian is left utterly speechless as a vortex of dark energy manifests in the room. From the swirling chaos, a screeching demonic bat is born, its eyes burning red. With a wild manic grin, Barbados presents her newly summoned familiar. The creature lands obediently on her arm as she explains its singular purpose. It's a magical homing beacon, and when it reaches its destination, shall know. Dantalian watches the display, an amused and intrigued smirk spreading across his face. With a dismissive flick of her hand, she gives her familiar its command. The windows of the grand room burst open, inviting the night air. The bat streaks into the sky, and she casually tells Dantalian he owes her for this. He admits her power is impressive, but immediately pivots to a new challenge. With a mocking grin, he needles her, asking if the great Barbados can find the target quickly. Barbados flies into a rage, her pride clearly wounded by his casual mockery. She shouts that her method is the fastest way, and he should just be grateful for her help. With a confident smirk, she declares her magic is absolute, and will easily prove his little deduction wrong. Dantalian, however, remains completely unfazed, simply reconfirming his theory that their target is a merchant. A wicked, knowing grin spreads across his face as he reveals a crucial detail. He thinks he's actually very close to this particular merchant, which stops Barbados cold. Lounging back with an aura of pure confidence, he simply lets his statement hang in the air. His mind then drifts to a specific memory, a date, and a name. Ivar Lodbrok of the Kuhn-Kuska firm. He pictures the old merchant's stern, heavily scarred face staring back at him. Dantalian recalls a past conversation, a moment where he told Ivar that he wanted to believe him. But the fact remains, Dantalian points out with a chilling smile, that Ivar has a history of attacking him. The memory shifts to the merchant, who immediately begins to stammer in denial. Ivar bows deeply, swearing he has absolutely no intention of ever defying His Highness. Dantalian simply looks down, his thoughts hidden as he considers the old man's plea. He admits to believing in Ivar's power, but his trust is something that still needs to be earned. The desperate merchant looks up, asking what he must do to gain that precious trust. A wicked, satisfied grin spreads across Dantalian's face. This is exactly where he wanted him. Ivar starts to sweat, nervously asking what kind of favors his lordship has in mind. Lounging back in his chair, Dantalian begins to lay out his first condition. His eyes glint as he reveals his request. He wants to hire some mercenaries. Not just any sellswords, either. He wants the cream of the crop, an army of elite warriors. The number is absurd, 3,000 of them, and he wants them ready in 2 days. Ivar looks like he's about to have a heart attack, the sweat beading on his wrinkled brow. He stammers in disbelief, barely able to comprehend the scale of the request. 3,000 elite mercenaries in just 2 days? It sounds utterly impossible. Dantalian's friendly demeanor vanishes, replaced by a cold stare as he asks if Ivar is incapable. The old man frantically backpedals, insisting he can gather the forces, but not on that timeline. To find the very best warriors, he explains, would take at least 10 days, maybe even half a month. But Dantalian just scoffs at his worries, a sly grin returning to his face. He casually mentions there are plenty of mercenaries nearby, leaving Ivar completely bewildered. He tells Ivar to stop looking so worried and simply look around at the 4,000 soldiers of Niflheim. With a wicked grin, he points out that as the city's de facto leader, Ivar can surely just borrow them. The old man is stunned, immediately retorting, "What about the city's defenses?" He explains Niflheim is the economic heart of the demon world. If it were to fall, the impact would be catastrophic. Sweat drips down his face as he desperately tries to make Dantalion understand the stakes, but the demon lord is completely unfazed, simply asking him to continue. Ivar, grasping at straws, reminds him that the plague is still running rampant throughout the city. Dantalion stares down at him from his seat, his patience clearly wearing thin. Then, with a cold, cutting glare, he declares that's Ivar's problem, not his. The old man can only swallow his fear, completely trapped by the demon lord's ruthless logic. With a slow, deliberate step, Dantalion reminds Ivar of a crucial fact he seems to have forgotten. He stares down at the old man, a silent, menacing question hanging in the air. A wicked grin spreads across his face as he reveals his ultimate trump card. Ivar's true form is in his possession. The image of a sealed, helpless vampire girl flashes through the old man's mind, his greatest vulnerability. The blood drains from Ivar's face, his composure shattering into pure, unadulterated terror. Stumbling over his words, he desperately tries to justify himself, recalling how he defied Lord Paimon on Dantalion's orders. He pleads, asking if sacrificing his own executives wasn't enough to prove his undying loyalty. But Dantalion scoffs at the very notion, telling him not to confuse his desperate actions with true loyalty. Ivar can only stare in horror, the cold dismissal crushing his last shred of hope. The demon lord takes another step forward, his silent advance speaking volumes. A cold sweat beads on Ivar's face as Dantalion addresses him once more. The command is simple and utterly degrading. Get on all fours and kneel. The old man's pride shatters, every fiber of his being resisting the humiliation. But his body has no choice, his knees hitting the cold, hard floor with a thud. There he is, the once proud commander, reduced to a trembling, defeated subordinate. Dantalion looms over him, completely unmoved by this pathetic display. But the degradation isn't over. He wants Ivar's hands on the ground and his head bowed low. Ivar chokes, the final shred of his dignity about to be ripped away. His trembling hands touch the ground, sealing his complete and utter submission. And with a defeated groan, he presses his forehead to the floor, fully prostrated before his master. And just when the old man thinks it's over, Dantalion raises his foot. He presses it down hard on Ivar's back, a final, crushing act of dominance. Leaning in, he makes it clear that their relationship is now incredibly simple. A wicked, satisfied grin spreads across his face, savoring Ivar's complete defeat. Pinned to the floor, the once mighty commander is forced to listen. The only thing that matters now is his absolute and unwavering obedience. With that established, Dantalion issues his first command. 3,000 soldiers, ready in 2 days. Seething with impotent rage, Ivar can only grit his teeth and agree. Dantalion lets out a little chuckle, praising him like a dog for being a good boy. But then he leans in with another question, leaving Ivar to wonder what fresh hell is coming next. He wants her to investigate a certain person, a task shrouded in ominous flames and fallen swords. Barbatos lets out a delighted cackle, calling him a sadist for the delicious cruelty of it all. But her glee vanishes as she remembers a loose end. What about the person who wrote the letter? Dantalion casually waves off her concern, telling her not to be in such a rush. He smirks, dismissing the topic for now, and promising to explain things later. Instead, he dangles a new piece of bait, asking if she's curious about what happened to Lapis. The scene then cuts to the next morning in the governor's mansion, with Dantalion stirring in his bed. He groggily sits up, annoyed by the noise and wondering who's disturbing him. A calm voice cuts through his haze, informing him that it is, in fact, well past morning. It's Lapis, sitting on the edge of his bed, casually reading a report, while draped only in a sheet. With a confident smirk, Dantalion asks if the report she's holding is from their new asset, Ivar. Lapis simply confirms that it is, her professionalism unwavering. She adds that the quality of the information seems to be quite good. As she begins to dress, she reports there are 13 slave markets in the kingdom, but the specific slave he's searching for was registered at the market in Favia. A slow, satisfied grin spreads across Dantalion's face. Everything is going according to plan. Now standing, Lapis reveals the name of their target, Laura de Farnese. She begins to recount the girl's tragic history as the illegitimate child of a marquis and a servant. Ostracized by all, Laura's very existence was kept secret, imprisoned deep underground. There, in a dark cell, she was forced to endure a harsh and lonely childhood. With his story finished, Lapis can't help but ask why he's so interested in a human child. Dantalian, lounging in bed, just smirks, playfully asking if she's jealous. But Lapis pushes back, admitting she never imagined his tastes ran toward such young girls. The accusation hits him like a lightning bolt, and he scrambles to deny the misunderstanding. She stares at him blankly, her silence more damning than any words. Completely embarrassed, Dantalian covers his face, letting out a defeated sigh. He finally collects himself, his demeanor shifting as he prepares to explain the real reason. His interest isn't personal, it's tactical, because they are being targeted by an army of 5,000 soldiers. The girl, Laura, is the key to their survival, as she hates humans more than anyone else in the world. With a wicked grin, he declares that this hate-filled girl is the exact person he needs right now. Lapis remains silent, her expression completely unreadable. Dantalian leans in with a smirk, teasingly asking if she's disappointed by his plan. Without a hint of hesitation, she bluntly confirms that yes, she is. She had simply assumed he wanted to indulge himself with a noble-born slave. He erupts in disbelief, questioning what kind of twisted person she thinks he is. Lapis deadpans that it's a shame, as it would have significantly reduced her own burden. Completely floored, Dantalian buries his face in his hand, asking if she doesn't want to sleep with him anymore. She coolly reminds him that last time she wasn't aware of his intense needs, and that he took too long anyway. He mutters in annoyance, complaining that he can't spend all day in bed and still get work done. With the conversation over, the door clicks shut as she takes her leave. But just as he's left to his thoughts, Lapis is back at the door, announcing that lunch is ready. Dantalian sits in stunned, weary silence, wondering what she's up to now. With a sigh, he tells her to come in, met by her usual icy gaze. But it's not just Lapis who enters. A whole procession of maids files into the room, carrying silver platters. The lead elf maid glances over with a subtle, knowing smirk. Dantalian is completely bewildered. As Lapis stands beside his bed, he suddenly becomes acutely aware of her wearing nothing but his shirt, and the fact that she's practically bursting out of it. Then comes the horrifying realization of his own half-naked state in bed. The maids, catching the awkward scene, bow in apology, leaving Dantalian utterly speechless. Trying to regain some dignity, Dantalian tells them to ignore it and just continue. The maids, caught in the crossfire, can only bow and obey their master's command. They professionally lay out a beautiful breakfast on the nearby table. As they work, the servants can't help but notice the strange atmosphere. They share a subtle, concerned glance, wondering what is happening. Meanwhile, Dantalian gestures helplessly as Lapis calmly starts getting dressed. She pulls on her own clothes, completely unfazed by the audience. One of the maids watches this unfold, her face shadowed in silent shock. But Dantalian's flustered expression is quickly hardening into something else. A cold, calculating look takes over as he sits up, his mind already churning. With his moment of embarrassment over, Dantalian's entire demeanor shifts. Lapis simply adjusts her hair, unfazed by the sudden tension in the room. The maids try to make a quiet exit, thinking their job is done, but a sharp voice stops them cold. Dantalian commands them to stay exactly where they are, his tone leaving no room for debate. Even Lapis glances over, sensing the dangerous turn this morning has taken. The lead elf maid asks what's wrong, but he ignores her question, instead demanding to know who it was. The other two maids freeze, a jolt of panic running through them as they realize someone slipped up. But the elf maid is genuinely clueless, utterly bewildered by his sudden accusation. He swings his legs out of bed, his imposing frame looming over the terrified servants as he insists he heard it. Slipping on a robe, his face darkens. He heard one of them click their tongue, and someone is about to pay for that disrespect. One of the maids swallows hard, sweat beading on her face as sheer terror sets in. The heavy silence is broken only by the sound of Dantalian's bare feet stepping onto the floor. All three servants are frozen solid, their eyes wide with a primal fear they can't conceal. He takes a slow, deliberate step forward, closing the distance with chilling purpose. His voice is a low whisper as he singles out the trembling cat girl, accusing her directly. He corners the terrified maid, demanding a reason for her silent act of disrespect. Grabbing her face, his glowing red eyes bore into hers as he repeats the question with lethal intent. He lifts her by the head, mocking her audacity for looking down on Lapis. The other two maids can only watch in horror, utterly helpless as the scene unfolds. His hand calmly closes around the handle of a knife as he declares that Lapis is his fiancée. With the knife to her throat, his voice drops to a lethal whisper, vowing that nobody gets away with mocking his love. The terrified maid can only sob and stammer out a broken apology. But before he can deliver the final blow, a single, calm voice cuts through the room. Lapis steps forward, simply asking him to stop this madness. Dantalian's murderous intent wavers, his expression twisting with frustration. She stands before him, completely unfazed by his demonic aura. Her gaze is steady, not with defiance, but with a quiet, unshakable confidence. Hes completely stunned, his rage momentarily forgotten by her sudden intervention. He realizes Hes getting emotional again, but this time, Lapis' favorability actually increases. All the while, the catgirl maid is left trembling, pleading to be saved from a punishment for simply clicking her tongue. Hes completely baffled, wondering why Lapis would step in for something so trivial. Forcing himself to lower the knife, he decides to calm down, knowing this isn't what she wants to see. He turns his cold attention back to the terrified maids, asking if they've learned their lesson. With a wave of his hand, he dismisses them, telling them to get out of his sight. They scramble away, sobbing and begging for forgiveness as they flee the room. Dantalion watches them go, a bead of sweat the only sign of his earlier rage. He then turns to Lapis, almost pleadingly, trying to explain he kept his cool this time for her. But her ice-cold stare says everything he needs to know. A system window pops up, showing her favorability has tanked, and she coolly informs him of his afternoon schedule. As she turns to leave, he reaches out, utterly confused and desperate for her to wait. Hes left reeling, desperately trying to understand what he did wrong and why she won't forgive him. His mind flashes back, pulling us into the memory of the cruel Pavia slave market. It was a brutal place, where a hulking overseer whipped emaciated men through the streets. Chained elves were paraded like livestock, their spirits utterly broken. All around, potential buyers drank and laughed while appraising the human chattel on display. Amidst the filth, a cloaked Dantalion is approached by a goblin guide, his eyes wide at the coin offered. The goblin eagerly asks the master if it's his first time, and what kind of product Hes looking for. Dantalion coolly surveys a line of muscular men, pretending to be undecided. The guide boasts that their selection is top-notch, with rare merchandise from gorgons to mermaids. A dangerous glint appears in Dantalion's eye. This is exactly what he came for. Dantalion tests the guide, casually mentioning a rumor about the daughter of a fallen noble. The goblin's eyes gleam with greed, confirming the Mr. Husband heard correctly. He leans in conspiratorially, whispering that she'll be the main event at tomorrow's auction. A sly smirk crosses Dantalion's face. Everything is proceeding exactly as he planned. But the goblin warns him that getting his hands on this particular prize won't be so easy. He gestures ahead, noting that the competition has already arrived. Speaking of the devil, Dantalion's eyes follow the goblin's gaze across the bustling square. He locks onto two particularly imposing figures who stand out from the crowd. The guide identifies the man with the eye patch as the head of the Pavia slave traders, and the masked man beside him is Count Roselle, who plans to buy the young lady for himself. Dantalion feigns disappointment, murmuring that it seems impossible then. So, the buyer for the main prize was already decided from the very beginning. But this news doesn't discourage him. Instead, a wicked grin reveals he finds this little complication amusing. He places a hand on the goblin's shoulder, asking how an outsider could get on good terms with the slave traders. The guide waves him off, saying it's impossible until Dantalion calls out a name. On command, Lapis appears and drops a heavy sack of gold into the stunned goblin's hands. With his greed satisfied, the goblin's entire demeanor changes in an instant. He eagerly reveals a secret. The slave traders are having a private dinner party tonight. The location is a shady bar on the outskirts of town, likely a front for a gambling den. With his target acquired, Dantalion wastes no time, pushing open the doors to the establishment. The moment he steps inside, the regulars turn to stare, their faces a mixture of suspicion and hostility. Unfazed, Dantalion calmly makes his way deeper into the den of cutthroats. Every pair of eyes in the room seems to follow him, the air thick with tension. He approaches the bar and casually orders a drink, completely ignoring the bartender's unwelcoming scowl. Suddenly, a furious shout from a nearby table cuts through the silence, and Dantalion's eyes flicker towards the commotion. The scene reminds him of the final piece of information he'd demanded from his goblin guide. He needed the name of the slave trader in charge of tonight's main event, and the goblin had supplied it. Giacomo. His gaze lands on a table where a high-stakes card game is in full swing. One of the players slams his losing hand on the table, cursing his terrible luck. The young man looks utterly broken, pathetically begging for just one more round as the clock on the wall ticks closer to the appointed hour. A sinister grin spreads across Dantalion's face. He's found his man. Meanwhile, the clock on the wall keeps ticking as a man shouts in frustration. He's lost again. The game so close yet ending in complete failure. With a tearful, desperate expression, he begs for just one more round. And from across the tavern, Dantalion watches the pathetic display, his target finally in sight. The demon lord sips his wine, a predator enjoying the view of his cornered prey. The other players laugh, mockingly asking if Giacomo is all right after betting so much. But Giacomo just grabs his drink, trying to drown his mounting anxiety. He slams the mug down, demanding they hurry up and start the next game. The others just smirk, all too happy to take another bet from a man on the verge of ruin. And just like that, the game is over. The players laughing at how many times Giacomo has lost tonight. One of them lays down a perfect blackjack, smugly declaring his victory and his incredible luck. Giacomo stares at his own losing hand in disbelief, the weight of his failure crashing down on him. The others try to console him with a twisted reminder. He's still got the noble princess from the Farnese family. His eyes widen in panic at the mention of her, the reality of his situation hitting him like a physical blow. They casually talk about the money he'll make tomorrow from selling her to a certain Count Rossel. The men seem almost jealous, imagining the high price such a notorious buyer would pay. One even suggests the girl might be happier as a slave, given the Count's unusual tastes. Giacomo grits his teeth, his face contorted in silent rage and shame at their vile words. But they just laugh, crudely admitting they want to have their turn with the beautiful girl before she's gone for good. Finally snapping, Giacomo begs them to stop their disgusting chatter, but the men just stare, confused. His mind flashes to an image of the girl, a memory of her vulnerability that fuels his shame. He tries to defend her honor, stammering that she isn't the kind of person they're describing. This only amuses the thugs, as one cruelly asks if he's actually fallen in love with his merchandise. Giacomo explodes in denial, desperately trying to shift the conversation back to their card game, but they're in no rush, slowly savoring his obvious discomfort as the night drags on. One of the players scoffs internally, finding Giacomo's sudden morals pathetic for a fellow slave trader. With a greedy grin, he reaches for the deck, ready to take the boy for all he's worth. But a calm voice suddenly cuts in, and the man's blood runs cold as a blade presses against his waist. The sword is slowly unsheathed, its owner's voice dripping with contempt, calling them all disgusting. With a chilling smile, the mysterious stranger pins the old card player's hand to the table. The other thugs, including Giacomo, can only watch, paralyzed by sudden, abject fear. A piercing scream erupts as the blade is driven clean through flesh and wood. Dantalian calmly explains that since slave traders don't see others as human, he feels no need to be gentle. He leans in close, his voice low and accusatory, asking if the man really thought he could get away with cheating. The accusation shocks Giacomo, who can't believe what he's hearing. As proof, Dantalian lifts the man's hand, revealing the hidden card pinned beneath it. He then turns his attention to the pale-faced Giacomo, telling him he's been played for a fool. The boy stammers, his mind refusing to accept the betrayal, but Dantalian cuts him off with a predatory grin, ready to move on to his real purpose for being here. He then drops the real bombshell, revealing he knows all about Giacomo's hesitation to sell Laura to Count Rossel. The boy breaks into a cold sweat, his mind reeling. How could this stranger possibly know that name? Dantalian brushes aside his shock, declaring that he wants to free the girl from her fate. And with a piercing gaze, he puts it all on the table, saying he knows Giacomo wants the exact same thing. The direct accusation leaves the boy flustered and speechless, his blushing face a clear confession. But the other traders aren't having it, erupting in anger and calling Giacomo a fool for even considering this. Dantalian ignores their noise, calmly telling Giacomo that the time has come for him to make a choice. A flicker of hope sparks in the boy's eyes as he realizes this might be his only chance. A system notification confirms the shift as Giacomo's affection rises, his expression hardening with newfound resolve. Finally, finding his courage, he slams the table and roars that he brought Laura here, and he alone will decide her fate. Later that night, Dantalian finds Giacomo, noting the boy must still be shaken from the earlier confrontation. He offers a drink to calm his nerves, and this simple act of kindness immediately softens the young trader's guard. Dantalian pushes his advantage, asking to hear more about the girl and suggesting they can be good friends. But his predatory grin reveals the truth. This is all just part of the game. As they walk through the empty streets, Giacomo hesitantly asks if he always goes around freeing slaves. Dantalian spins a noble lie, claiming his true goal is to find kind-hearted people like Giacomo to help him end slavery for good. The flattery works perfectly, and the boy confesses he never wanted this life, forced into it by his father's debt. With his defenses shattered, Giacomo breaks down completely, bowing his head and begging Dantalian to free the girl. Dantalian remains perfectly still, wanting to know why he cares so deeply about her. The boy looks up, his face flushed with emotion, declaring that she is someone who simply doesn't deserve this fate. Giacomo stammers, trying to explain that he's the only one who truly understands her. But before he can finish, the bottles slip from his hands, shattering on the dusty ground. A wave of dizziness hits him, and he wonders if he drank too much, completely unaware of the drug taking hold. Dantalian catches the stumbling boy, whispering that he understands, and that Giacomo is her only hope. The empty praise works wonders, boosting Giacomo's affection as Dantalian finally asks where the girl is. Still dazed, the boy points vaguely toward the back, saying she's in a cage. He can barely focus as Dantalian leans in, telling him not to worry. With cold eyes, Dantalian promises to free her, a vow that rings hollow as Giacomo's world spins into darkness. In his last moment of awareness, Giacomo looks up with a hazy, trusting smile. His affection skyrockets one last time before he collapses, leaving Dantalian to scoff at how easily he was broken. Dantalian looks down, musing that the boy's pure heart made him pathetically easy to deceive. He leaves the unconscious Giacomo behind with a final, mocking promise to ensure the girl's happiness. Now alone, a sinister smile plays on his lips as he declares that it's finally time. The clock strikes midnight, signaling the moment for his true plan to begin. A powerful surge of blue energy erupts from where he stands, announcing his presence. He makes his grand entrance, ready to introduce himself to his real target. Inside a cage, a young blonde girl reads a note identifying its sender, the 71st Demon King. Dantalian's eyes lock onto his prize, a predatory grin spreading as he names her, Laura de Farnese. Appearing before her cell, he announces with absolute confidence that he has come to take her. Under the full moon, the captive girl looks up, wondering just who this mysterious figure could be. But Laura de Farnese seems completely unfazed by his dramatic entrance. She's more annoyed that his shadow is keeping her from reading her book. The commotion, however, has woken up the stable boy, Giacomo. Dantalian's expression sours, clearly annoyed by the unexpected witness. He tells the boy it's a shame he didn't stay asleep, where he could have remained ignorant. Giacomo freezes, stunned that this intruder knows his name and looks so familiar. Then it hits him a flash of memory of the purple-haired man who tricked him. The boy's face drains of color as the horrifying truth begins to sink in. He points a trembling finger at the horns that weren't there before, asking if he's a demon lord. With a cold look, he confirms it, revealing his true identity, the 71st Demon Lord, Dantalian. The stable boy, Giacomo, stares in disbelief, the name Dantalian barely escaping his lips. The weight of the lie crushes him. He realizes he was a pawn from the very beginning. But Dantalian, with a chilling calmness, denies any real deception took place. He claims he was simply fulfilling the boy's deepest wish to free Laura and the other slaves. A flash of memory shows the bloody uprising, slaves turning on their masters in a brutal fight for freedom. Giacomo's hand trembles as he asks what the demon lord plans to do with Laura now. Dantalian smirks, explaining this is all part of the wish, and that Laura is with him of her own free will. The boy's mind simply cannot process this twisted logic. He's completely dumbfounded. Losing his patience, Dantalian unleashes his demonic aura, giving the boy a final, terrifying warning. The pressure is too much, and Giacomo collapses to the ground, paralyzed by pure, unadulterated fear. With the boy broken on the ground, Dantalian offers one last, cruel lesson. Don't trust people so easily. He then turns his back on the mess, casually inviting Laura to leave with him. She follows without a single word, her expression unreadable as she walks away from her supposed savior. All Giacomo can do is watch in horrified silence as they abandon him in the burning streets. The entire city is now an inferno, a testament to the demon lord's brutal brand of freedom. But amidst the chaos, another figure suddenly appears, cloaked and observing the destruction. From a rooftop, Lapis Lazuli looks down at her master, her mission seemingly complete. Dantalian glances up, a sly grin on his face as he asks if the job is finished. She confirms it with cold efficiency. No one escaped, not the slave traders, not Count Roselle, no one. Dantalian's smile widens. He's more than satisfied with her flawless, bloody work. But with the job done, Lapis's attention shifts, her cold eyes demanding to know who her master truly is. Dantalian calmly introduces Laura, then gestures to Lapis, presenting her to the girl as Her Highness. Lapis ignores the introduction entirely, her piercing gaze locked on Dantalian, repeating her question. Hess taken aback by her intensity, a rare moment of surprise flashing across the demon lord's face. Suddenly, a desperate cry cuts through the air as Giacomo stumbles forward, begging them to wait. Dantalian recognizes the boy he'd terrorized, but now sees the genuine strength of his feelings for Laura. For Lapis, however, he's just another loose end, and she unsheathes her sword to clean up the mess. In a flash, Dantalian intercepts her, throwing an arm out to stop the execution before it can begin. He declares that Giacomo is one of the few pure souls left in this world, and for that reason, he must live. Lapis freezes, utterly bewildered by her master's sudden and completely uncharacteristic act of mercy. But just as they prepare to leave, Giacomo rushes forward, interrupting them. He grabs Laura, desperately pleading with her to stop and think about what she's doing. He can't understand her choice. warning her that she's dealing with a demon lord. With unnerving calm, Laura confirms she knows exactly who Dantalion is. Giacomo is horrified, unable to grasp why she would willingly follow such a monster. He insists her life couldn't be that bad, but she simply states that Dantalion has given her a new one. For the first time, she says, she can feel her own heart beating with purpose and excitement. Her words leave Giacomo utterly speechless, his desperate plea falling on deaf ears. Defeated, his hands drop to his sides, realizing he has no power to change her mind. And so the four of them stand in the burning street, the air thick with unspoken tension. Lapis Lazuli watches the scene unfold, a hint of concern in her eyes. But Dantalion dismisses it, coldly stating that this is simply their final farewell. Her gaze hardens, a silent protest against her master's callousness. Giacomo, however, finds his voice again, remembering the first time he ever saw Laura smile. He stammers out an apology, overcome with regret for all the pain he's caused her. But he stops himself, realizing with a pang of despair that it's far too late for any of this. Still, he pushes through the hesitation, knowing there's one last thing he has to say. He looks at her, ready to finally confess the truth he's held in his heart. With a strained, pained smile, he begins to tell her how he feels when a blade suddenly erupts from his chest. The confession is brutally cut short, his eyes widening in absolute shock as his life is stolen away. Giacomo stares down in disbelief, unable to comprehend the blade now buried in his back. The hooded killer is none other than Lapis, her eyes utterly devoid of emotion. He collapses to the ground, his last breath stolen from him in a spray of blood. Dantalion is frozen in shock, his mind refusing to accept what he's just seen. He finally snaps, screaming at Lapis, demanding to know what she's done. She meets his rage with chilling calm, stating she's merely doing what is necessary. He doesn't understand, reminding her that she was the one who hated needless killing. Lapis scoffs at the very idea, questioning how this could possibly be considered needless. She explains that his orders were simple: slaughter all slave traders and their associates, and to leave no loose ends. She twists the sword, ensuring Giacomo's silence is permanent. She stands over the body, questioning if any death in this brutal campaign could truly be called meaningless. A look of pure, unadulterated horror flashes across Dantalion's face as he begs her to stop. But Lapis is unmoving, reminding him that the demon lord she swore loyalty to was meant to be cold-hearted and merciless. With another vicious slash, a system notification chimes. Her favorability towards him has just dropped. He can only watch, frozen in disbelief, as she continues her brutal, methodical work. She looks back at him with utter disappointment, wondering who this weak person standing before her even is. Again and again, the sickening sound echoes, and with each one, her favorability plummets further. Dantalion can only whisper her name, calling her a devil as her loyalty to him hits rock bottom, finally reaching zero. She stands still, bloodied and resolute, asking him who he truly thought she was this entire time. Later, back at his residence, Dantalion broods, trying to understand what went so wrong and what Lapis truly wanted from him. His companion, the demon lord Barbatos, is getting restless, demanding they stop talking and get her a drink. Dantalion lets out a weary sigh, acknowledging how late it's gotten. He then reveals this was all part of his plan, having asked Ivar for help just for this occasion. With a smug grin, he turns and presents a dusty, chain-wrapped bottle of wine. Barbatos' eyes widen in utter shock. She can't believe what she's seeing. Dantalion's smirk grows, knowing he's finally gotten her full attention. He begins to explain its origins, a legendary vintage from the fiery pits of hell. This wine is so rare it can only be produced within the volcanic lands of Count Magma. She completely loses her composure, recognizing it as an ancient Balunium and demanding to know how he got it. He plays dumb, casually asking if it's really that valuable, much to her absolute disbelief. He leans in with a devilish whisper, offering her the first sip if she agrees to listen. The mighty demon lord is completely flustered, a greedy blush painting her cheeks as she admits she got a little excited. Dantalion watches in amusement as she loses her composure, threatening to kill him if he doesn't hand over the bottle immediately. With the power dynamic now firmly in his favor, he sits back, glass in hand, ready to continue his story. Barbatos, now far more agreeable, takes a sip and finally confirms the letter he sent her was real. He affirms that it was, a dark smile playing on his lips as he declares this is where the story reaches its peak. And so we're thrown back in time to September 25th, at the ominous Castle Dantalion. The heavy doors to one of the castle's main chambers swing open. Inside, Dantalion sits upon his throne, casually asking a shadowy figure if they've settled into castle life. A young woman with long blonde hair emerges, stoically replying that she's fine anywhere, as long as she has her books. She admits that at least now, she can eat decent meals and wash herself. Dantalion simply nods, a small smirk on his face, pleased with this development. But their quiet moment is shattered as one of the Berber sisters flies in, shouting a report for the Demon Lord. An unidentified army of 2,000 soldiers is marching on them, and Dantalion's smile only widens. He knew they were coming. Far from the castle, the banners of the invading force snap proudly in the wind. A knight sounds a booming war horn, signaling the army's relentless advance. Ranks of soldiers clad in full-plate armor hold their shields high, displaying the crest of their house. They form an imposing wall of steel, disciplined and ready for war. Thousands of armored feet march in perfect, terrifying unison. This is the force sent to crush Dantalion, a sea of soldiers moving as one. At the head of the imposing force, a white steed comes to a stop. A young adjutant asks his commander if the rumors are true about the endless black herbs in Dantalion's castle. The commander sternly corrects him. He is to be called general now, for the battle is about to begin. This is Jorg von Rosenberg, the northern guardian Margrave, a man who carries the weight of a nation on his shoulders. He explains that the truth behind the rumors doesn't actually matter. What matters is that these tales are spreading like wildfire, and his people are terrified. With anxiety at its peak, he knows that failing to act now would mean losing their trust forever. He must be seen as a protector, a leader taking decisive action against a perceived threat. The herbs are a secondary concern. This is about showing his people that he is fighting for them. His adjutant listens, the grim reality dawning on him. This is the true nature of politics. General Rosenberg sneers, dismissing his opponent as a minor, 71st-ranked demon lord with no real power. For him, fighting someone as insignificant as Dantalion is a small price to pay for the people's approval. Conveniently, their territory is close, and the rumors about the plague cure make this the perfect opportunity. As they march, a scout kneels in the distance, ready to deliver a report from the front. He confirms their path is clear. There are no enemy outposts to be seen anywhere. This is all the confirmation the general needs. A wicked grin spreading across his face as he declares the goddess is on their side. With a triumphant roar, he draws his sword, ordering all forces to advance without hesitation. But back in the castle, Laura de Farnese questions if letting them approach is really okay. Dantalion simply smirks, telling her there's absolutely nothing to worry about. With a chillingly casual air, he explains that he truly doesn't care how many mercenaries die. He can always hire more soldiers if they die. After all, he has more than enough money. With a dismissive gesture, he treats their lives as completely disposable. Laura is visibly troubled by his coldness, but Dantalion suddenly changes his tone. He leans forward, grabbing her sash, and declares that unlike them, she is irreplaceable. His words hang in the air, completely catching her off guard. He then tells her to reframe her thinking. This isn't a battlefield, it's a playground, and the 3,000 enemy soldiers are merely toys for her to command as she pleases. He points to the war map, now a chessboard, inviting her to make the first move. The word toys clicks in her mind, and she finally understands the game he's playing. Slamming her hand on the table, she accepts her role, ready to command the board. With newfound resolve, Laura moves her first piece, fully committing to Dantalion's twisted game. She is ready to command her toys and play a round of war. The hesitation in her eyes is gone, replaced by the cold focus of a general. Dantalion watches her, a satisfied, predatory grin spreading across his face. With the board set and the players in motion, he relishes the chaos about to unfold. On the real battlefield, the overconfident General Georg von Rosenberg marches his army onward. His advance is halted when a scout returns with an urgent message. Unconcerned, the general casually demands the scout's report. The soldier reveals that an unknown enemy force is blocking the road ahead. Georg is stunned, utterly baffled that the supposedly powerless Dantalion even has an army. Still mounted, Georg impatiently demands the kneeling scout provide details on the enemy. The soldier explains that judging by their flags, it's just a gathering of mercenaries. Pressed for numbers, the scout hesitantly guesses a couple hundred, earning a sharp glare for his imprecision. The general scolds him, stressing that on a battlefield, vague information is a death sentence. Terrified, the scout begs for forgiveness while the adjutant watches silently from the side. Georg's face hardens with resolve, clearly done with relying on uncertain reports. He'll see for himself, he decides, commanding his adjutant to follow as he charges ahead. His own disciplined army stands in perfect formation, a sea of steel awaiting his command. Peering through a spyglass, he confirms the scouts' numbers around 200 mercenaries, an insignificant force. But a deep unease sets in. He cannot comprehend why enemy soldiers are positioned here at all. A chilling thought crosses Georg's mind. What if Dantalion already knew they were coming? He pushes the paranoia aside, deciding to focus on the immediate threat before him. After all, the invasion was decided a month ago. His enemy couldn't have gathered a proper army in time. Turning to his adjutant, the general's resolve hardens into a simple, brutal command. He orders the cavalry to mobilize and assault the enemy forces from both sides. War horns blare across the plains, signaling the start of the charge. The ground trembles as his elite knights thunder forward, a wave of steel destined for victory. But far away from the chaos of the battlefield, within a dark castle, Dantalion sits with a smug, all-knowing smile, watching his pieces fall into place. On the map before him, the battle isn't a war, it's just a game, and he's already 5 moves ahead. On the board, the white knights representing his cavalry surge forward, just as planned. Watching over the pieces is a new player in this game, the brilliant strategist Laura de Farnese. But the chessboard reveals the grim reality. The knights are marching directly into a pincer trap. On the battlefield, Rosenberg's forces are stunned to find a wall of infantry blocking their path. Before they can even react, the enemy gives the command, and mounted archers let their arrows fly. The general's men can only look up in horror as a storm of projectiles darkens the sky. A torrential rain of arrows descends upon the vanguard, a perfectly executed ambush. But when the dust settles, the enemy force has vanished, leaving an empty, silent field. General Rosenberg whirls on his adjutant, his voice cracking as he demands a situation report. The old general's mind is reeling, completely unable to comprehend what just happened. Hess baffled, wondering why the enemy isn't even trying to fight back. They're just standing there, soaking up arrows with their shields, a move that makes no tactical sense. The general strains to understand their commander's strategy, but it seems completely illogical. To him, this is nothing more than a pointless, suicidal stand. His adjutant reports that the enemy's formation is finally starting to crumble under the pressure. Believing the situation is now firmly in his favor, Rosenberg orders his archers to continue the barrage. But then, a strange horn echoes across the battlefield. A sudden, indescribable sense of unease washes over the veteran general. His mounted archers draw their bows, oblivious to their commander's growing dread. Another volley flies, but the tide of the battle feels like it's about to turn. But the arrows aren't hitting the enemy, they're tearing through his own ranks. The entire infantry line is shredded in a brutal, unexpected volley. From his position on horseback, General Rosenberg is frozen. He watches in disbelief as his army is cut down before his very eyes. He seethes, wondering what kind of twisted strategy Demon Lord Dantalion is employing. But back in the command tent, Dantalion looks anything but triumphant. Laura de Farnese, however, is simply taking notes, casually remarking that she's learned infantry can't beat cavalry. Her detached academic tone makes something in Dantalion snap. He erupts, grabbing her head and shaking her for treating this slaughter like a simple lesson. But all she can think about is him messing up her hair, screaming for him to stop. He roars at her, demanding to know what that pathetic display was, unable to believe what he just saw. But through his rage, Laura just whines that this is exactly why she told him not to leave it all to her. Dantalion can't believe his ears, demanding she repeat what she just said. She tries to explain that her knowledge is purely theoretical, so she has to test every little thing. Suddenly, his fury melts into a chillingly calm smile, asking her to reveal her true intentions. She admits she was just trying to see if the soldiers would actually follow such a disastrous order. He lied. His promise not to get angry was a total sham as he resumes shaking her furiously. Finally, he holds her down over the map, catching his breath as the chaos subsides. He gives her a cold, hard lesson. Victory only smiles on the bravest, and she'll never win by hesitating. His words strike a chord, and the phrase, "the bravest of challengers," echoes in her mind. Dantalion continues his lesson with a smug grin, explaining that true courage is so bold it borders on recklessness. The words echo in Laura's mind, and something finally clicks into place. She looks up, finally understanding the brutal logic behind his methods. She admits her approach was too passive, acknowledging that her genius means nothing in the face of war's reality. With renewed determination, she declares she will set aside her pride and take full responsibility. A vicious, approving smile spreads across Dantalion's face as he tells her to charge forward and seize victory. The naive princess vanishes, replaced by a commander with a dangerously sharp smile of her own, ready to obey. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, General Rosenberg and his army wait, completely unaware of the change in their opponent. Laura contemplates her next move, a chilling confidence now guiding her thoughts. The old general sits poised, about to face a ferocity he never could have anticipated. General Rosenberg calmly surveys the battlefield through his spyglass. In the distance, a formation of enemy archers stands ready. He counts about 150 of them, wondering if this is the same mercenary group as before. But as his troops watch on, something about the enemy's deployment feels off. He lowers his scope, a puzzled expression crossing his face. The last unit was all infantry. Now, he sees only archers, a bizarre tactic leaving them wide open to a direct charge. At first, he scoffs at their incompetence, but then a more logical conclusion dawns on him. This isn't a plan. It's a sign of desperation. They must be late reinforcements for the unit that was just wiped out. The pieces click into place, and the old general smiles, confident he's seen through their ruse. They're just a ragtag band of mercenaries, hastily gathered and completely alone on the battlefield. Seeing his chance, Jorg von Rosenberg knows he must decide quickly. With a roar that echoes across the plains, he orders his cavalry to charge the enemy. The knights thunder forward, a wave of unstoppable steel intent on shattering the enemy line. They crash into the archers, who had absolutely no defense against a direct assault. The mercenaries are trampled and scattered, their formation completely broken in seconds. The general watches the swift annihilation, a flicker of satisfaction on his face. His adjutant rides up, beaming with confidence, declaring that victory is surely theirs. But the old veteran isn't celebrating. He warns his men to stay sharp. Pointing his sword forward, he rallies his entire force for the final push to annihilate the enemy castle. Meanwhile, the true commander of this desperate mercenary force is getting a bit carried away. Dantalion grabs Laura by the head, shaking her furiously over the war map. He roars that he told her to be bold to the point of recklessness, not sheer stupidity. She frantically tries to get him to listen, insisting this wasn't a thoughtless repeat of past mistakes. Catching her breath, she explains she calculated she could wipe out at least a third of them. Dantalion is just left confused, trying to understand what she's getting at. She then turns the tables and asks him a simple question. How is he feeling right now? A wicked grin spreads across her face as she confesses that to her, it feels like she's playing with soldiers and having fun. This is exactly what Dantalion wanted to see, his own fanged smile revealing his delight. Laura admits she's just as surprised, recalling his advice to treat her soldiers' lives like toys. She always had a sense of morality and doubted her body could accept what her mind rejected as pleasure. But in the end, she confesses with a twisted grin that she found it far more enjoyable than she'd imagined. Dantalion appears behind her, a knowing smile on his face, realizing they are one and the same. With a grand gesture, he asks her if she truly knows what that feeling of joy is called. He explains some call it a possessive instinct, the will to control, but he has a much simpler term for it. Laura hangs on his every word, her eyes widening with anticipation. Surrounded by a dark aura, he reveals the true name of that feeling, authority. The word hangs in the air, and Laura repeats it, completely stunned by this new concept. This, Dantalion explains, is the driving force behind all the bloodshed in the world, and his personal reason for living. She looks up at him, asking if his entire purpose is to enjoy this authority to its fullest. He simply poses a question back, asking her to consider why war will never truly vanish from this world. The answer, he explains, is that the allure of authority is far more enticing than something as trivial as human life. Laura is left utterly speechless, the sheer gravity of his words hitting her like a physical blow. He leans in closer, asking if she doesn't secretly desire that power for herself. She's completely overwhelmed, clutching his cloak and panting his name in a daze. A strange new feeling ignites within her, a thrilling pulse she has never known before. A knowing, dangerous smile spreads across Dantalion's face as he asks if she feels alive. With a dark flush and eyes full of newfound purpose, she confesses that right now, she feels more alive than ever. He chuckles, telling her this is their nature, and he extends an invitation to her. He offers her the chance to join him and enjoy the very best view in existence. A single drop falls, sending ripples across a still surface, marking a profound, irreversible change. He commands her to kneel, to become his servant in this new world he's creating. In return for her loyalty, he promises her true, unimaginable power. But her fervent, immediate pledge of servitude catches even him completely off guard. The scene shatters back to the present, with Dantalion rushing away from a confused Laura. Her confusion, however, is a mask. A sly smile reveals that the seeds of her own plan have been sown. He tumbles through a void of realization, understanding that everything was connected. His mind flashes to lapis lazuli, no longer the meek pawn he thought he was controlling. He sees fragmented images of her true, ruthless nature, a side she kept perfectly hidden. She scoffs at his ignorance, knowing he had no idea who she truly was. With blood on her face and ice in her eyes, she finally reveals the warrior beneath the facade. And in that moment, it finally clicks for Dantalion why Lapis was so utterly disappointed in him. The weight of his miscalculation feels suffocating. He stumbles back, gasping for air, the truth hitting him like a physical blow. Rushing to find her, he sees Lapis standing there, calmly reading a report, as if nothing happened. She turns, her icy blue eyes boring into him, waiting for an explanation he doesn't have. So, with a desperate, almost unhinged smile, he decides to try a new, completely insane tactic. Watching this unfold from afar, the demon Lord Barbatos cringes in secondhand embarrassment. She absolutely cannot believe the pathetic, love-crazed drama she's being subjected to. But Dantalian commits to the bit, unfurling his hands as if presenting a grand revelation. With a serene, almost saintly expression, he claims this entire, chaotic mess was all about love. Barbatos can only gasp, utterly repulsed by the ridiculous display. But Dantalian leans in, beginning his grand, manipulative explanation. He poses a question. Why would he try to kill Lala's mother when there was nothing to gain? Picking a flower from a vase, he prepares to deliver his insane, theatrical answer. He brings the rose to his lips and declares he did it all because he loves Lala. Barbatos is floored, unable to process the sheer stupidity of his reasoning. Unfazed, Dantalian continues his performance, smelling the flower with a smug look. He begins to list his supposed crimes of passion, starting with the attempt on the old woman's life. He then reminds them of the time he terrorized his own loyal maids. The second crime, he confesses, was trying to kill one of his own servants in this fit of madness. His third crime, he proclaims, was keeping the witness Giacomo alive. But in the end, he admits he was just using the man's sincerity as an excuse. It was all a hypocritical act, a calculated play to try and win Lala over. He muses that the first time was a whim, the second a coincidence, and the third inevitable. Yet, he wonders aloud why he, the grand manipulator, didn't notice this inevitable feeling sooner. The answer, he declares, is Lapis Lazuli, the woman who apparently drove him mad. He reflects that pushing someone down should have been his greatest pleasure. The feeling of dominating Ivar Lodbrok, for example, was pure, exhilarating fun. But when it came to Lala's mother and the maid, he felt no such satisfaction. He concludes that one was an act of power, while the other was an act of love. And with a theatrical flourish, he admits he never thought he would fall in love with anyone. But now, with this realization, he knows exactly what he must do. Barbatos leans in, her curiosity piqued, asking what that could possibly be. With a wicked grin, Dantalian reveals his grand plan. He's going to break up with Lala. Barbatos is completely floored, utterly stunned by the absurd declaration. He asks her to just imagine how deeply disappointed Lala must have been in him. After all, he muses, Lapis never once actually asked for his love, though he smirks, adding they certainly did plenty of other things together. The crude comment leaves Barbatos speechless with disgust. He concludes his point, declaring that the body and the heart are two very different things. He explains that a mere physical connection isn't enough for them. There's a deeper bond. Lapis, he claims, is a woman who would do absolutely anything to gain authority. But his love for her, he argues, became a cage, getting in the way of her ambition. With every person he saved, her mother, the maids, even Giacomo, he was holding her back. He was, in his own twisted way, ignoring her deepest desires. And then comes the final, chilling admission. He loves authority even more than he loves her. For him, the hierarchy is simple. Power first, Lapis second. Barbatos erupts, finding his logic completely insane and not a shred of it resembling love. But Dantalian just smirks, dismissing her outrage as a common misunderstanding of what love is. She's had enough, declaring the conversation pointless and complaining he's ruining her drink. Barbatos impatiently cuts him off, demanding they return to the story of the war. The scene shifts, throwing us back to the forest outside Dantalian's castle on September 15th. An army marches, and a scout reports to General Jorg von Rosenberg. They've found a cave entrance. With a grim look, the general orders the invasion to begin as planned. His adjutant, however, voices his doubts, wondering if the black herb they seek even exists. Rosenberg coldly reminds him that their mission is about political theater, not finding a mythical cure. He does concede, however, that with the plague running rampant, finding it would be a welcome surprise. Suddenly, another soldier bursts from the woods with an urgent report from the advance team. They've found it not just a sample, but 6 entire wagons overflowing with the black herb. The adjutant stares in disbelief, turning to his general, who is equally stunned by the impossible news. The weight of the news sinks in, and for a moment, the hardened general is speechless. With this impossible miracle, he realizes they can actually save the people suffering from the plague. His hope hardens into resolve as he barks orders, telling his men not to let their guard down. But as his army moves, the true mastermind of this little drama makes his entrance. Dantalian steps from the shadows, demanding to know the situation from a waiting Laura. She remains silent, her expression unreadable as the plan unfolds outside. A soldier reports back from the cave entrance, confirming they've retrieved all the black herbs. With the bait successfully taken, General Rosenberg gives the final, grim command. His adjutant roars the order for the operational units to advance while everyone else falls back. And as the army repositions, a single, ominous light awakens deep within the cavern's maw. A deafening explosion tears through the air. The entire cavern entrance collapses in a massive blast, sealing the path shut. General Rosenberg watches the dust settle, believing his mission is complete. With a satisfied look, he turns and bellows the order for all troops to return home. His adjutant rides up in disbelief, asking if they aren't going to take Dantalion's head. Rosenberg dismisses the idea, claiming such an insignificant being isn't worth his time now that they have the black herbs. He reasons that Dantalion must be powerless, or he never would have given up the prize so easily. With their objective secured, the general declares they must hurry back to aid their suffering people. The adjutant is moved, praising his general as a truly exemplary and compassionate lord. And with a booming, arrogant laugh, Rosenberg leads his army away, utterly convinced of his own brilliant victory. As Rosenberg rides off, his soldiers cheer wildly, completely buying into their glorious victory. Back in his throne room, however, Dantalion is absolutely floored that they actually just handed over the black herbs. Laura simply offers a knowing smirk, moving a chess piece with absolute finality. The game she's playing is on a map of the territory, and her first move has just been made. She promises her lord that he's about to witness something truly interesting. Meanwhile, Rosenberg's army marches homeward, the picture of triumph. The adjutant continues to gush, certain the people will see his general as a living saint. Rosenberg swells with pride, basking in the glory of saving his people from the plague. But a moment later, his adjutant seems confused, asking if they shouldn't sell the herb at a proper price. The young knight can't comprehend just giving it away, believing even selling it would be a commendable act. But Rosenberg shuts him down, firmly stating that all the herbs will be given to the sick for free. His adjutant is completely stunned, stammering in disbelief at such a declaration. The general explains that good fortune has already blessed him twice on this campaign. First, their territory was near Dantalion's castle, and second, they crushed the enemy before they could regroup. He turns to his subordinate, asking if he's wrong to want to share this fortune with his people. The adjutant immediately bows his head, apologizing for his foolish and greedy thoughts. Now filled with righteous fervor, he pledges his absolute allegiance to his general for life. Rosenberg accepts this with a quiet, satisfied smile, then changes the subject entirely. He asks about the adjutant's children, who proudly speaks of his 6-year-old daughter and 2-year-old son. With a warm look, the general says they must hurry their return, so the young knight can see his family again. But their triumphant march is suddenly interrupted by a frantic soldier racing towards them. Rosenberg yells for the man to calm down and explain what's happening. The scout drops to a knee, reporting that enemy soldiers have been spotted just ahead. His adjutant can't believe it. They thought the enemy was completely routed. But the veteran general remains cool-headed, demanding precise information on the enemy's location and numbers. The scout begins his report, explaining the forces are in the hilly region they just passed. As he speaks, the scene shifts to Laura de Farnese, a sinister grin spreading across her face. Her hand hovers over a game board, moving a black knight piece into position. She sets it down with purpose, a clear, strategic counter to her opponent's forces. The board is revealed to be a map of the battlefield, and her move has just cornered Rosenberg's army, and the number she reveals is a staggering 3,000. General Rosenberg is stunned, barely able to comprehend the report. His soldiers are already exhausted, the news crushing what little morale they had left. He gazes out, visualizing the massive enemy force waiting for them. His adjutant starts to panic, but the general immediately orders a swift retreat. He barks at his men to stay alert, reminding them a battle could break out at any moment. The order is given, and the army scrambles to move out at maximum speed. But Rosenberg is sweating bullets, running the grim numbers in his head. He curses silently, realizing he's been completely outmaneuvered. The adjutant can see it on the soldiers' faces. They already know who's going to win this fight. His soldiers tremble, their fear practically radiating through their helmets. But Rosenberg steels himself. As their commander, he can't afford to hang his head in defeat. After all, they succeeded in their primary mission, securing carts full of the vital black herb. He forces himself to analyze the situation calmly, questioning the enemy's bizarre appearance. If they had 3,000 soldiers, why didn't they just wipe his army out from the very beginning? They only revealed their hand after their base was already lost, and he realizes there's a deeper reason for their actions. A spark of understanding ignites in his eyes as the pieces click into place. He rears his horse, his voice booming across the forest to command every soldier's attention. He knows he has to salvage their morale, and he's decided to bet everything on one winning move. He roars that the enemy soldiers just arrived, claiming they intercepted them and are already one step ahead. The adjutant looks on, confused, as his commander boldly declares they've already brought down the enemy's base. With a fiery roar, Georg von Rosenberg insists they should mock these fools, for they have succeeded where their enemy has failed. He reminds his men that they've had plenty of rest on this campaign. But what about the enemy? They are completely fresh to the battlefield. They must be tired from their journey, and Rosenberg knows that attacking now guarantees their victory. He plays his final card, reminding them they are nearly home, with families waiting for their triumphant return. He rallies them all, promising he will not allow a single one of them to die on his watch. And just like that, the fires of doubt are extinguished, replaced by the roaring spirit of his army. Rosenberg unleashes his final command, demanding they show the enemy the indomitable will of his warriors. At his order, the war horns sound, signaling the beginning of the final charge. With a final, booming command, Rosenberg unleashes his entire cavalry. An ocean of steel and horseflesh thunders across the plains, an unstoppable force. Swords are raised high as the knights roar, utterly convinced of their impending victory. They charge as one, a perfectly synchronized wave of warriors ready to crush their foe. But on a distant war table, this grand charge is just a single, predictable move in a deadly game. Far from the chaos, Dantalion calmly turns to Laura, asking if she is all right. She answers with a chillingly wide grin, insisting she's perfectly fine, no problems at all. In fact, she seems to be enjoying the show, noting their enemy's incredible morale with a dark chuckle. Dantalion agrees, calling their enemy's bravery a fatal miscalculation. He coldly explains that running would have been their only chance, a chance they've now thrown away. Laura mockingly points out that instead of fleeing, their enemies chose to fight. She turns to her lord, playfully asking if he understands the reason for their foolishness. Dantalion returns her sinister smile, correctly guessing it has to do with the black herb. That's right, they're so consumed by the delusion of saving their territory that they can't abandon the wagons. He's impressed, acknowledging what a truly brilliant tactic it is. Laura expertly manipulated the enemy into fighting, using the false hope offered by the herb. And on the battlefield, Georg von Rosenberg has no idea he's been fooled, lured like a fish to the hook. Dantalion leans in, asking Laura for her next move, since the enemy's morale can't be underestimated. Her gaze hardens. She knows their morale is only high because they think they're on the offensive. But she's a selfish person, and she has no intention of letting the fish enjoy the bait for much longer. With a glint in his eye, Dantalion confirms that it's time to deliver the final blow. Laura smirks, agreeing they should head to the battlefield to watch the show. Meanwhile, the war is already in full swing, a chaotic clash of steel and blood. Knights on horseback cut through infantry lines in a brutal display of force. The entire plain has become a massive battlefield, with two huge armies colliding head-on. Leading the charge is Georg von Rosenberg, his expression grim and determined. But his focus is broken when his adjutant screams a warning the enemy is trying to flank them. The general sees it for himself, a cavalry charge that seems almost suicidally foolish. For a moment, he pauses, a flicker of suspicion crossing his mind. Then he roars an order to his adjutant, telling him to focus all their strength on the right wing, stunning the officer. The young officer panics, protesting that such a move will leave their left wing completely defenseless. But General Rosenberg silences him, his expression hardening as he reveals he understands their true aim. The flanking maneuver was just a feint. Their real target is the wagon carrying the black herbs. And high above the battlefield, Dantalion and Laura calmly watch their brilliant strategy unfold. He casually remarks to his companions that war, when orchestrated properly, is quite enjoyable. Laura de Farnese smirks, turning to her lord with a glint in her eyes. Dantalion continues, savoring the thought of how wonderful it feels to make people dance to his tune. A cruel, satisfied smile spreads across his face, a demon truly in his element. Laura agrees, noting they could easily crush the enemy's weakened flank. But where would the fun be in that? Instead, she raises a hand, preparing to cast a spell on the proud warriors of Rosenberg below. With a wicked grin, she urges them to struggle more, to fight with all their previous ferocity. Laura's face contorts with sadistic glee. She wants them to lose control like mad dogs and create a beautiful mess. Down below, the battlefield erupts into an even more desperate and bloody clash. From his position, General Rosenberg can only watch with growing dread, a hand covering his mouth in shock. He knows this is bad. His forces are being pushed back, and he has no way to turn the tide. His men fight valiantly, holding their own against a numerically superior enemy, but it's a grim sight. He understands what drives them, the hope that if they can just protect the black herbs, they can protect their families. But it's a false hope, a gap that will never close, as the enemy effortlessly maintains their advantage. Staring at the distant, chaotic line of battle, he wonders if they've finally reached their limit. Just then, his panicked adjutant runs up, finally realizing their enemy's first attack was just bait to lower their guard. The adjutant lays out the grim math. With the enemy's full numbers, they would have been wiped out instantly. The enemy even allowed their own demon lord's castle to be destroyed at the entrance. For General Rosenberg, none of it makes sense. It's a trap where the enemy suffers the most. He knows they've secured the black herbs and ruined the castle. The demons can't claim victory here. But a cold, creeping dread fills him, an unshakable feeling that something is terribly wrong. His eyes narrow with grim resolve. He has to turn the tide of this battle himself, right now. He spins around, barking in order to mobilize their trump card, the aerial mage force. It's a desperate move, as they only have 4 mages left, their absolute last resort. But even 4 mages raining fire from the sky can instill terror and break an army's formation. With the order given, the elite unit takes to the air, soaring over the battlefield to deliver their payload. Rosenberg recalls the weight on their shoulders. The lives of 1,500 soldiers rest on just 4 mages. And worse, he remembers the faces of the citizens whose lives are also at stake. With his grip tightening, he pleads for them to succeed. He needs them to at least create chaos among the enemy, as this is his army's last hope. But as the mages ascend, a single, ominous figure appears in the sky to meet them. The lead mage can only stare in wide-eyed shock. An impossible presence has just filled the air. Before they can even cast a spell, the demon lord Barbados descends upon them in a flurry of blades. General Rosenberg's eyes widen in sheer, unadulterated horror. His ultimate trump card, his final hope, is torn to bloody ribbons in an instant. The adjutant can only stammer in disbelief at the carnage, but a new sight steals his attention. Descending from the clouds is an entire squadron of witches, flying in perfect formation. General Rosenberg stares up, his mind reeling. Witches? Why now, of all times? His adjutant tries to snap him out of it, but the general is already lost in a downward spiral. He seethes with rage, realizing if the enemy had this force from the start, his army would have been wiped out instantly. As the witches hover over the battlefield, he wonders why they held back. Their goal was supposed to be annihilation, and then it hits him, the final piece of the puzzle, the source of his nagging unease. He was wrong. He was completely, utterly mistaken about their intentions from the very beginning. He turns to his confused adjutant, his face a mask of grim acceptance. With all hope extinguished, General Rosenberg gives the final order, raise the white flag. They are surrendering. His adjutant can't believe it, screaming that they can still fight this. But the general explains the horrifying truth. The enemy was never fighting seriously. They were simply being tormented, and surrender is their only hope for generosity. It's a frustrating, humiliating end, but he sees no other choice. The adjutant tries to protest again, but Rosenberg coldly shuts him down. A messenger is sent across the blood-soaked field to deliver their plea. Soon, the envoy returns with the enemy's crushing terms of surrender. First, they are to leave behind all of the black herbs they fought for. Then, he tells his men they must disarm, discard their banners, and bow before the enemy commander. His second-in-command is outraged. They're being ordered to give up their spoils, their weapons, and their honor. The adjutant makes one last desperate plea, urging his general to fight to the very end. But Rosenberg explains the grim reality. If their army is annihilated, their homeland will fall into chaos. For the sake of the families they left behind, he insists they must endure this shame. With a snarl, however, he commands his men to burn this humiliation into their memory. He vows that one day they will avenge this disgrace as his army prepares for the formal surrender. But as they wait, the general's gaze locks onto something unexpected approaching. A lone figure walks calmly down the path between the parted ranks of soldiers. It's Laura de Farnese herself, her smirk radiating absolute victory and contempt. Rosenberg's men can only gape in disbelief, wondering who this girl could possibly be. Even some of the hardened soldiers are completely disarmed, thinking she's far too beautiful for a battlefield. But Laura just offers a serene, almost gentle smile as she draws closer. She carries herself with an eerie grace, walking through the war-torn landscape as if it's her garden. General Rosenberg is also taken aback, seeing the elegance of a noble, maybe even an angel. But a split second later, a cold dread washes over him as a terrible suspicion takes root. He gasps, his mind reeling in disbelief, refusing to accept what his senses are telling him. Because that feeling, that sickening, corrupting aura now radiating from her is the very same curse that crippled him in battle. He whirls around in a panic, shouting at his bewildered men about the terms of their surrender. The general reaches out desperately, roaring that the treaty must be kept, now realizing who they truly surrendered to.